All righty. Oh my gosh. Are we live? Oh, wait for it. Oh, Chattadonia. Oh my goodness, this is awful. Are we live? I think we're live. Oh my goodness. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness, this is bad. I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It was a great weekend. Yeah, we're live, baby. We have a lot to talk. Oh, I'm great. I'm actually very, very excited. However, I have still lost my voice. This is why you did not have a watch list. It's a very good story. Oh no, God is good, baby. God is good, but I can laugh. I laugh normal. Yeah, that's it. But yeah, I drank a lot of hot water. We had a lot of honey. I'm gonna try to give you something. So yeah, but good morning. I thought this was gonna come out a lot different. So, dude, it's big news. The Israel thing. We have to talk about the market where it was on Friday. This is gonna be so challenging. It's very so. Here, I got news for you. I'll tell you. You know what happened? Yeah, you guys don't know what happened. Did nobody tell you what happened? I have something for it. I got something for it, but did nobody tell you what happened? I don't know if anybody. You just called me RFK. That's fucked up. That's fucked up, bro. I can whisper. If I whisper, we could do the morning in a whisper. Oh, I didn't tell you guys what happened. Yeah. So, it's been a long time, but finally, a bunch of Chads got to meet me over the weekend. That's why I lost my voice. I met over 50 Chads, and I couldn't stop yelling. So yeah, that's what happened. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's why I lost my voice. It was well worth it. Yeah, come here, little mama, whispering. I like the video, but yeah, man. So I can't talk still. I can't. Yeah, worth it. Yeah, but that's it. So I'm gonna try my best today. But in the meantime, I have something else for you. So I have news. We'll talk about Europe, and then yeah, I'll give you. I got something for you. Here you go.
Well surged after Hamas's surprise attack on Israel raised fears of a wider conflict. Investors avoided traditionally risky assets such as stocks and instead bought gold, bonds, and the dollar.
I just lost my voice.
West Texas Intermediate jumped more than 4% to $86 a barrel, spurring a rally among energy producers. Gold climbed almost 1% and index of dollar strength added 0.3%. U.S. equity futures retreated with Tesla Inc., Amazon.com Inc., and Nvidia Corp. Among the worst performers in pre-market trading, along with airlines. Defense and energy companies were headed for gains, led higher by Lockheed Martin Corp. And ExxonMobil Corp. Europe Stoxx 600 slipped 0.2%. Our measures of risk appetite have been already signaling a high degree of risk aversion from institutional investors, which is likely to only get worse, said Maria Vaitmain, senior multi-asset strategist for State Street Global Markets. Markets are likely to particularly worry about higher oil prices as a further supply squeeze is likely. The Israeli shekel weakened 2%, touching the lowest in 7 years, even after the Bank of Israel unveiled an unprecedented program to support markets. The central bank plans to sell as much as $30 billion in foreign exchange and extend up to $15 billion through swap mechanisms to support markets. Israel's benchmark TA35 stock index rose 0.8% after recouping a loss of as much as 1.3% earlier Monday. The measure plunged 6.5% on Sunday. Stock markets across the Middle East fell amid fears the war might escalate into a broader conflict, with Dubai's benchmark gauge losing 2.9%. Gas prices in Europe climbed 11% as Israel ordered Chevron Corp to shut production at the Tamar platform on safety concerns. The stoppage may result in lower onward shipments or even delays after Egypt planned to resume liquefied natural gas exports this month just ahead of the European winter. Airline shares dropped, with the conflict driving up the price of oil and aviation fuel. Bloomberg World Airlines Index sank as much as 1.6% on Monday. British Airways parent IAG SA led declines in Europe, tumbling 5.8%, and Ryanair Holdings plc, which runs a service to Tel Aviv, retreated 3.6%. While the latest events aren't an immediate threat to oil flows, traders are concerned the conflict may become a proxy war. The U.S. said it was dispatching warships, and the Wall Street Journal reported that Iranian security officials helped plan the strike. Iran is both a major oil producer and supporter of Hamas. Any retaliation against Tehran may endanger the passage of vessels through the Strait of Hormuz, a vital conduit that Iran has previously threatened to close. Trading in U.S. cash treasuries is closed for a public holiday on Monday. Elsewhere, Metrobank Holdings plc's riskiest bonds gained the most on record on Monday after the troubled UK lender clinched a £925 million financing package.
Oh, shit. I reached my limit. I got to pay for it now. Yeah, so that's from, I could try to get you the rest, but this is going to be awful. I don't know. If you want more, you let me know, but I have the news written down. I just can't talk. And again, what happened over the weekend was actually like insane if you're not familiar with it. So you're dealing with something that hasn't happened since the 70s. Literally, what was it? The Yom Kippur War. Oh, very sad. What do you mean? It's actually, I can't even believe it happened. Oh, yeah, so you have that. No, I didn't get sick. I just lost my voice. So if you guys weren't there on Friday, I was already losing my voice. And then I went to Vegas, and I met all the Chads. So I was too excited meeting everybody, and we had a great time. And I was yelling. We were talking a lot, so it was good. So I don't know. Oh, whoa, that water helped. Oh, hello. So I don't know if you want more AI. I got you with more AI. Let's see, what do we gotta buy? What is this? Talk with my inner voice. This is all I could do, bro. This is the best I could do. Yeah, I can still do the Biden. No, it's crazy. Yeah, so I don't know how you guys want to do this. Let me see what else. Again, oil, Israeli conflict. The death toll has topped 1,100 on the third day, which is wild. Again, Iran is linked to it. Here, can you guys read this? You guys should. I want you to read a little bit about 1973. Again, if you're not familiar, this is what happened back in the day. Yeah, I have to set this up. You had family and friends. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear, Ari. Bro, this is wild. This is like, it's one thing, whatever we were feeling on Friday, but dude, this event is crazy. This is like, I don't even know how to put it into words. It's a wild event. We're gonna turn you. I won't hit the horn today. No, I have this one. Oh, sorry. I don't know if that was loud. That's all I have. Pixelated. Good morning, baby. Good morning. So here, let me play that. You guys are gonna have to wait. Let me set this up for you.
Don't necessarily feel like they need to wait for that, and we've seen that play out since the weekend.
Henrietta, thank you for an update from you. Henrietta Trace there of Ada Partners. To continue the conversation, joining us now is Citi's Kristen Bitterly, Aberdeen's Luke Hickmore. Kristen, first to you. Do you suppose this can lead to a durable headwind to market sentiment, the events that we've seen over the weekend and the spillover this morning and beyond?
It's hard to say in terms of the reaction short term and longer term. It is one more catalyst for volatility. I think when we look at the initial market reaction, obviously with bond markets closed in the US, it is a risk off sentiment. You can see that in terms of the bid for gold, bid for the dollar, and of course the jump that we saw in oil. I think the major indicator to keep an eye on right now is obviously oil. And so this debate, John, that you were talking about in terms of Iran's involvement, it only complicates this given the fact that their oil output is up about 55% since the lows of 2020. And so the key to understanding whether this would have broader implications is clearly the scope of the regional conflict and then the pressures that it would put on in areas like the oil market.
Crude up 3.5% this morning, WTI at about 86, Brent crude at about 87. Luke Hickmore, what can you learn from the way the market has responded so far?
That we don't know enough. I think as you've been talking about, if this widens out, if Iran gets sucked in, we can see Jordan get sucked in and potentially Russia get sucked in. John Arthurs did a brilliant note this morning from Bloomberg talking about the concentric circles around Israel and its defense risks. And ultimately, on the outside of that is Russia. So I think as an investor, you need to start preparing for what you could be facing over the next few weeks. Right now, it doesn't feel anything more than the market's done already. It's quite a small reaction. If we go through those circles, we need to be getting more and more defensive as we get further on. And also, John, I think there's a chance here that a higher oil price is a brake on growth rather than a driver to inflation, given everything we've gone through to get to this point with higher yields, higher interest rates and slower growth.
Luke, it raises the question, what is defensive? Are Treasury bonds defensive, given what you expect?
That's really hard, especially the amount that needs to be funded over the next year, the interest payments coming up as well. That's really hard, isn't it? I think possibly actually quality companies, a value trade, if you will, rather than the growth trade, who've got good income streams that are domestically oriented rather than looking for international exposure. And the same whether you're looking at it from credit or from equities, and maybe keep right down the front end of the US Treasury curve in that 5-year space, or even cash.
This was a real test for us this morning. Unfortunate in some ways that the Treasury market was closed. A real test, Kristen, to understand whether Treasuries have retained those risk mitigation characteristics, given the sell-off we have seen over the last couple of weeks, the last few months. The question I'd often ask, when bad things happen, we buy Treasuries. When bad things happen now, Kristen, are we still buying Treasuries?
I think the interesting thing will be to see in terms of whether there's really a bid for the 10-year. I think certainly what you've seen in terms of bills and the demand for cash as an asset class, we know that's been the number one trade this year, and we've seen significant inflows into that. I think in terms of like your question around where you can hide out, from a quality perspective, I see a lot more coming into 2 to 5 years where you're getting that above 5% and even 6% on investment grade corporates. So I think the question is, the 10-year, who is the buyer for the 10-year in this market? And if there is a flight to quality, are we going to see that when the market opens?
That's not an easy question to answer at the moment. Kristen Bidderly, Luke Hickmore sticking with us. We'll build on this going into the opening bout. The opening bout about 17 minutes away. Equities pulling back. Off session lows, though. We're down about 0.5% on the S&P with some movers going into the open. Here's Abby.
Well, John, as we do have the conflict between Israel and Hamas entering a third day, we have a risk-off tone for the markets, not surprisingly. This means a lot of the mega tech companies that have been up in such a big way this year, up more than 100% are down, including Tesla. NVIDIA down for that reason, but also in sympathy with the fact that Intel has planned to build a new manufacturing plant in Israel. And then the airlines are also lower, as the three big airlines, Delta being shown here, down about 3%, as they are paring their flights to Israel amid the conflict, trading lower. Again, a risk-off tone as this conflict between Israel and Hamas does enter a third day.
Abby, thank you. More from Abigail around the opening bout. Coming up, the US pledging its support for Israel.
In this moment of tragedy, I want to say to them and to the world and to terrorists everywhere that the United States stands with Israel.
Instability in the Middle East sending oil prices sharply higher. More on the market implications next.
So I'm just going to try to take it easy in the sense by mixing it in. So unfortunately, you guys may be used to me reading in the morning. If I could have anything else fill this space, I will. But again, if you're not familiar right now, the big news is what happened in Israel. Again, I have a little thing. Israel declares war after Hamas launches surprise missile attack incursions from Gaza. Israel government declared war in order of retaliation against Hamas following surprise attacks against Israel towns in weekend that was deadliest incursion since Yom Kippur 50 years ago. Hamas's attack left 700 people dead, scores of wounded, and several Israelis were taken hostage. Key concern is that Hamas attack and Israel's response leads to wired conflagration after Hezbollah fired rockets into northern Israel. After reports on Iran there's reports that Iran helped Hamas orchestrate the attacks in a bid to scuttle progress towards Israeli-Saudi peace deal. U.S. is boosting readiness with deployment in aircraft carrier USS Gerald R. Ford, along with cruisers and destroyers to the eastern Mediterranean. However, Congress dysfunction may stymie the efforts, and markets have typically ignored geopolitics, but this wider conflict draws in major oil-producing nations. Yes. So that's the big deal. Mm-hmm. Where's the other one? Again, oil. Everything is on oil in Israel. Hold on, I got a couple more. Don't worry, there's still a couple of things. Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm so happy. I'm telling you, besides the negative things that happen in the world, I had a really good weekend. So besides that, I got to meet Chads face to face. And that was, I'm sure it was a dream come true for some people, but it was also a dream come true for me. So it was very exciting. But other than that, I lost my voice. I lost my voice for sure. So, and then again, I mean, what happened over the weekend was it's very, very bittersweet. Like I'm saying, I had something personal, but then at the other realm, I mean, what you have going on is this was not what we were supposed to wake up to. Where was it? All right, I have a couple more headlines. We have 15 minutes. I'm going to go back to the news for a little bit.
Stop. There's never justification for terrorist attacks.
Crude oil rallying after Hamas's surprise attack on Israel. The threat of US and Iran entanglement growing, especially if action is taken against Tehran. Sokjin weighing in on the market implications, writing this. In terms of risk premium, we see an increase of $5 to $10 per barrel. The risk of escalation is real, and while Iran may not have nuclear weapons, it does have a stranglehold on the Straits of Hormuz, through which 20 to 30% of global crude oil flows. Joining us now, a man who knows a little something about the crude market, Stuart Wallace out of Dubai. Stuart, you and the team, as you look at things right now, have you changed your expectations on crude supply coming out of the region?
Not so far. I mean, it is absolutely true to say they have a stranglehold over Hormuz, but, with the proviso that no one has ever successfully managed to take Hormuz down for any length of time. So you can definitely make life more difficult. But I would also argue in the long term, it's not necessarily in the interest of Iran to do that. I mean, for one thing, just to remind to everyone, you've got the US Fifth Fleet sitting up in Manama, not that far away. Is that really sort of a bear you want to prod? I think the second leg of it, which is tougher sanctions, or at least a more careful control of what's coming out of Iran, that certainly is a possibility. And at a time when OPEC is still constraining supply, that would clearly have a more immediate impact on the market. So I think it's those two factors, but of the two of them, the more likely approach, at least for now, seems to be on the sanctions. But again, we'll watch and wait.
Stuart, how much crude has been coming out of Iran over the last year or so? And has the administration been turning a blind eye to that?
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily as a blind eye, but yes, it is up sharply, and it's definitely been a big factor in the market. I mean, I think as one of your previous guests said, it's something in the order of about 50% over the last 12 months higher, and the expectation is that would continue to go higher. Now, clearly the calculus has changed in the last few days, and we're really watching Washington to see how they're going to react to this. Again, that will take several weeks or several months to play out. At the same time, you've got this big calculation to make about how then, in turn, does OPEC react, Saudi Arabia in particular. It's got quite a great deal of spare capacity right now, but it's not quite clear what the appetite in Riyadh is at the moment. In a scenario where Iran is constrained, does Riyadh then reopen the spigots? It's very hard to gauge today what that reaction might be.
Stuart, thank you, sir, for your assistance from Dubai this morning. Kristen Biddley, Luke Hickmore back with us. Luke, you made a good point. You don't see this as maybe inflationary risk. You see this as a break to growth. Why, Luke? Why the latter and not the former?
I think if this had happened 6 months ago, obviously they wouldn't have hit the anniversary they wanted to hit. But if this had happened 6 months ago, we would have been higher inflation, lower interest rates. It would have fueled inflationary growth from here. But this is happening just at the point where we're probably peak interest rates, maybe getting close to peak yields, maybe a little bit hard to go for peak yields. And it feels like consumers are suffering already. You throw in even more things to take money out of their pockets every month. I'm not sure they have the scope to really push hard on more and more and more wages. And of course, that's one of the things we saw on Friday. Wage growth was not coming back whilst employment remained strong.
Kristen, in about 20 seconds, do you agree?
I agree. I think this is more a sign towards what could be a slowing economic growth environment. And so this idea that it would put further pressure on the consumer, we're already seeing soft demand watch in China, in Europe, and in the US, which is spreading when it comes from an oil perspective. So I think this actually leads to more questions around growth than inflation.
Kristen, thank you. Kristen Bidley there and Luke Hickmore. We turn now to the New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ, both holding a moment of silence.
I think they went away. I didn't know if I should say anything. They had the moment of silence there. I'm going to just cut off to commercial. So, again, you got about 9 minutes, actually, Chad. I have some pre-market movers. So, again, it looks like the big news is there in Israel. The bond market is closed. Keep that in mind. And then everybody is still, I don't know if you guys forgot about what happened on Friday. Remember, you had that crazy run. So, very wild. This is Josh speaking right now. Yeah. But that being said, BBio, they're up 4%. Long-term data for ongoing phase 2. LMT, all the defense names, RTX, GD, NOC, LHX, AVOV, they're up by 4 to 3%. Gold and silver stocks, they're actually up right now too. Again, oil and energy, that's all of these right here. MLCO, LVS, and WIN, casinos are higher. And then FRO up 3.7 to acquire 24 VL tankers from Euronav fleet. Datadog is down 3.8. Spotify is down 2.5. Both of them are on downgrades. Airbnb down 1.8. Barclay assumes equal weight. And then Tesla, they're down 1.5. China produced EV sales declined by 10%. Unit down 5.8. MRTX, $58 a share. Oh, shit. So that buyout was for a lot less. And then Trip, they're down 2.4. Barclays assumes underweight. SFT down 85, voluntary chapter 11, and then MSS, a recent IPO, and then these are all Israel stock related names that are trading lower. And then airlines are down too. Yeah, my voice, he's gone. That's it. We were partying with the Chads on Friday. That's it. I talk too much. Yeah, I'm trying to work on my ASMR. All right, back to you. Got 7 more minutes till the bell. I got you, baby. I got you.
Speechhead against Israel and Syria. Now our working assumption is that they may have. Our working assumption a couple days ago was that they hadn't known about it directly. Now it is unclear, and we'll have to wait to verify it. And, when we make an official statement, we'll make an official statement. You can imagine the sense of disgust that we have. We have to send a message to all of Israel's enemies because we're a strong country, but we're tiny, and we can go from strength to vulnerability. I think people are going to see the strength of Israel, the might of Israel.
That was Ron Dermer, the Israeli Minister of Strategic Affairs, on Bloomberg Surveillance earlier on this morning. Joining us now is Katie Lights out of Washington, D.C. for the latest. Morning, Katie.
Good morning, John. Well, that, of course, is on the Israeli side, where we have seen hundreds of Israelis killed in these attacks over the weekend. And, of course, we have confirmation now this morning from the State Department that 9 American citizens are among those that were killed. Of course, here in Washington, you have seen really a bipartisan condemnation of what is happening in the Middle East at the moment. President Biden has pledged to continue to support Israel, which, of course, is a crucially important American ally in the Middle East. There are a few challenges here, though, John, one being that if Israel asks for any further aid that requires congressional approval, it's going to be difficult to get that in an expedient matter, considering the Senate is not in session, the House is not either, and there is no Speaker of the House to preside over the normal legislative business of that chamber. Then, of course, there is the issue that we were just hearing about, alluded to there, the issue of Iran. Remembering just last month, the U.S. released $6 billion in frozen funds in exchange for the return of hostages from Iran. There is a lot of question now about the role Iran has played, how U.S. policy may or may not have factored in. And then, of course, there's the reaction to the intelligence failure that was here, knowing that there was a real lapse in intelligence, that these attacks were not seen coming by both Israeli intelligence. And, of course, there is U.S. intelligence that could play a role there as well. So a lot of questions that remain unanswered, but the U.S. is promising to be there for Israel at this point.
Particularly how policy comes together, given the dysfunction we've seen in Washington, D.C. over the last several months. Katie, thank you. More from Katie Lyons and Bloomberg's Anne-Marie a little bit later on this hour. We'll catch up with them in about 20 minutes. Just to turn to the broader price action, we're shaping up as follows on the S&P 500. We are turning just a little bit higher. We're off session highs. We're down by about 0.4% on the S&P. In the bond market, yields are unchanged on treasuries because they are not trading. We're looking at the bond market at the moment, where yields were lower through much of this morning. And in foreign exchange on a euro, 105.46. Coming up, Hamas's surprise attack on Israel threatening to inflame.
Surprise attack. You got 3 minutes, Chatadonia. Are you ready? Yeah, I don't care about the voice. I don't care about a lot of things. You know why? Because, one, shout out to the people in Israel, too. Pray for both sides. Again, it's a wild conflict, but here at the Call, baby, no matter what, and even this weekend, bro, a lot reminded me, man, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we got to pay homage to the vets, baby. So on behalf of the Colt, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. For real, God bless you. Thank you for your service. And big shout out to the families and anybody else who has been a part of it. For real, God bless you and thank you. And big shout out to anybody else giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers. I could go down the list, but God bless you and thank you. And we love you all. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send in the jets! Or... It's out, bro. Oh, let's go, baby. It's game time. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, no. I wasn't supposed to do that. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I forgot. Oh, shit. Oh, man. Fuck. I promised I wasn't going to. That was genuine. I didn't mean to. Yeah, that's something new. Mm-hmm. All right, Chad. Well, you got about 1 minute 20. I got a couple of plays. Just anything related to oil and defensives, and then wheat. Yeah, it's good. I'm excited to be here. You know, it's I lost my voice for a good reason, so it's good. I hope you enjoy it. But and then today's a wild day, bro. Again, there's history, there's prophecy, there's a lot of things happening today. So it's crazy, bro. It's crazy. But we'll see. I'm gonna talk a little less today. So you'll see me you'll see me butt in here and there, but it's unfortunate. All right, we got 40 seconds, but you don't really get all the headlines from the news. It's pretty wild. All right, so 30 seconds, Chad. Remember what happened last Friday? Last Friday was crazy. Yeah, I'll tell you guys in a little bit if you don't know what happened. All right, 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Alrighty. Let's see where we're at. So S&P down by 0.48. Not too bad, honestly. Again, Dow Jones down a quarter. NASDAQ is down 0.78. Okay. Literally, oil names are all up. So you got XOM up 2.5, Oxy 2.7, Procter Gamble on the high. I didn't look into NVIDIA. They're down 1.6. Again, I think we got to see if the market could get around this. So again, watch, damn, NOC is up 6. Whoa. LMT is even up 6% too. That's crazy. Boeing could be a play as well. But it's, Boeing has a little more other factors, but they should be up with everything. Actually, they're not up as much. Excuse me. Nat gas is up. God bless you, 5-minute chart guy. Jack, I see you. Thank you. You're still in Palo Alto? Damn. Okay. And then watch TLT. And then don't forget, I think the dollar is up. Oh, wait, it is kind of coming back here. Yeah, NVIDIA is down 1.8. Apple, Crowd, JP Morgan on the high. The yen is strengthening. I'm surprised the dollar's not up more. That you would have thought it was. UNG again right now. Procter Gamble, a couple names are on the high. Pfizer's actually in the green. Boeing starting to move up. Boeing is behind all of the other defensives. But SPY's still coming down. You're down 0.45. Again, NASDAQ down 0.9. No bonds. The bond market's closed, but it's still moving. So even then, you'll probably see more. Like if the bond market was open today would have been really, really different. So we're going to find out, but for the most part, bond futures are still open. J&J Pop. Disney's up 1 or down. Well, damn, Disney is up 1. What the hell? AXP on the high, KRE. So regionals are moving up. Again, JP Morgan was up. I could get the bond futures, yes. 4288. We're right, remember 4,300 on Friday. Bonds, yeah, bond futures are all open. So even like TLT, IEF will actually move. Yeah, Pfizer's on the high. They're like 0.3. Even the bonds, they're up a little bit. And then S&P, you're down by 0.4. Dow Jones is at 0.05. That's actually not down that much. Pfizer's going up. Palantir. Banks. I see a lot of financials. Quantico. That one's ripping 4. And then Meta's on the high now. So remember, Friday was a ripper. Let me see.
October 15th and 16th in Tel Aviv, citing basically the safety and well-being of those that were due to attend. So when we look about the technology sector, Israel, of course, deep ties to the tech sector globally, a center of innovation, takes a lot of VC dollars. But in the chip sector, that's where we're seeing the reaction in the market this morning.
Thank you, sir. Looking out for your coverage a little bit later today, noon Eastern, Bloomberg Technology with Ed Ludlow and Caroline Hyde. Let's turn to defense. Those stocks jumping as they benefit from the geopolitical risk, with more defense spending possibly on the horizon. Katie Greifeld has this. Hey, Katie.
Hey, John. Yeah, aerospace and defense stocks, natural beneficiaries of this geopolitical conflict. Today is no exception, particularly in Europe. You saw the likes of German sensor maker Hensoldt rally as much as 13%, while Swedish defense company Saab climbed nearly 10% as well. You take a look stateside. Currently, you have Lockheed Martin up about 7.5%. And the logic is straightforward that you just walked through. You have greater government spending on defense that benefits those companies' share prices. That logic has been at work all year in this sector. If you take a look at Goldman Sachs' basket of European defense stocks, it's up nearly 28% so far this year, posted its best day in a year today. You compare that to the stock 600, only up about 4.5% in 2023.
Katie, thank you for the update. Lockheed Martin there up by more than 7%. Early in the session, about 6 minutes in, we're down here by 0.4%, down about 1 percentage point on the NASDAQ. I want to continue the conversation now with JMP Group's Mark Lehman. Mark, it's been a while. It's good to catch up, sir. Had a series of guests this morning talking up safety. Safety will have a different definition to different people, Mark. What's the definition of safety to you?
Well, today, safety is buying oil and defense stocks and selling technology stocks and obviously selling stocks that are domiciled in Israel. And I think that's the knee-jerk reaction and unsurprising, and it'll become more clear what the reaction will be long-term over time. But for today, this is exactly what you would expect. Interesting, obviously, with the bond market closed because of the holiday, seeing what would happen with that.
A tech stock's a form of defense for you, Mark.
Yes, tech stocks are definitely what people are interested in today. Unfortunately, that's going to be the call all over.
Yeah, Fed Logan comments right now. You're getting Fed Logan right now, and then China names too. They're moving around.
Unfortunately, that's going to be the rallying cry globally, because this is not just Israel. This is all over the globe right now with what's going on in Ukraine and in other geographies.
I've asked a few banks too. Bank of America, that was a great call out. You're watching those go up too.
Lead to a durable headwind to market sentiment. I sense from your early comments that you do.
Well, this is not going to be quick, and I think there's a real problem, I think, with people finding sustainability with a rally, potentially, obviously, with what's going on with rates domestically and what's going on with our economy. I think there's just this is another thing that we did not worry about a week ago that we're going to be worried about for a very long time. And I think this kind of instability that is going on globally, obviously, we're going into an election year next year, which is very troubling sometimes for the stock market. Now you have more to worry about. When you have more to worry about, you sell. And that's what I think is going to take a little bit of the wind out of a potential rally going into year end.
It's always difficult to know what to do with these things, Mark. Just looking at the move we're seeing in crude at the moment, WTI is up by more than 4%, 86.20. Brent crude up by about 3.7%, 87.70. I've been asking whether this would contribute to inflation risk, upside inflation risk going forward. Luke Hickmore of Aberdeen said he thinks this puts the brakes on growth. Is that the way you see it, the latter and not the former?
I think it's the right question. I think it's really hard to gauge this, 72 hours or so into the conflict. I think this is clearly going to be inflationary in the near term, and it's going to cause a little bit of panic in some of those global markets and energy. And I think that will probably put a lid on things. But we had some other things that were dampening down inflation in the fourth quarter. I think this will add to that. And I think, again, we've probably seen the Fed, which was potentially going to be on hold anyway. This probably adds the fuel to that narrative that they may not have to raise in the next.
So Dow just went green, and then SPY's working its way up, only down by 0.3. So we've gapped down, but so far we haven't gone anywhere. And then bonds are up almost 1%.
It's funny, Jonathan. I was on Friday. I spent some time with some portfolio managers at a large mutual fund complex here, and we talked just about that. And we talked about how jarring this is for the investor base. But we also talked about where the normal was way back when, frankly, my career started, where you kind of had the 3 to 4% kind of targets and things like that in terms of growth, in terms of interest rates being kind of in the zip code what we were used to before this. And they said, you know what, it ain't so bad. And I think that will become the narrative in 2024. Let's put a little bit of the politics aside. Let's put a little bit of the tragedy that's going on in Israel aside and talk a little bit about that. And that's not so bad. And they said predictability of that rate backdrop is far better than the fear of higher rates versus the zeros we've had for so long.
Mark, thank you, sir, for the insight. Mark Lehman there of JMP Securities. You brought a market at the moment about 10 minutes into the session, down 1/3% on the S&P, on the Nasdaq down by 0.9. Lots of talk about the Federal Reserve. Not much talk of that this morning whatsoever, but one big headline across the Bloomberg in the last hour. The Fed president out of Dallas, Lori Logan, saying high yields may mean less need to raise rates, in line with what we heard from Mary Daly, the San Francisco Fed president, to Bloomberg's Lisa Abramowitz last week at the Economic Club in New York. So there it is again. Dallas Fed President Lori Logan saying higher yields may mean less need to raise interest rates. Betty talked about this morning, the bond market, the Federal Reserve, and the fact we get a CPI print a little bit later on this week. Again, if you're just joining us, about 11 minutes into the session, we are pulling back on the S&P 500 by about 1/3%, down about 0.9% on the Nasdaq. Coming up, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer
Good. Not bad. So you went up a little bit. Again, Netflix, banks, and a couple of others. I'm going to be trying to play stuff in between. Again, Fed Logan, a lot of comments coming out there. I don't think anything that's moved bonds yet. Fed Logan, the bulk of the economy is adjusting more quickly to monetary policy. Fed Logan tend to think monetary policy lags are shorter than others. All right, so I'll tell you guys again. No, so I'm not sick. Everything's okay. I'm very happy. But if you guys remember on Friday, I was losing my voice. And then on Friday, I decided to go to Vegas. And then I went to go meet Colt Real Estate. So I got to hang out for another 5 hours with Chads. And we were talking all night until 1 a.m. And then I couldn't talk the next 2 days after. It was worth it. It was well worth it. It was Disney is up. Report activist investor Peltz boost stake in company. Yo, Disney. I can't yell this. Disney. Activist Nelson Peltz. They're saying activist again. Netflix too. Yeah, Disney was I could whisper fine, but then whispering ends up hurting me more. But it's fine. I can whisper perfectly. So yeah, I went and I saw Colt Real Estate in Vegas, and I lost my voice because we partied, but we didn't party. We just stayed at the house, and I just kept talking to him. So it was a lot of fun though, man. I love you guys. God bless you. And the whispers aren't that creepy. But again, Disney, Nelson Peltz, activist. And then Logan, Fed's focus. And my focus is 2% inflation target. Yeah, don't do ASMR kick. I just can't talk. It's crazy. So I'm bright awake and everything, but that's it. You got your tooth knocked out? Dang, son. All right, let me see.
Sanofi has been more focused, on rare diseases and things like that, but it did move the stock up. Hence, when you got the deal today, the stock's down. But you can see what we're talking about. It's that move up right there.
Right.
The deal itself does also include a CVR. They haven't worked out contingent value, right? They haven't worked out that well.
The CVR thing
for shareholders in the past. At least if you were a shareholder of Celgene or Genzyme, the big ones. haven't typically returned what they said in the press release was potentially available if certain benchmarks were hit. They are used for to get you paid if, in fact, a drug that is very early in trials oftentimes actually proves to be commercially viable. And in this case, it could be worth as much as $12 or $1 billion more in total. So you're talking about really $4.8 billion to $5.8 billion. Although when you net out cash, it's actually a $3.7 billion purchase for Bristol right now. But it could be worth 12 over 7 years. Again, close is expected first half of next year. But Bristol, Jim, has got to keep doing this because Eliquis is coming off patent. They were the most hit by the Inflation Reduction Act. Remember, certain drugs and drug pricing
They were nailed.
They were nailed. And so the expectation is that this is the first of what may be a series of these kinds of deals for them. Different than Pfizer with Seagen, which threw the long pass. In this case, let's call it more sort of the screen passes, but they're probably going to do a lot of them.
I like that.
Moving down the field that way.
Right.
I went with a football analogy because I hadn't heard any from you today.
Well, I held off, although we had a great game, and I held off because of the people from Dallas. David, the Horizon Pharma Amgen
closed
green
done.
light.
Yes, done.
Does that do you think not the bankers, they'll rubber stamp it, but do you think the lawyers are saying, you know what?
Yes.
The FTC, we kind of have them on the run.
I do think
you
that
do.
I do. Listen, you're not. I mean, a huge deal would still attract a lot of attention, but a deal like this, where not that long ago you might have thought, is there anything to be concerned about? I think less concerned, perhaps. Amgen obviously now owns Horizon. Amgen is a competitor here as well in some of the stuff.
Yes, it is. Amgen's got some really good
these targeted therapies, Jim, in terms of specific cells and specific areas. You use these drugs. Again, we're talking now about what Bristol Myers is potentially getting with Mirati. Use these drugs with Keytruda or Opdivo as sort of the first line. The hope eventually is some of these drugs become first line as well. But that's where Bristol, I guess, is focused and needs to go, particularly, again, given the patent expiration that they're facing.
These stories that they're running about how there might be another bidder.
Doesn't sound right to me, but I wouldn't, based on what I've heard, it seems unlikely.
Excellent.
Defense and oil, Jim. That's all the winners this morning. Although Dow down about 26 points here. Obviously not at all the weakness that the pre-market suggested.
That's why it's hard to, again, the market doesn't know how to factor in this, and they don't have the bonds. I mean, it was very interesting that when I polled people this weekend about the bonds, half said, oh, wow, rates are going to go higher on this, oil, whatever, and then half said flight to quality. So in the end, you kind of neutralize things. Of these companies, look, a lot of these companies have been through the mill because there's been less money going to defense than people thought. Some of these are like Huntington Ingalls is really ships.
Hold on, I tried something. Give me a second.
We would know how much. I mean, yes, if there were aerospace, I saw RTX was up, which is one of those companies that's been so challenged because of commercial airline problems. But that would be Lockheed Martin. I think would be one that James Tacklet, who is so smart, would have a vision of what could happen. I think he's the person who has the most military background of any of these people.
We haven't really mentioned autos. GM, of course, was a story on Friday as they were spared some further strikes. Fain did seem to suggest some progress. We got the Mac workers rejecting their tentative and struck at 7 a.m. this morning if things still held steady.
I keep hearing that basically Ford may be best and final.
Really? Where did we end there? Do we know in terms of what they've offered? Do we know specifics
north of 20, but there's a lot of these kind of squishy things. Like they did
at
in
the
NFL,
helm of the House of Representatives who was able to see legislation be put to the floor and voted on. It really just delays everything. And of course, it just adds to the optics of dysfunction in the U.S. at home, which obviously casts a shadow as to what the U.S. is doing abroad as well.
More and more delays. MH, with that in mind, do the tragic events of the weekend inspire change for you in Washington? Are we going to actually really get get a sense of urgency that we haven't had for a long time?
Well, potentially. There is that urgency that Kayleigh just spoke about, which is about moving ahead with these postings in the Middle East, like Jack Lew, who is nominated by the president in September to be the U.S. ambassador to Israel. Now that the confirmation potentially will be moved up. We know that he's going to have a committee hearing starting next week. So there is a little bit more impetus for Washington to start making some moves. On the House side, though, Jonathan, to Kayleigh's point, it is going to be difficult to get to 217, but potentially this starts to make these Republicans feel the need to coalesce around an individual sooner rather than later. People will talk about this could take days or weeks. Maybe they wrap it up sooner.
Anne-Marie, we understand the optics of all this. It looks terrible to have no ambassadors in key positions in a situation like this one in a region where we need them right now. How significant is it just when it comes to putting together policy and a response to the events of the weekend?
I got to be honest with you. Most people I talk to say they just don't care who the ambassador is. A lot of these ambassadors are political appointees. And the fact of the matter is, on the ground, what you do have is staff that have been there for years that are doing the work. You have charge d'affaires that are doing the work, like we have in Jerusalem right now. So, yes, optically, does it look good? Definitely not. But is it changing anything on the ground? Probably not. Also, when you look at the Middle East and how they have a dialogue with Washington, D.C., a lot of it actually happens in Washington, D.C., with the Saudi ambassador in Washington, with the Qatar ambassador in Washington. A lot of the dialogue is a little bit more direct with the West Wing and those nations.
MH, thank you. The update there from Anne-Marie and Kelly Lyons in New York and Washington, D.C., respectively. About 21 minutes into the session, we're off the lows. On the S&P 500, we're down about 0.2% on the...
It's only been 20 minutes. All right, guys, I got it for you. Ready?
Okay, Chad, so my voice is clapped. I went to Vegas to meet the Chads and I got too excited. But I can communicate with you like this, so let me know what questions you have. 4,300 is key level to upside, and don't forget what happened last week. Israel news is huge. And this is still the week of CPI. Okay, Chad, so my voice is clapped.
All right, we got that. Thank you. So yeah, let me know. Seriously, I'm gonna try my best without. We'll see.
Watch banks. Watch banks.
Watch banks. I gotta work on it a little bit. No, I'm gonna try, bro. I'm gonna try my best, okay? I'm gonna try my best. So either way, a couple things running.
PWR on the high. Chad calling out PLTR.
Yeah, I already had a tea this morning. It's getting a little better, you know. We're doing good, but I can only do so much. I was like Obama Josh. Yeah, it's kind of dope. Mm-hmm. Coca-Cola. Yeah, MGM is down. Watch if the bonds catch a bid.
If you are tuning in for your first time, please like the video. Josh is struggling. Help a little Egyptian boy out. Happy birthday, Kenny. I would hit horn, but it's wild RN with the audio. KO on the low. Watch food plays. S.O. Uncle Business.
I was trying to shout you out, bro. We'll make it work. I'm trying. It saves me a couple of comments. You know, it saves me a couple of comments, which is good. But right now we're holding up. Okay, Meta's on the high still. It's not too bad, honestly.
NASDAQ down 5%, SPY down 21%, and Dow Jones down 15%.
It didn't read though. It meant 0.15. He said NASDAQ down 21%. My bad. Yeah, that's not correct. That's not. I tried. It's 0.5, 0.5, 0.2, 0.1. Oh man. Oil plays are still on the high.
Next 36 hours.
Why are they playing on there? I know.
I can type what I think about the Israel thing, but I really wish I had a voice to explain it right now. Go Google 1973 Yom Kippur War. I won't get into too much, but simply watch for the oil effects, and during the 70s and 80s something similar had a big effect on the world. RCL updates on itinerary in Israel. Yes, 190. Yes, 197 Yom Kippur War.
1973.
SPY new high.
Yeah, all the cruise lines are getting killed. We will know if this stabilizes bonds once things calm down, like tomorrow.
Bond market is closed today, so hard to say whether or not it will stabilize. But the war stuff should contribute to a bond bid.
Tesla's down 1.8. Apple's only down a quarter. Oh yeah, Alex, if you have, I don't know what you used for that, but that would be helpful. Dude, this is crazy. What's this? Headline posted in the Twitch. I'll let the AI handle it.
$OXY takeover note Chevron said to have looked at Occidental Petroleum. The XOMPXD potential deal has rivals Chevron and ConocoPhillips scouring the shale patch for targets.
I got you. Future, it's the same thing for futures.
Futures on E-Trade you search using the
slash, the same slash. Yeah, you just do /ES or /NQ. I think you have to get it activated though. Oh, new high again.
new high on S&P 500.
So you fill the gap in like 5 more points. We're gonna see. Watch LMT, even RTX, even the oil plays if they hold up or not. Why we're ripping, I couldn't tell you, but we're still down. The only thing that's up right now is the Dow Jones. That's it. The Dow Jones, that's green. I mean, Nasdaq's down 0.5. SPY can go green. If anything, bonds have a bid. Yeah, bro, LMT is up 8%. RTX is up 4%. Yeah, Dow is probably carried by those. Good call out on that.
My fellow Americans, like the video please or you will be stuck with me forever.
Yeah. I got you, Twitch. I got you. SPY looking for gap fill. Yeah, Arab here. This one's coming out.
Arab League foreign ministers to meet on Wednesday to discuss Israeli-Palestinian conflict statement.
Oh shit, another one. You have more problems right now overseas. This headline's coming in.
Rocket sirens heard in Jerusalem, Reuters witness.
That's breaking right now. So literally that's flashing red on my wire.
Rocket sirens heard in Jerusalem, Reuters witness.
Yeah, that's right now. So that means you're having another development literally right here. MPTI. So I'd watch oil names and then I'd watch defense names. If anything, otherwise we're probably going to do our own thing. I think we have Fed speakers. Let me check. Watch if oil goes up. You're going to have Fed Jefferson at 10:30. That's about it. You're getting something else. Another headline. Here it is.
Israeli official says no negotiations underway after Reuters reports possible Gaza prisoner swap talks.
That just came out too. So you're getting a lot of updates, and then again 3 candles down. SPY at VWAP. Yeah, LMT's getting volume. Again, watch RTX. I don't know if Boeing Boeing's might be the only one that's negative. But literally those headlines, stocks, again, you've been down, what, maybe a point right there in 3 minutes. You're right below VWAP. Yeah, the bond market is closed, but futures are open.
Cash market for bonds is closed, but the futures can still trade, so you're just not seeing all the volume today. I love you too, Spooky. Thank you. SPY about to hit lows now.
It could be because of the headline. It could be both of those combined. Again, you just had like two of them. Something about a prisoner swap and then more rockets. Bond bottom a little bit. That would be nice, but we'll see. And remember the dollar.
Dollar coming down on Friday helped a lot. This situation today is leading to a stronger dollar. So even though bonds like it, see if the dollar gets in the way today.
That's good. That's facts. I like this guy. He talking dollar now. Yeah, but watch out for that. Yeah, bonds hitting a new high. You're near the low of the day. Arms on the high. Again, oil hasn't even moved. That's the crazy part.
Wait for oil to actually move. There might be a headline today that causes an oil move, and that will let you know it's more of a development.
So literally, so far, oil hasn't moved since the futures. If you watch oil drop or go up on a headline, that would let you know what's going on. I'm right here. I'm just basking in my lack of voice. So we have a new guy today helping out. MDB on the high. There will probably be an Iran sanction.
There will probably be an Iran sanction down the line. That is the issue over the weekend, is that we found out Iran was helping Hamas. So I wouldn't be surprised to watch that happen, but if when that does happen, that will be a bigger escalation. Don't forget we just did some deals with Iran not too long ago and gave them money and some other things.
I got you. Hamas, not hummus.
Defensives will be good as long as the situation is developing. Stocks like LMT will eventually sell off, but for now they are very reactive to the situation.
I got you.
Could be possible repeat of the 70s and 80s, but for me, all that matters is that again, something from the 70s is happening today like it did back then. Not good for inflation and energy. Not to mention world peace.
Yeah, LMT, big red right there. Even the SPY. So again, watch if the defensives hold on or not. What the hell was that? Some of you are just joining. You got something. Breaking news headline in red. I'm going to play it.
Hamas armed wing says fired rocket towards Jerusalem in response to bombing of civilian houses.
So literally there's another attack happening right now. So like legitimately, that first headline, I think it was right around here, about the missiles, but Hamas is now, again, they're saying that they fired the rockets. So watch if the dollar goes up again. Dollar, oil, all of those will be your guide as far as like what's going to actually happen here. So again, oil's not moving. The dollar barely up. If anything, bonds have moved the most today. And again, not just bond futures. The bond market's closed. Net on the high. You actually still have the high ticker moving. PLTR.
SPY still fighting back. Watch high ticker. Got some names still green. I will check the breakdown right now.
Okay. And then on that note, 328 names red on the SPY, 173 green. Dow Jones, 20 red, 10 in the green. And then S&P 500, you have 331 red, 169 in the green. So majority is still red today. Like I'm saying, you have a couple of things on the high ticker. I'll give you this.
You say in 2022 for sure. It hasn't worked so far this year. But what I would tell you is that I think that bear flatteners are interesting right now. I think that risk-free assets with their juicy yields, I think, are appealing at this moment, especially in the higher for longer. As you know, I've been on here so many times talking about how the Fed is unlikely to cut next year, the 100 basis points previously discounted. I think it's a good chance they don't even go 50 basis points next year. It all depends, of course, on how severe the ramifications are for the economy, and if we do go into a recession or it's a soft landing approach. So I still like 60-40 portfolio. I still think that bonds should have a place in your portfolio, and I think they're getting increasingly interesting.
Catherine, we talked about volatility in the bond market has obviously picked up tremendously. Lori Logan from the Dallas Fed said that so far the bond market movement has been orderly, and it feels like what everyone's waiting for is a disorderly bond market to then get nervous about other stuff. What is going to be the catalyst for that as we look at some of these risks surrounding the market, geopolitical or otherwise?
It's hard to imagine really that there's a disorderly or falling apart of the U.S. Treasury market, given that it's the deepest, most liquid asset class in the world and the single place that, China can put their trade surplus and their current account surplus. So I think it's going to be hard to really see a disorderly unraveling of the Treasury market, especially when you see the U.S. dollar remaining the sovereign reserve currency of the world. Until there's a substitute to either of those two, it's hard to imagine that even though we have enormous deficits and debt that's really getting out of whack, that we will see a disorderly unraveling there. We do see China buying fewer treasuries, so I think that could put upward pressure on yields in a structural way over the course of the coming years. But a disorderly unraveling, for me, is really hard to envision until we get a substitute to those two main risk-free asset classes.
Another way people have been trying to hedge risk is obviously by buying oil. Catherine, what are the implications of higher for longer oil prices? How would you factor that in?
Yeah, I think higher for longer oil prices are a tax on the U.S. consumer, which is already seeing higher rates across the board, from consumer loans to bank loans to credit cards to mortgages. So I do think that's going to take a toll on the consumer going into next year. I have liked the staples. I've liked oil. I continue to like those. I think the defensive sectors are where we need to be positioned going into next year, especially under this perhaps potentially stagflationary environment that could manifest.
Catherine, is it going to be energy stocks or the oil
NVIDIA,
price?
due to the current situation in Israel, we have decided to cancel AI Summit, which was scheduled for October 15th and 16th.
I do like, at StoneX, we are a big powerhouse in commodities, especially in energy, and we do like the ETFs that you can play in the oil space. So I would be long most of the majors with regard to major oil companies. I do think that they're going to have an additional good year going into next year, especially if we have high oil prices and ramping up of production here in the United States.
Do you buy defense stocks in this world as well? We've got one major conflict ongoing. We've now got another major conflict that looks like it's beginning. We're likely to see funding for those two conflicts, at least when it comes to Congress, being rolled into one. What does that mean for defense stocks in the United States? What does it mean for defense stocks in Europe? Should I be playing those names? They've come a long way already. Do you think they've got further to go?
I do think they've come a long way already. You could add additional defense stocks to the portfolio, but I would be careful with knee-jerk reactions, Guy. I would stay loyal and stay firm with the asset allocation that one has created going into next year, under the expectation that there is a high risk of recession, which I think has been augmented by this recent tragedy in Israel, especially as pertains to how much Iran is involved, how much other countries get involved. So I think that there is a high risk with regard to high inflation and a recession going into next year.
Okay, so treasuries are kind of almost looking interesting. You're buying some puts for the S&P, right? Gold, like where else do you want to get defensive, whereas still take advantage of any movement that we see?
Well, I think, not to sound boring, but I think cash is very attractive. Cash is similar in instruments. So short-term treasuries, I think you can even start looking at longer duration. Like I said, the flatteners look appealing. So yes, look at treasuries. Defensive stocks, gold, cash, and put options on the S&P. I would even look at put options on IWM or RUT as well. So, look for that mid-cap sort of space is what we at StoneX are recommending to our clients.
Yep. On the cash side, boring certainly seems to be working for a lot of people right now. Catherine, great to catch up. Thank you very much indeed. Catherine Rooney-Vera of StoneX Financial. How do you hedge some of these risks that certainly seem to be growing right now? The main one obviously in focus today, the Israeli-Hamas war. It is reverberating through many parts.
Reverberating. Yeah, I don't know Palantir. I'm looking up headlines, but I don't see anything. I think Palantir is just running. I think related to AI. And wait a minute, isn't Palantir considered a defense stock? Kind of. I don't know if that would apply. No, that was not Kathy Woods. No. Or again, how many times have you? Yeah, AI military. I think that would make the most sense versus anything else. Again, SPY still at VWAP. Oh, CART on the low. Damn, $2 below. They hate us. LMT. Again, the defensives. It's defensives oil. I was pointing it out there too. Awaz called it out. The yen. So keep that in mind. But a lot of like both defensives like Pew Pew and like defensives like literally the yen and safe havens. They're getting moves there. My voice. Oh, dude, it's crazy. You guys should have been there. You guys should have been there. I think I might have a picture. I do have a picture, but I went to meet the Chads on Friday, and I lost my voice. So I was streaming all week, and then I got together with a bunch of Chads, and then I couldn't stop talking. It was crazy. It was crazy. So it's good. I got to meet a lot of people, and I was very excited about it. But we had way too much fun. Yeah, my voice was already gone on Friday, and then I went out there. Why didn't you know about it? Because I went last second, and again, I don't like to post everything, and I did it just for the guys in Coal Real Estate. I really wanted to meet them, tell them how good they were doing and how proud of them I was, and it was the least I could do. So it was for them, baby. It was for them. I love them, bro, and it was awesome. It was one of the best moments of my life. I'm telling you, it was great to see. Oh yeah, where is there still more stuff there? And then SPY's going up, another bid on the bonds. Watch if the yen brings down the dollar. Because again, the dollar on Friday, that was the only thing that was there. You get a pickup. No, we played ping pong. It was kind of dark outside, so we played ping pong. I didn't get to play. They killed me at ping pong though. I'm not good at ping pong. Chad's is crazy, bro. What energy, defensives, the reverse dollar plays, all of those are good. All right, SPY still work. SL. Oh shit, GLD. Dang. Yeah, bonds are going again. I did get to meet Najee. That was hype. It was very, very hype. I met like 50 Chads. You have no idea. It was crazy. I love you too, Zachary. You know, Zachary was fighting for the Twitch, bro. You know that? They don't know, bro. I love you, bro. God bless you. They don't know. Zachary was fighting for the Twitch. In person, he said, "Don't get rid of the Twitch, Josh." I love it. Bear down, baby. This Chad meeting, it was with Cole Real Estate, baby. Yeah, they saw my face. Big Mike picked me up. So somebody hugged me and picked me up. So yeah, it was nice. We spent like 4 hours. It was great. It was a good time. And now I have no voice. Spy, bro, GLD, that's crazy. That's actually crazy. GLD going up is nuts. Saint Zach shall be known now in the Twitch. He fought to defend the Chad. Tell me you partied like a rock star without telling me. No, bro, you could even ask the guys that were there. We literally just talked for 4 hours. You know, some of them had a beer or whatever. Some of them were vaping, but I did it. You know, we just talked, bro. I'm telling you, it was awesome to see everybody. It was very, very good. Yeah, it was very wholesome. Yeah, there's no phones, no nothing. We just talk, bro. Yeah, Chick 6 Waters. It was crazy. Thank you, bro. Yo, you gave me a lot of them, Kevin. Thank you. I love you, bro. Oh my gosh. This is maybe if I'm like this. Hello? How about that? No, that's a little better. Gas futures are up as much as 16%. That's crazy. Palantir, I don't have any news on it. I think it's because it's defensive. And then even gold is going up, which is crazy. Everyone, God bless you, bro. God bless you. I said they think I was partying crazy in Vegas. I'm like, nah, man. But well worth not having the voice today. Well worth it. Palantir got defense contracts. That makes the most sense to me. Whether just they got a contract or not, but them being defensive. Yeah, Coin and MSTR, they were moving up earlier. I mean, the war in the Middle East. I'm like, my voice is it kind of sounds ugly, so I'm sorry if you have to deal with it. But the Israel thing is bad. And again, if you don't want to get into the politics and the death and like, it's a horrible situation. But it's the thing that is mind blowing to me is this is almost 50 years ago to this day. You had the Yom Kippur War. So, and what this is just, it's something wild out of, this was definitely a black swan to a degree. That's the crazy part is like, we're not even reacting like super nutty, but it's like this was a black swan. It's like both sides, more fighting. Now it relates to oil. Yeah, how it escalated. It ties into Iran. And like I'm saying, 50 years ago, this was the same exact thing happened in the 70s that threatened energy security. So this time it's different because there was a Saudi Israel peace deal. And why that's weird is because in 1973 or like 79, the Yom Kippur War, it was the Saudis sanctioning anybody who helped out Israel. So that's the difference this time around. But other than that, this is a global conflict. If you don't want to get too crazy about it, it's a very big global conflict, and now it's at the element of areas we weren't really worrying about prior. So now you have to worry more about oil and all. It could be huge. This could be very, very big. So that's the quick version with no voice. Oil stocks are bullish because of this. So is gold and everything else. Let me see. This is the video. Someone said it looked great. Maybe we'll keep it up. We'll see. It is a war. Like no, like it's 100% a war. Oh shit! Look at that. That just happened. What the fuck? Yo, you guys see that? Bro, did you just see that? What the fuck? Wow. Bro, this was just live. This is live right now. This is literally live. You just saw that, dude. Yo, that's nuts. Yeah, this is live right now. Dude, we just watched that explode right there. You didn't hear the audio, but it just panned over and boom. That was just literally right now. That's insane. But this is a war. I don't know. This is literally where was it? Let me see. Like Israel has declared war after all of this. So the problem is that it's Hamas, but they're pretty much blaming Iran. But at the very least, Israel has already. This is a war. This is an overnight war in the last 72 hours. This was all over the weekend. Yes, this is Gaza that we're seeing here. I can't believe, dude, we just turned this on. Nothing, it looked like nothing was happening, and then it went, this is the audio. It just, slight sounds in the background. The war, it will eventually be bad for stocks. As of today, I mean, the market's not dying. Remember, we had a really good Friday, but then, even beyond that, this is affecting oil and defenses for now, but if this gets drawn out, we'll have a problem. I hear Arabic. All right, SPY coming down. Procter & Gamble on the low. War is usually bullish, but in this time, I think it will have some bullish effect, but then eventually it could turn out pretty negative. Just depends on what it is. I could understand some of it, yeah. But I can't, I don't hear them. Wow, weekend, yeah. You missed. I met the Chads. I went out to Vegas to go meet the Chads, and then we had a blast. I'm still in the Apple Store, yeah. Oxy is on the high. And then TLT still. SPY hasn't moved in like an hour, bro. Yeah, it's already 7:30. Let's check volume. Volume is at 15 million. Not bad. Actually, it's pretty above average for the first hour. The yen's still going. Oh, yeah. Yen is rocketing. It needs to get out of the gulag, but... Why am I not buying? I'm already in Oxy. So we've had an oil play for a while, but then we don't know how long this is going to last. Again, it's either going to be an issue with Iran and oil supplies and literally turn into what happened in the 70s, or it's going to, remember what happened last week, as we were reacting to the economy. Like, this is the craziest part. It's one thing, like, what's going on is actually wild. But then another thing is, like, if you look at financial markets, bro, you were just dying on oil. Is there another one? You were dying on oil, and then you just came back up. So it's just like this, 4%, 5% down is wild, but 4% up is crazy as well, too. On Yom Kippur, oil did 150 in 3 weeks, yeah. But Yom Kippur, the Saudis sanctioned us. So they literally put a sanction on us. In 1970, as a result of Yom Kippur, the Saudi Arabians, they sanctioned anybody that supported Israel. So back then, it was like the United States, Japan, and a couple of other people. If you supported Israel, Saudi Arabia didn't give you oil, and then the price of oil went crazy. So this time around, the issue, it's not Saudi Arabia, believe it or not, but the big issue is Iran, because there was a report that that this is what they're blaming it on. They said that Iran helped out Hamas to do this to Israel. So that's why now the issue would be going after Iranian oil. And that would be the only. I don't know if the Saudis are going to get involved. So that's the only issue. If the Saudis get involved, then oil is going to go crazy. If they don't get involved, then the only worry for oil is Iranian supply. Is this in the Bible? No. If certain things happen, it could be. I don't know if you get a lot of peace and miracle men at the temple, maybe. But as of now, this is not biblical. It's potentially biblical. That's the issue. Not yet, no. As of now, no. But yeah, the Saudis do have an army, yes, but it's not like, again, it's not like America, but they do, and they buy a lot of our military equipment. They have F-16s and shit, I'm pretty sure. When they talk, well, that was the problem. So like, some people think that because the Saudis wanted it. Oh wait, hold on, I got something. This was a minute ago.
Scoop, Netanyahu tells Biden we have to go into Gaza, Axios.
So literally, Israel's president is telling Biden that they want to go into Gaza. What you're watching here now. Take the day out. I mean, if I really can't like talk, I will. This doesn't hurt me. I just don't sound good. Yeah, this is a Gaza live webcam. We just saw an explosion not too long ago. It's pretty crazy. this could lead the dollar to go up a lot, yes. But then if the other safe havens come up, who knows? But yes, even in the 1970s, what happened was the dollar went insane. So dollar, oil, everything related to it. This isn't good. I'm telling you, this was a black swan. So you guys remember asking me what a black swan was? You know, we talked a lot about that, but this was unexpected. There's one with 4. So again, it's like it's daytime out there. That sounds very ominous. KLG on the high. SPY's about to hit low. Yeah. That's the worry is right now. The worry is what happens over there. The next worry is if it spreads anywhere else. But as of now, it's the real issue is what this turns into. Like I'm telling, this was a black swan. This was not I don't think anybody thought this was going to happen. That's why we'll see once the bond market actually opens back up. I'm already in one energy plays. I might be down for oil futures, but for now, I'm watching. Then dollars coming up. Watch out again. SPY's near the lows.
And was a motivator for the attacks. So it's unlikely that we're going to see a further loosening up of the sanctions on Iran. And I suspect the U.S. is going to make it more difficult for them to export more. We'll see the U.S. pushing, as we have with the company that you just were talking about on the gas side, working with Venezuela to increase output by a couple of 100,000 barrels a day. And I think the so-called Fragile Five will be seeing a big push to accelerate their own production. That's Iraq and Libya and Nigeria and Venezuela.
Given the fragmented nature of production now, do we need to have such a high value attached to geopolitical risk when it comes to the Middle East? Ed, what do you think that number is currently? It must be more today than it was on Friday.
Well, it is. We've seen the jump with nothing else happening other than the events with Hamas and Israel, and the price is up by some 4.5%. Now, that's not a large jump in the world we live in. You'd expect a jump between 5 and 10%, and it's been a less than 5% jump. Even if we look back a couple of weeks, prices have gone down a lot more than they've recently gone up. So it's been a blip. It's not been the kind of response you'd expect after a big event.
To that point, though, we have seen double-digit increases in natural gas prices, particularly in Europe. And I'm wondering if the real story here is about gas and less about oil, particularly when then you overlay what's happening in Ukraine.
Well, there are a couple of things that are recent news on the gas side. Certainly is the Israelis shutting down their gas production, largely because of the vulnerability given the outbreak of conflict, coming at the same time that the
Sky News, Israel cuts off fresh water supply to Gaza.
The natural gas storage situation around the world is very, very high. We're entering winter, which is expected to be mild. So I think there, too, is kind of a blip to headlines on the storage side. And we're seeing a lot of the floating inventory of LNG now going into further inventory as we get into the winter season. So I think it's a little bit premature to say that there's something significant happening on either the gas side or the oil side at the moment.
Okay. Ed, gas storage may be full, the SPR isn't. How much protection does the SPR currently provide the United States?
Well, it provides it a lot because the U.S. is, unusually large as a producer of both oil and natural gas. It is the largest producer of LNG at the moment. It is the largest exporter of combined crude oil and petroleum products. That export position has increased significantly. It's helped ease the global market. We're expecting U.S. production to grow by another 300,000 or 400,000 barrels a day before year end. We think year-on-year growth next year will be between 400 and 500,000 barrels a day. Mm-hmm. It's going to play a significant role in keeping prices lower for longer, in our judgment.
And I thought that the whole thing was like SPR. It was refilled a little bit, but we're still super low, 40% of where it's supposed to be. There's like nothing left. The administration has nothing to give. Is that just totally wrong?
Nothing left when you have over 300 million barrels, and you could export a lot of that while you're already an exporter, reducing prices. So no, I think the SPR option is still a very real one. The government may be reluctant to do so on the eve of an election year. It could come into criticism on it. We are seeing, even as oil prices are going up, gasoline and diesel are not going up as much. We've seen a collapse in diesels and gasoline cracks or refinery yields. We've seen a reduction in their prices, which means that the inventory build that has begun on the product side is likely to continue. So that's the number that the U.S. government is really looking at. It's looking at where gasoline prices are, and they look like they're going down.
Ed, do you think that the United States, with its allies, can crack down simultaneously on Russian oil exports when you're in, and enforce the sanctions more heavily, and Iranian exports and enforce sanctions more heavily? Both of them, in some ways, have been given a pass over the last few months in terms of their exports. Do you think without a significant price rise, we can see both of those two countries having a tougher trading environment?
I actually don't. I think the price cap has been more than modestly exaggerated. The price cap is absolutely not working right now. The Russians are quite happy about that. There may be, less excess buying by China with.
China Premier Li Chang, necessary to vigorously promote digital technology innovation and breakthroughs.
In the Middle East, it's happened because of the tightening of exports by Russia, actually testing the price cap. And in testing the price cap, they've shown that the price cap is really difficult to keep imposed on Russia. So I think I would separate the two and say they had a policy of keeping Russian oil flowing. That policy, in a way, has backfired. But we've seen
So SPY's down 0.5, Dow, NASDAQ down 0.9, Dow down 0.4. So again, there's like literally right now with markets open, there is like a lot of global conflict. Again, you're watching it, and we're going a little low. If anything, the market's not responding that much. So look around with everywhere else. Pretty wild, though, to say the least. Again, new low, though. New low of the day. It's the highs of yesterday, though.
Very much indeed for your time. Ed Moore, Citigroup Global Head of Commodity Research. Coming up, we're going to explore how big banks and trade.
All right, we'll see. My goodness. Bro, that was, I don't know if you guys saw that, bro. This is literally, so this is a live view of Gaza, but you're watching bombs go down right now. Well, like we were just saying, you know, this is a kind of a wildly surprising event, but you're watching action, and I don't think our markets are responding that crazy. That's the craziest part. Where's Europe? I guess Europe was down by like 0.7. The FTSE 100 closed up 0.5%. I agree with that. It's going to get very turbulent today. Not even today, but just like the whole week. You know, they're going to have a lot of different things. Just, this is a situation that everyone's going to have to kind of, you know, it's, if you thought Ukraine was wild, if you have another armed conflict here, that, again, the last time you saw anything like this, even though you've watched, you know, both Palestine and Israel before, this is like, again, this is tantamount to what happened in the 70s. So we'll see what happens next off of it. But yeah, you're literally watching a war right now. That's the thing that sucks. So like, if, you know, some people are like, how is this happening? Why are people behaving like this? Just, I mean, we have had a war in Ukraine for 2.5 years, if not longer. So keep that in mind, where it's like, this is just now war in another part of the country, but it's unfortunate because it's out of nowhere, and it makes everything on the broader scale that much more difficult, not to mention just like violence. And this time, you know, you have American citizens, UK citizens, not to mention over 1,000 people who have already died, which is wild. Very, very wild. Hold up.
To the Israel-Hamas war. Joining us now is Bloomberg's Shonali Basak. So, Shonali, I mean, managing volatility and uncertainty is key for Wall Street. What are you hearing?
Yeah, I mean, the first order effects and then the second order effects. So the first order effects are, as you've been covering, the oil price moves. So you have Pierre Andouran, the famous oil trader who's been up double digits the last 3 years in a row, taking to Twitter pretty immediately, really focusing on the short-term effects versus the long-term effects. The idea here that the short-term won't be as drastic, but the long-term effects could be pretty meaningful. He said that the market will eventually have to beg for more Saudi supply, which he believes will not happen sub $110 Brent. Now, remember, these moves in particular in the market that we've seen on higher oil prices have gotten Andouran himself off the heels of poor performance this year. He has been rebounding from a very negative year to be more positive on the year. He's only down about 15% through the middle of September. Now, they're the second order effects. Earlier today, you did see the VIX start to spike, but it wasn't that much. You're not seeing that volatility seep into the market meaningfully yet. So a VIX at about an 18 handle here is above the average of 17 for this year, but below what you would have seen for the full year average, which means it's still pretty low. Remember, we're still seeing a lot of capital markets activity trying to seep into the market. Take Birkenstock's IPO, just Wednesday is supposed to trade. If it spikes much higher than 19, all of a sudden you have more normal way trading activities start to be impacted.
Shonali, normally in these kinds of scenarios, gold would play a part in people's reaction function. You'd buy gold as a safe haven. That should be a narrative that in some ways continues. Is gold now competing with cash? When you can get cash at 5%, isn't that the ultimate safe haven?
Speaking of cash at 5%, let's look at gold really quickly here on the intraday move, because you have seen gold really muted this year. It was a popular hedge fund.
I'm not going to listen to what they say on gold because, bro, just watch the fact that gold is even up today kind of highlights a little bit. Every other day, the dollar has gone up, gold has gotten killed. But today, you get a little bit of that safe haven bid. So again, my voice is clapped today, so I'm coming in and out a little bit. I'm trying to save you listening to whoever I sound like right now.
Hiking cycle. We've already heard from 2 Fed officials, despite the war, talking about how the work is starting to be done itself in the bond market. Are you still going to see a lot more pain in the bond market as we see a lot of these other inflationary pressures start to come to the surface?
Great stuff, Shanali. Thank you very much indeed. It's interesting. For the last few years, cash has not provided that safe haven. It's yielded nothing. Gold obviously yields nothing either, but maybe those two things competing with each other right now. We'll see what happens tomorrow. European bond markets are open. That's the reaction in the German 10. That's probably the the most obvious comparison you can make what's happening with the treasuries. We're down 10 basis points. Is that a real number? Well, of course it's a real number. Is it a number that is enduring? We will wait and watch and see what happens there. But certainly you're seeing a classic kind of risk-off kind of day, albeit in some ways a muted one. The half-life of these stories, the impact they have on markets becoming less and less with every cycle, it seems. The stock 600 is down by 0.3 of 1%. Energy stocks are in focus. Defense stocks are in focus. That's a kind of obvious reaction. You buy the bond market.
I don't know, bro. This is getting crazy. I don't know if I even want to watch this. This is like wild. So again, this is literally a live view of Gaza right now. It's about 6 p.m. over there. This is live footage, bro. This is crazy. That's why why I have it up here, because I don't know if everybody understands what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real. Like, this is happening. It's been going on all weekend, and even then, like, even into the morning on Monday now. You're watching this, so it's crazy. Yeah, I mean, this has been going on for a couple days, but there's over 1,000 dead. There's hostages. There's citizens from all over. Again, American citizens, French citizens, not to mention Israelis and Palestinians too. It's crazy. This is their 9/11. You could put it like that to a degree. But even in general, this is wild that it's going down like this, especially when, you always have the peace talks, but this is wild. Well, I mean, eventually we'll see where this ends up, and then we could talk about rate policy. But for now, this is all even happening. You're watching safe havens get a bid. The Japanese yen, the bonds. He said, no. He said, why are you doing something? But we have to see what eventually happens, because again, the bond market is closed. You're getting a bid today, so we're gonna find out, over the next coming days. But right now, I'd watch defensives and I would watch oil companies, and that's what people are on. Whose side am I on? I mean, you don't want to hear my answer. I promise you. And why? Because this is, I mean, I've said this. I'm a fan of peace, no matter what. I am always a fan of peace. And again, a lot of people, they see this and they're like, how is this happening? Why are humans still doing this? Why can't we change? And it's like, bro, the whole world for the last 3 years has gotten behind another war. And I've told you guys this the whole time. I said everyone talks about Ukraine, and I always bring up the Middle East. I bring up my people. So unfortunately, this is war. I mean, this is what it is on all sides. So if you support one war, I mean, welcome to the next one. But any sort of violence, I don't support. Well, we'll see if Iran. I mean, do you guys not remember? How many of you remember? That's the crazy part. Is that do you guys remember ahead of 2020? You remember before the pandemic, we had an issue with Iran and we thought we were going to start World War III. You guys remember that? It was right before the pandemic. You had the World War III drafting memes. Does that sound familiar? Yeah. So again, this is like usually right before other things, you know, it's happened. Yeah, January 20. So again, if Iran gets drawn into this and it becomes a bigger issue, I mean, we'll see what happens, but we'll find out how this develops. This is just wild. This is already, again, we had a week of CPI and a lot of other things, but for this to start off like this is wild. What happened to my voice? I met up with the Chads. So about like 50 Chads got to see my face, and we got to hang out at the house for about like 4 hours from like 8 p.m. till midnight. And we were talking all day, you know, and we did our thing. The oil stocks are up because this could threaten Iran's supply. And then it could even, maybe it even threatens Saudi Arabian supply, but that would be crazy. Give me a second. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram. I do hear stuff. But be careful. These sounds are very disturbing. I'll be right back.
Point, and the day after that we'll get a better idea as well. The sense is we're now waiting for how Israel is going to respond, and then markets can maybe price in the next few steps. Ron Dermer, Israeli Minister of Strategic Affairs and former Israeli ambassador to the United States, joining Bloomberg Television earlier to talk about how Israel will retaliate after Hamas launched this surprise attack. Over 1,000 people now dead.
And we're going to have to crush both their capability and also their spirit. They will rue the day 2 days ago. We're going to remember that day. Israel will always remember that day. But all the terror organizations around us are going to remember this period for a very long time and the critical miscalculation that Hamas made, thinking that it was going to be business as usual in Israel. Believe me, it is not. The people are outraged. And they have awoken not a sleeping giant, but a sleeping Maccabee. And they're going to see it in the days and weeks ahead.
Very, very strong words setting the stage for this conflict. And that brings us to the question of the day. With so many unknowns, right, how should investors react to what's unfolding in Israel? So we want to get some more insight here with Eddie Vandervalt from our MLive team, Michael Masika from our equities team as well. Eddie, let me just start with you, because you sort of bridge the gap in many ways with commodities and then the economy and stock markets. How should investors be reacting right now?
Yeah, you know what? I think we've seen a really interesting reaction in markets. These are obviously tragic events, and the effects are much, much bigger than what's happening in markets. But what we're seeing at the moment is that investors are generally cautious, trading somewhat risk off, but not overreacting, right? They are waiting to see how, exactly as Guy said, what the next steps are, just exactly how the situation develops from here. The market will be very much led by the politics here. And one of the big question marks is how much oil supply will be disruptive. Because what we're seeing at the moment is things like, we're seeing oil outperforming, we're seeing gold outperforming, we're seeing the yen slightly bid, we're generally seeing, European stocks outperforming, sure, but that's also on the back of energy stocks outperforming. So what we're really seeing is the market saying, look, at the moment, this is a nervous time for markets, but we're going to wait and see, what the escalation is and whether there is an impact on the flow of oil. And if that is the case, then I think we're going to see a real, ripple effect across markets.
Michael, you've traded things like this. You've been in the situation where you're a portfolio manager. You got an event like this on a Monday morning. What do you see in terms of the reaction the markets are delivering thus far?
Well, Guy, this is like Eddie was saying, this is a very complicated story because it hasn't unfolded at all. Yep. We are just at the beginning. We don't know what's the impact going to be, what's the react going to be. Oil hasn't reacted much, really. The oil prices were much higher 2 weeks ago. Goldman Sachs has an estimate that oil will rise to $100 by next June, and they had that estimate way before the conflict even started. We are around 85 at the moment. Mm-hmm. So a lot of upside potential on oil and on the impact it could have both on equities from a portfolio manager perspective. Definitely, European oil equities, energy shares are something that people might want to look at. Defense is something that people might want to look at. Yep. We've been seeing it today. Defensive equities to protect your portfolios. But even before that, there was some very big caution on the market. I mean, last week, there was a huge spike in put volumes in the US. So already, people have started hedging their portfolio, and that could be something that helps the market, that people are not complacent. Yeah. They are already hedged for part of them, and so that may help the market in the next few weeks.
Yeah, what's interesting is that Goldman did say that even if the Saudi production cut stays, it only adds $4 to the price of oil for their forecast. So it's not even tremendous in that respect. Michael, hedging, though, geopolitical risk, honestly, ever since Brexit, just hasn't paid.
Israel's gallant main goal is elimination of all Hamas targets, says this is a war for country's future.
Look, at the end of the day, I mean, historically speaking, keeping a very, very cold market approach here, but financial markets don't tend to react too much to geopolitics.
And then tech stocks coming down right now.
Usually, you have very specific sections of the markets that are highly impacted. Oil will be the one that is mostly impacted because in case of an escalation, this is where things might change in terms of supply, but also, in terms of how things will evolve on the ground. So I think overall, there's no panic. Yeah. And there's rarely panic on geopolitical events unless they're very, very large scale.
Eddie, though, as you both said, we don't know what comes next. The oil market, relatively muted today. We're up by around 4%. But you need to see that in the context of kind of where we've been recently. We've come up, we've approached 100, we've backed off that a little bit. But if we end up with higher for longer energy costs, how does that change the market narrative? That is going to be something that the Fed is going to have to think about. Central banks have traditionally or recently looked through energy spikes, but they're learning the lesson that actually that could be a mistake. So if oil stays at, 85 to 100 for the next 12 months, how does that change the valuation of other assets?
Yeah. Look, Michael's absolutely right. Geopolitics generally, it's something that creates headlines, it creates ripples in financial markets, and it's quite often very quickly faded. We see that in gold. We see that the exception is when oil prices are affected and when the flow of oil is affected. We saw that with Russia last year, right? When the real supply of energy is impacted, that feeds through into markets because it impacts inflation. inflation. And I think for that reason, what is really interesting to me is how the Treasury market has responded. I know that, of course, the cash Treasury market is closed today, but even in the futures market, what we're seeing is a bid for Treasuries. We're not seeing people trading higher for longer energy prices. They're not trading
The dollar will get much stronger off this if there is a lot more problems and people rush to the dollar as a safe haven. Look around today and you will see the safe havens, even gold, all got a bid. So if this situation gets worse, it will lead to a much stronger dollar.
Or so people more, 12 million more than we had.
Do you want him?
We had 63 million.
He's live.
And we got 12 million more. We did that, and everybody said, "Oh, well, that's a lock." Oh, no. Well, we're gonna have to be very careful. We got to watch. And we have plenty of votes. We got more votes. I worry about the ballots, those fake ballots that they put in. That's what I worry about. And we're not going to stand for it again. We're not going to stand for it together.
He's gonna get me banned, bro. That is gonna get me banned more than anything. I got it. He starts talking about ballots. No, bro, fuck. I tried. Yeah, bro. I got a cough drop. Hold on. But yeah, the effect on the stocks right now, it's defensives and oil. And then even the dollar. And then like Chat AI just said, there's even just every other safe haven, gold, oil, dollar, the yen, they all got a bid right there. So as of now, and then they were saying something really good. Just that we don't know what's going to happen next. So right now, even the market, we are down 1%. Remember on Friday, we went up like almost 3%. But the thing is, like, Italy, Israel has vowed something already, but they haven't done it yet. So we don't know what the next step is going to be. But as of now, you know, the global instability is high, but the question is where it goes. But for now, it's simple. Oil and safe havens. If things get worse, oil supply could be threatened, and then even the dollar has a reason to go up a lot. So again, a little pop. Communications have been on the high. Comcast and a couple of others. Yeah, if any country has bad news, today is the day to let it out. For real, though. Like, because again, dude, we had like, if this didn't happen, we would be so different right now. We would be looking at so many other things, but I did not, remember all of last week I was telling you guys, oh, this week, the inflation, all of that stuff, the CPI, but nobody would have thought that we would have been dealing with this over the weekend and into Monday. So we'll see. Euro close in 17 minutes. And then the yen is still holding. They said take a picture of something. Sora. Yeah. What do they something happened and they just said that take a picture. Something hit something and they said take a photo. RTX a little pop. Is that Costco on the low? And then bonds are still holding it up. I can only translate a couple of it, of a little bit of it so far. Jeez. Right there, bro. We've been playing this for like an hour, and you have already witnessed like 5 or 6 explosions, again already, which is crazy. Again, this was all just from the morning. Remember, there was a lot of stuff over the weekend. Yeah, Israel's currency is at its lowest since February. They even issued money yesterday. I think they did like $30 billion of a lot of other things. Like their currencies, they need to support their financial markets. It's bad for them in that sense. Like what happened was a real problem for everybody. Again, this isn't, I'm not even saying it's one person or the other. It's like over. This is something everybody has to respond. Yeah, the bond, because bond just got a bid. That's it. The bond just took a... Whoa. Yeah, it's about to be nighttime. It's about like 6, 7 p.m. The bonds are closed. The cash bond market is closed, but the futures are open. So you're not even watching like real cash bids coming in. What's this? ISIS is claiming responsibility. What? So this is from Sky News.
Sky News, ISIS claims responsibility for attacks on Israel-Lebanon border attacks.
That's weird. So again, yeah, that sounds weird. I think maybe they're trying to get out of it, but it doesn't seem like ISIS would do that. But literally, there's a headline of that right now. Well, yeah, that's what I brought up the other day, or that's what I brought up earlier. Again, I wish I had my voice to like really get involved in this, but don't forget, Biden literally gave Iran $6 billion not too long ago. That's why this becomes such an issue, because they're saying, again, once they found out Iran was helping, they're like, what the fuck? And then the Saudi Israel deal, there was a lot of moving parts. It's like, it's fucked up that all of this kind of played out how it did. If China, and I don't think China would, but that would be wild. Well, the war stocks went up, but usually, I mean, stocks like war, believe it or not, but it just depends how it plays out. Right now, it's global conflict. They did declare war, and you had a little bit of bid on these safe havens, but where we go from here, I mean, we'll see how the market takes it. I don't think there's any guarantees. We don't know what's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the problem right now, is that we have no idea what is going to happen next. What happens if Israel attacks Palestine in a way, and then they bring in other countries? If it leads into Iran, what if they attack Iran? Like, I'm telling you, it's bad in that sense. House Speaker McCarthy. That's not my House Speaker. Yeah, this can escalate very. So right now it hasn't escalated. That's why it's wild. So right now you've seen all the drama. You're watching the death and destruction, and it's heartbreaking. But you don't know what is gonna happen. Yes, Hamas has a merit. They even have a British hostage too, I believe. Again, there's a lot of people involved in this, unfortunately. But like we're saying, we don't even know what the response is gonna be. So you don't know what is. What you hear? That's from the mosques, I think. But it's we don't know what Israel is gonna do. We don't know what Hamas is gonna do. What Iran. No, it's prayer, I think. Yeah. So does Iran have nuclear capabilities? I mean, ask Joseph, not me. But we're worried about their oil, and then if it just leads into more fighting. Again, it's about to be nighttime over there. It's 6:21 p.m. I mean, the best case scenario is that this turns into nothing. Is that this blows over. You know, they both make their shots at each other, and then hopefully they find a way to resolve it. But it's ominous in the sense that if it doesn't, this could turn into a full-blown. I mean, again, it could be something tantamount to Ukraine in a weird way if every party wants to push it that far. Why it's prayer time. So it's not scary music, you're just white. This is what my parents listened to, and when I was growing up they'd be like, oh, they thought I was a terrorist because we would listen to music like this. So yeah. It's okay, yeah, it's fine. Don't worry, I'm here to educate. It's a safe space. You can feel free to ask your questions. I got you, don't worry. Don't worry. Scary music, yeah. That's why. So whenever there's Middle East conflict, y'all think Arabic sounds scary. That's just how y'all been doing that since 2001. McCarthy. Oh, they're finally talking about the market.
We're joined now by Bloomberg's Lizzie Burden, who's been covering this all day. And Lizzie, the backdrop to this is a very difficult weekend with an Israel-Hamas war. And I'm wondering sort of what the conversation was on the ground.
We've had a strong condemnation to start the day from Keir Starmer, the opposition Labour leader, echoing the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, and of course other European leaders as well. He called the attack by Hamas appalling. And it's in contrast, really, to...
Yeah, bro, you can't, everywhere everybody's talking about this. You can't get away from this today. I'm telling you, bro, I wish I had a voice so I could have read you all of the news in the morning, but everybody's reacting to this. That's, again, we were supposed to have CPI. You do have one more Fed speaker today, but this is getting a lot of the attention. Unfortunate day. Yeah, it's good though. I think it's even we get to go through the event and not say as much. Yeah, you haven't really. Yeah, I saw one Russia headline today, but every other every other headline you've heard is just all about Palestine and Israel. This would, it would overlap in the sense they'd be occurring at the same time, and then it'll draw into quite, again, energy resources, who your partners are, that's the issue. Again, almost 50 years ago when this happened, the last time in 1970s, the Yom Kippur War, it was the problem became from who was supporting Israel and who wasn't, and that's what led to more global conflict. So if that happens again, then we'll have a problem. But if not, we'll see how it runs parallel to Russia and Ukraine. Yeah, it's starting to turn nighttime now. And then SPY is back at VWAP, slightly higher than where we opened. Is the yen coming down? Yeah, yen dropped off a little bit from the high. No, I just lost my voice. I feel great. But yeah. I have AI ready to go too.
Let me know if you don't like Lost Voice Josh. I am here too. Like the video and show love. Don't be a baby back B word. Yalla.
I got you. So just let me know if you get sick of me. I got a backup. But I'm ready. I'm in here, baby. I'm in here. Yeah, I got you. Bro, those keep messing with me.
This is the Mickey Mouse Josh Habibi.
I got you. Is it wrong to feel like the music sounds very unknown?
You can blame Hollywood for thinking this music is ominous.
It's nightfall now. B-Card said I'm a machine. When the stream goes off, you really start working. I mean, the 7 hours of the day is great, but there is a couple of things afterwards. So, yeah, I'm always, baby. It's like I said to you, love working. Love working. No, yeah, I feel like I think it's sad. I think you hear all the sounds. I think it's very mournful. I think is a lot better than like ominous. It's all sad, bro. This isn't like, this is crazy. I'm telling you, like if it leads into a conflict with Iran, and just last time we were worried about this stuff, we had a problem. It was just people were genuinely worried. So we'll see what happens, but it's pretty crazy to think about. I think mournful is a great way to describe it, because it doesn't matter what you guys are like. What side are you on? Like, this is kind of the point I'm saying, is that like these are people. You know what I'm saying? Like people are dying, and it's just regardless on both sides. I'm sure there is very innocent people on both sides, no matter what. You know what I'm saying? Like you have people, so it's just, you gotta, this is what we're living through. And unfortunately, usually we have more answers, and right now we don't. No, I think Palantir's moving off of defense, so I think it's a defensive. As weird as that may sound, but they're related to. Otherwise, there's no other news on Palantir today. Yes, and the bond market is closed. There's cybersecurity. Aren't they doing good too?
With economies, what higher oil prices are going to mean. It's a really difficult spreadsheet to kind of a really difficult model at the moment to try and get right. And I think the IMF meeting could be quite interesting in terms of the narratives that we're going to be hearing from a series of people, Alex. There's a bunch of very smart people coming together here.
Yeah.
Are they going to be able to give us smart answers to what comes next?
Well, ECB President Christine Lagarde said today that the IMF has actually cut its forecast for the global economy. And now you have Israel and Hamas war injecting even more uncertainty into global economies, also when it comes to oil and then what it means for natural gas prices. And that's a real Europe story as well. So let's go through some of this with Anna Stupniewska, a global macroeconomist at Fidelity International. Anna, what do you think we're going to get tomorrow? But then how do we put the overlay of what happened over the weekend onto those numbers in that forecast?
Yeah, I think the IMF, the World Bank meetings are happening in a very tricky environment. The clouds have been gathering already over the global economy. Obviously, growth is slowing everywhere except for the US for the time being. Inflation is sticky. Financial conditions have tightened so much. And now we have this another layer of uncertainty coming from the Middle East and the potential shock to headline inflation that can feed to core and can fit to inflation expectations, which is making the central bank job even trickier now. So this is a very tricky environment for the IMF, for the World Bank, and I think the outlook will be downgraded in terms of growth because these are the headwinds that are gathering.
Economists are having a very tricky time of life at the moment because their expectations, their predictions seem to not be coming true. The US economy has been much more resilient. The global economy has been more resilient, but in pockets. What do you think the degree of certainty that those gathering at these meetings have about what comes next and what the economy is really doing?
The degree of uncertainty within the meetings. Well, back in April, I was at the IMF World Bank meetings, and the overall sense was that of cautious optimism, because the meetings came on the back of the crisis in the banking system, which was handled very well by central banks, and there was cautious optimism. The IMF outlook was called uneven recovery, so they were talking about recovery. And yes, there has been resilience, but mainly, as you say, on the back of the US economy. Other economies have disappointed, including China. Europe is probably now in recession. So I think the degree of confidence is probably low because there are so many moving parts there.
Do you think, Anna, that there'll be another kind of energy shock or energy crisis in relation to what's unfolding geopolitically as well? Because Europe clearly the most exposed to that.
Wow.
Look, it's possible.
Listen, Chad. You guys know what just happened. You just got Bradley Frizzle on the peach. It does prevail once again. I promise not to hit the horn today. But Bradley, Peach Nation, get your ass up. That's what I'm talking about, baby. That's it. I love you. God bless you. I'll show you. All right, man. That was the most No, I'll show you. In honor of the peach. No. In honor of the peach. You guys want to know why I lost my voice? I will show you why I lost my voice. Are you ready for it? Yeah, can you see it? Yeah, baby. All right, let's show it to him. That's why. That's why, baby. That's why. Look at all the chat. That's me, bro. That's why they partied with me on Friday. We just talked, bro, but it was a good time. That's why I lost my voice, bro. That's why I lost my voice. Yeah, bro. Very, very, very worthwhile. Very worthwhile. Mm-hmm. So you got your face reveal. It just wasn't what you wanted, but you got it. You got it, baby. You got it. So shout out to Peach. Shout out Co Real Estate. All the Chads, man. I love you. I love you. It was so fun. You have no idea. It was. Honestly, it's a shame. I wish you guys were there, but like everybody. But it's those guys are very special. What they've done all throughout their life, and just like, again, some of them been with me for years now, 4 or 5 years, and I've watched them change their lives, and that's why I was like, bro, I had to be out there, and I'm so glad I did. So if I even if I can't talk to, even if I can't talk for like a month, it was so worth it. Oh man. Thank you, bro. No, thank you, bro. Zach, I love you, bro. You have no idea, bro. You were very inspiring too, man. And I'm very proud of you and everybody out there, bro. It was crazy. So I'm very glad. I'm very glad, bro. I'm glad I got a picture with all of y'all too. You may not have the picture, but I got it. You know what I'm saying? I love it, bro. I love it. You too. It was a great time, and that was our trial run, so I've always told you guys about a meetup, so we're one step closer. That was our trial run, and it was with flying colors. I wish, dude, I'd love it. You have no idea. Chad is dope, bro. Chad is dope. The Chick-fil-A is being erased on the yen. Germany, Schultz, he's talking. I'll give you guys the headline.
Hamburg's German Chancellor Scholz will discuss situation in Israel with US's Biden, France's Macron, Britain's Sunak, and called this evening.
Yeah, he butchered that headline. China is asking Hamas to cease fire. Yeah, bro, you just see fires on there. MDT on the low. Micron. Love from Israel. Well, hello, Anton. That last play say rice shortage. Where not? The latest headline that was big was Airbus here. Other than that, everything has been all about this Hamas Israel thing. Those Nike Air Surge are going in the case, bro. Bro, is that you? Is that so? You're in the Twitch too? No way. A lot of core real estate guys in the Twitch. I love it. All right. I may have to turn this video. I mean, again, it's gonna be nighttime. You'll probably get a lot more stuff, but even then, we're still gonna be waiting. You're halfway through the day. Europe closed 10 minutes ago right here, and the biggest story is Israel. Is oil dropping? Twitch gang, that's so crazy. Yeah, bro, it's wild. But yeah, I mean, right now, I guess the one question you could be asking yourself is, one, do you think that this CPI is going to be more important, or is it going to be now whatever happens globally? That's the craziest thing for right now, is that we don't know now, because like this week was supposed to be all about CPI, bonds, dollar, and I still think it will have an effect. But if we, you kind of have global tensions again. They came last time you saw this was like March 2022, pretty much the start of the Russia-Ukraine stuff. Yeah, and honestly, I mean, guys in the Twitch, YouTube, feel free to like argue about each other, argue with each other, but like, QE's been saying it right on the head. Just be respectful, because I agree. I don't, you guys are entitled to have different opinions, and I don't mind if you discuss them, but just be nice to people. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. People are dying on both sides, and even if you want to have an argument with somebody, just make sure that you're not really like attacking them, and make sure you are debating the situation at hand. You know what I'm saying? Just no personal attacks. The minute it degrades into like being mean to each other, you're not debating at that point. So other than that, do your thing, bro. Well, again, every news thing is on this situation.
Expiries, but I wouldn't necessarily read too much into that. The scale of the move was massive, but it was essentially a $10 move, right? We also moved from 85 to 95 pretty quickly, maybe not in like 2 sessions like we did on the way down. And now we are kind of crawling back up close to 90 now. The reaction, what we've seen right now, I would argue, is the market pricing out the fears that Saudi Arabia might might be bringing back the voluntary cuts quicker than expected because of the diplomacy going on between, or was at least going on between US, Saudi and Israel. We continue to say that, look, these fears are completely unfounded. My conversations with Prince Abdulaziz kind of confirmed the fact that oil wasn't even a part of the conversations, but the market was very, very afraid of that. Yeah. That's been taken out because of the events over the weekend. Clearly, those talks will slow down, potentially get derailed. We have to see. But the market's definitely not pricing in an escalation which involves Iran. That is yet to come.
So that was my next question. The obvious fear that the U.S. will crack down harder on sanctions on Iran after there was basically some loosening up, even if it was de facto. How should one price that, and what do you think the reality of that will look like?
It's a challenging one, right? Because most of that Iranian oil is going into China, and which is very, very hard to enforce anyways. So yes, the US had turned a blind eye, and maybe now they kind of turn around and say, look, that there will be certain measures or just more of a scrutiny. Potentially a little bit of volumes come down, but at the end of the day, it is only China that's buying it. And it's very hard for the US to enforce any kind of sanctions, given the route that Iran is right now taking to China. I think that's the challenge they have. But yes, I think generally speaking, you might get a bit more vocal U.S. administration, and they had turned a blind eye. You could definitely expect some more, just a bit more scrutiny around those volumes.
Amrita, what is...
So she said something that was big. She was saying that, what's it called? That the Iran stuff is not priced in. That means oil can really rocket up if it is, or if we end up getting an issue there. Keep that in mind.
Given, what we've seen is, again, the pullback has been pretty severe, and people are kind of starting to price in a little bit of okay, at least Saudi Arabia is not going to bring barrels back early. But geopolitical tensions, generally what ends up happening, and remember, even for the attack that happened on Saudi Arabia in 2019, we had this big spike, and it does tend to come back down. So even right now, I wouldn't say there's a lot of geopolitical risk premium in prices. We don't even have a lot of disruptions right now. Libya, Nigeria, they're all operating more or less given where they have been in the past. But even Libya, there's definitely noise around certain kind of, events there. So we should be watching that as well. So I don't think the market's frothy, if that's kind of, the geopolitical risk premium that you're asking. Not a lot in the price right now.
So Guy actually asked me this question earlier, Amrita, and he's like, well, I'm paraphrasing. Why can't the U.S. just pump a lot more? If something's happening, can they actually get more oil out of the ground quickly? And I was like, I'm not sure. I mean, you're already pumping 12.9 million. It's going to take at least, 6 to 9 months, 12 months to get more out. And we've kind of maybe reached the peak of getting out all the good oil. Was I off base there, or do you feel like that's kind of right in the market?
No. You were in Oklahoma City with me. How can you be off base? This is exactly what people were talking about. Alex is right. We are peaking out at around 13 million barrels per day. The best quality acreage has been drilled. And as we heard there from a lot of the executives, the general environment hasn't been particularly conducive to continue producing. But I think for me, the geology is far more important than the regulatory scheme. But we are peaking out in terms of the pure black oil, not NGLs, not gas. And we do have growth slowing quite substantially next year.
So should we expect higher for longer oil prices? Is that the takeaway from all of this? And how do you think that manifests itself globally in terms of the demand story? If say we're in the kind of 90 to 100 range, I don't know, what does that do to growth?
So I think 90 to 100 is very, very plausible. That's kind of where our price forecasts have been for Q4. It is for next year as well. And again, because if you're not producing in the tier 1 acreage for shale, your cost of production or the floor is no longer in the 60s, now is in the 80s. So the 90 to 100 is a fair price, potentially. In terms of growth, right, I keep saying the crude oil price matters a lot less. What matters is what are gasoline and diesel prices doing. Gasoline prices have come off. It's seasonally winter, and you don't get a lot of gasoline demand. So at the pump, we're not paying the particularly high prices. That's the most important factor, I would say. Diesel, of course, is much higher. purchasing power is a lot higher as well. My concern right now with 90 to 100 is not the price level. I mean, that's absolutely fine. Emerging market is fine at these prices as well. It's much more on top of high interest rates. If savings are also being depleted, if interest rates continue to rise, does that put additional burden on the consumer? I don't think the jury is out yet, but that's the concern I have for next year. We already have demand growth slowing from over 2 million barrels per day this year on year, to about a.
Well, it's not really all about money. You know, right now you're probably like, why is Wall Street, talking about oil and all that? It's like legitimately, if this becomes a problem, oh no, another one. If this turns into a problem, this would affect oil. Like this would make whatever we were worried about financially. If you had another, if you had a war in the Middle East right now, and then it got in and it involved the oil producers, it would, what this would do, economically, soft landing, hard land, it would make a huge problem. But you're close to it. But that's why as of now, everyone's kind of just like waiting and watching. It's like what's good. That's why I don't think the market's freaking out yet, because we don't really know what's going to happen. So do you guys remember when Russia invaded Ukraine? It wasn't too long ago, but do you guys remember it was like every other week? You know what I'm saying? Like it was like one attack here, one attack there, and they would go in waves until we found out what was actually happening. So many questions. Jets in the background. Josh's voice. I know it's been a long day so far, but it's still only like 30 minutes after Euro close. Yeah, it's very. I definitely think it's wait and see, because remember Friday. Bro, Friday was crazy. Did y'all forget about that? Bro, remember last week, and then the dollar, and then today you have all the safe havens going up. Like this today is very unusual. Like if you don't really if you don't see it, like it's legitimately like the dollar is up and we're still kind of holding. The bonds caught a bid, gold, oil, everything you could think of got there. So it's like after Friday, for us to be like this on the week of CPI, oh my goodness, it's crazy. It's crazy. So I do think we are in wait and see. Maybe the market moves up. It's not uncommon. Remember I told you guys by the invasion in Russia that worked. Markets are going to be weird, but the issue is if this escalates and what it turns into, and then as it relates to oil, the dollar, and even interest rates. Is that all that matters? No, I feel you though. I feel you, 100%. It's a staple of our current culture. I mean, war is bullish, but unless it's unless it leads to the things that can really disrupt the economy, and then maybe on the back end it would be bullish. But as of now, market's waiting, but, this could be a problem. Is there significance to the $6 billion to Iran? It depends how political you want to get. The point was, though, it happened recently. My Oxy isn't, I'm in shares, I'm not in options. This affects LeBron's legacy depending on how he is forced to respond to the situation. Y'all keep asking me what I believe. Y'all need to go tweet LeBron. Hey, LeBron, who do you support? You know what I'm saying? Another war to finance. We're hard landed. I mean, this is wild. This was actually, I'm telling you, this was on the list of, somebody said it could be a gray swan, but, the last time you've had an issue with, Iran being linked to this, it was in 2020. And even then, the only other time anything like this happened was in 1970, 1980. LeBron, that's just a joke. The LeBron thing's not serious. the fear isn't there. I mean, the VIX is a little bit higher, but PRZO up 140%. PRZO. You just hear it. You don't even see anything. Yeah, they got a PRZO, Australian regulator, approves first commercial drone flights in populated areas near people using Para-Zero. Why are you listening to war noises? I want to see if anything happens, to be honest. I don't want to watch this, but if literally you're either going to get a headline, or if something actually happens here, that will be the next development. So again, people are worried that what Israel is going to do next, and they haven't responded. They've talked, but if they do something, it's completely. So this, in a weird way, this is going to be our live news feed. Yeah, we've had this on, bro. We've had this from the morning, and like if you watch, dude, it's sad. Again, it was daylight not too long ago, and like it was getting awful. Yeah, do you guys notice something about the video? There's already something that happened. I don't know if you see it, but like legitimately, they cut off electricity. That's why this is Gaza right now. You'll notice there's like 5 lights, maybe 50, but they've literally cut electricity and water already. Those were updates in the last hour. I mean, y'all keep blaming religion, but like, so what do we blame Ukraine and Russia on? That's my question. But I feel where everybody is worked up on this. But peace, my peace, my brothers, peace. Yeah, PRZO had some update. I've drank some tea. I have a tea right next to me. I got water. It's good. My voice is kind of coming back. I gotta wait probably like 12 to 24 hours. And then Spy's working its way up. Penn and Disney to launch ESPN Bet to be live before November 20th. Rite Aid Pop. Oh, that'd be nice. Baidu, even Airbnb. Spy's about to hit a new high. Those Mexico president comments from last week hit different now, right? Is it missiles or Israel is trying to get the ground troops, but as of now, it's been this has only been missiles. You sound hilarious. That's good. I'm usually funny. Like when I have my voice, like I could be even more funny. But you know, I'll take it. It was weird. I I don't know if I should tell you this. I felt really uncomfortable. My friend's mom said I sounded sexy, and I said, please don't ever say that to me. She said it in front of him too, and I was like, well, excuse me, because my boy saw me yesterday, and his mom called, and I said, excuse me. So I'll take it, but I was like, yo, calm down. Yeah. I told my girlfriend. My girlfriend says I sound. She just started clowning me. Are those the sirens? It's either I don't. It doesn't sound like the war sirens. This is a live view of Gaza, Hezbollah. Oh, you're getting some. Yeah, Israel reports sirens in South Israel. So look at. There's a headline to what you're watching right now. So a headline just came in. IDF reports sirens in southern Israel. But this is Gaza. Where is it? There's one more too.
Hezbollah will respond to the Israeli attack in southern Lebanon's Lebanese outlet.
Yeah, this is a live video. This is from Reuters. And it is a live video of the Gaza right now. Of Gaza. I don't know if it's the Gaza Strip, but it's Gaza. Matt off of the White Collab. Mattel. They're actually doing good, up 2%. My voice, I'll show you. I love explaining it today. This is why I lost my voice. That's all the chats. And me and the chats on Friday, we partied. I don't know if you could call it a party, but it felt like a party. So yeah, that's why. NVAX shipped updated COVID vaccine. Show some respect, baby. U.S. Army's. Here, I won't give the AI headline. Where is it?
U.S. Army Secretary says we'll need support from Congress to best support both Israel and Ukraine.
Oh, this is the headline. That's a crazy headline. Here. I will let you guys have it.
Monster High and Off-White trademark join forces on legendary Off-White trademark CO Monster High collaboration $MAT.
What is Monster High? I don't know what Monster High is. Are they going to try to chuck Ukraine funding with the Israeli support? I think. I mean, I think they gave them They gave them $6 billion or $5 billion last night. This? What the fuck? Monsters High? It's like, is it a Barbie doll? Is it a fake Barbie? Goth dolls? What? I don't know how. It's the new version of Bratz. Ah, that makes more sense. I'm like, when did this come out? It's not new, it's old. Well, that would be a game changer. ACAT on the high, PSN, bank stocks too. They've been ripping all day. The owners of MGA. What is MGA? That? Who's MGA? Do they make the dolls or what? Here, I'll give you this one more talk.
It's all of our duty to come and protect our country. I'm doing this for my kids, because this war will be a big part of determining the country that they will live in. And this will not be, I don't think this is going to be another operation like we've been accustomed to. This is a war. It is a war of different magnitude than what any of us, I think, have seen at least in my memory.
Shmuel, this is a story of people, of family, of your children, as you cite. This is a story also of people trying to build economically, and indeed a time that you are someone that wants to see a thriving startup community, one which I think you have 24 portfolio companies. It's hard to talk about business in a moment such as this, but how are you thinking about what this does to an economy, to the people who want to build?
I think that what we're seeing today in Israel is the reason that Israel has been so successful as a startup nation. We're seeing hundreds of thousands of people getting out of their lives, getting into uniform in moments, and people have been just rushing into military service. They've actually, most of the phone calls that I'm getting are about people who've been turned away. They're trying to find a spot somewhere to go and fight. And a part of this is the social cohesion. This is the spirit of entrepreneurship that makes Israel successful as a startup nation, is what we're seeing today. I think this is an integral part of Israel, actually. And I think one of the reasons that we will come out of this stronger and better, the fact that this is really a civic society that knows how to also fight. And many of our portfolio companies, the CEOs, developers are now fighting in different areas, and I think it's the way it's going to be. But when we get back to work, we'll get back full force.
How are you using technology right now to inform yourself, to stay connected?
Well, luckily we have a good 5G everywhere. Israel's a small country, so we have the luxury of being in a war zone that has good enough coverage to do a video call.
Sure. And on that note, I just remind our audience that you're coming to us in military attire. You volunteered for a deployment, but you are a venture capitalist. You talked about some of the phone calls that you're getting, be it friends or industry partners. You have Israeli colleagues who are working at Target but deploying capital in Europe, in America. Do you think that any of your friends or partners, or indeed portfolio founders, will come from overseas, abroad, back to Israel to join you in the initiative that you are taking?
Yeah, I think many are. We've helped organize some planes for reserve soldiers who want to get back. And many people are crowding the airports trying to get back and help. And also we're getting a lot of support from our Israeli, from our Jewish, but also from our non-Jewish friends and colleagues in Europe, in the US, in the Middle East. We're offering condolences, support, and help. So we're seeing a lot of outpour. I think people do understand that this is a very unique situation. Probably once in a generation.
sorry to interrupt you. Caroline summarized it completely right, that it's difficult to talk about business and operating right now. But what happens to your portfolio companies? Can you deploy capital? Is there a need to sort of deploy capital because of the situation in Israel and helping those companies continue to operate? Or are they able to continue with some normalcy?
You're hitting another. Man,
So I think
you're hitting another high right now. So you're going up again. Everyone's been talking about this still. Watch oil, energy, the dollar, but you've moved up. I mean, your SPY is about to go positive, and Dow is already green.
business continuity. CEOs have been called up, have been signing board resolutions all morning, getting new signatories instead of CEOs that have joined. And I think we have definitely some people who are not going to join up and will continue to work, and our colleagues abroad will continue to work. So I think we will be able to operate as close to normal as possible, even during the war. It's one of the things that happens in Israel because we are unfortunately used to this. It happens not in this magnitude, but has happened before. Our companies have plans for it, and they'll continue to operate.
Business continuity, something unfortunately that you've had to understand and prepare for. And to that note, we had, of course, Galit Elstein just a moment ago talking about the divisions in internal politics of late within Israel. How much has that affected business? How much has that affected the flow of money coming into Israel of late?
Sky News, Israel seeking a complete invasion into Gaza. Warns Palestinians to leave while they still can.
Of course, affected the Israeli economy. But I think it's absolutely not the time to deal with it, right? Now is the time for national unity. Now is the time to put our divides behind us and just go to the fight.
Shmuel, from a unity standpoint, there are many global technology companies. Intel, for example, has 12,000 people in Israel. They've made commitments to expand their wafer fab manufacturing footprint there. But do you worry about the sort of long-term attitude that global tech players who do have a really heavy footprint in your country now take, how they view Israel?
First of all, I hope they view their commitment as long-term. And I hope they'll understand that Israel still has a lot of unique talent to offer, unique capabilities in the tech space. And I'm sure that once this ends, and it may take some time, but it will end, and we will win. They'll be back full force operating here.
So good. God bless you. I love you, baby.
As they have for many years. I mean, Intel's been here through a lot, and they've still thought it was worthwhile to continue to invest.
No, I mean, I'm trying to explain it today, but everything is uncertain. Until we know the next step, none of this matters. And what I mean by that is that the market is waiting and seeing. So whether we go up or down, I don't really care, because you're gonna wake up to an event. Unfortunately, you have to wait till where we have CPI and a couple of others this week, but you know right now the market doesn't mean anything, just in the sense that I think we're holding up, but all that matters is what does Israel do next.
A return, and I think there'll be a flow of talent back, not out of Israel after this ends.
You're referring to the reaction to the judicial reforms and the debate that caused in the country. Just very quickly before we let you go, will you continue doing deals, Target Global? Will you continue with rounds that you had in the works prior to the weekend's attack?
We'll continue. We have a big international team, and our team will continue to work as normal. So we have a great team and a strong partnership. They'll continue to work, and we'll each do our bit. But we will continue, and we're going to continue to meet all of our commitments to every Israeli company and continue to support our portfolio throughout. And at the same time, we're going to give resources to support people who need our help. Yeah. And there are a lot of
Shmuel Chaffetz of Target Global. We're very grateful for your time. To our audience, you're joining us on deployment. You volunteered as a reservist, but your day job is as a VC, and we thank you for bringing us that venture capital perspective literally on the ground. Thank you.
Do you guys understand that? So the guy you just listened to, he is a venture capitalist and he literally voluntarily went over to be as part of the reservists. So that's what people are doing. Again, people with Israeli heritage, they're even going to fight right now if they want to, or if they're volunteering. That's pretty wild. Again, this is all of this happened over the weekend. QE, you could take over all of it if you would like. I think you've shown good judgment on the day, so feel free to get rid of anything. You are now moderator in the Twitch. Good luck. Good luck. You will get blamed. I don't know if people want to be moderator and they're like, yeah, I get to be a mod, but you are going to take on the responsibility. Because again, if I haven't even banned anybody, they get mad, so that's on you, though. But honestly, you showed great judgment, so yeah, do what you need to do. All right, you're going near the high. Apple's on the high now. Again, we had Mattel that was moving up there. I mean, my thing is this, unfortunately. I mean, the minute as a society we allow one war, other wars are going to happen, unfortunately. That's how I view everything. It's just everyone's shocked that there's another war and that this could be bad, and it really can be, but it's we just spent the last 3 years advocating violence. So what message did that send to every other country and every other person in the world? That's why I'm very confused that, people aren't really dude, this is war. I mean, this is what we have fought for and what and that's why someone was saying it, man. There's a reason why every day we shout at the vets and, and sadly the other people are going to have to go out there for us and, and for others. But it's bro, we have advocated war for how long now? You know what I'm saying? For real. So I get it. You have a right to be sad, and I understand everything, but it's bro, we've been okay with bloodshed for how long? Again, Ukrainians die, Russians die. We didn't react like this. So to say you're outraged right now, I understand, and it's hopefully you condemn all violence, no matter who is holding the weapon or for what reason. You got silenced by memory. It's because you're saying hateful things towards other people. So I already called everybody out, and I said, very simple. You could state your piece, and I'm fine with what you believe, but if you're going to go after and call people names, that's not okay. So you could keep trying to test it, and I understand, but no one's trying to silence you. But if you are going to, you go argue, go debate, but you don't need to attack other chat. That's the whole point. The irony is that these are neighbors fighting with each other. So what you're doing is exactly the same. And there's no point to fight with people. Again, that's kind of especially at a time like now. So hopefully, communicate how you feel. I don't care whether you're pro this, pro that, but just don't be you don't need to attack other people personally. That's all. Apple filled. I mean, even the SPY right now, I'm actually kind of sure we've filled the gap, and we're about to go above it. Remember, these were the danger levels on Friday. I think the markets are up because the bond market is closed and it's calming down, but I don't think we've had anything. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I've been saying is like right now, you got to watch out that you're not going to, like we don't know what is going to happen. So it's like if the market does nothing, that's fine. But I think the next reaction will be once we know what's going to happen. You know, once we know what Israel is going to do. You're worried for me? No, you shouldn't be. So I'm not sick. It's not like I lost my voice. I just lost my voice, but I'm in good health. This was why, baby. This was why. I'm gonna frame this I'm gonna put this in the bottom left. I got to do my first meetup with the Chads. I'm sick. I'm not sick, but thank you. I'm literally like, bro. I was losing my voice on Friday. And then we had a good time. We had a good time. You made me ginger. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, you're going up high ticker. You're hitting a high, you're getting Russia headlines, and then Italy wins EU lawmaking backing for ECB board job.
Sky News, Hamas International Relations says Western settlers are not civilians.
All right, new high. All right, and then I'm gonna turn off the. You guys need to read this. Actually, can I make up to 1,000 Hamas terrorists have invaded Israel?
Up to 1,000 Hamas terrorists invaded Israel, Major Weiss.
Okay, I'm gonna make you guys have this. All right, I need to I'm turning this off. Wait, where is it? Wait, I turned it off, but I can't find it. What the heck? Oh, there it is. All right, I'm gonna play for you. We're gonna go over the 1973 oil crisis. I'm gonna have text to speech give it to you.
In October 1973, the members of the Organization of Arab Petroleum Exporting Countries, led by King Faisal of Saudi Arabia, proclaimed an oil embargo targeted at nations that had supported Israel during the Yom Kippur War. The initial nations targeted were Canada, Japan, the Netherlands, the United Kingdom, and the United States, though the embargo also later extended to Portugal, Rhodesia, and South Africa. By the end of the embargo in March 1974, the price of oil had risen nearly 300%, from $3 per barrel to nearly $12 per barrel globally. U.S. prices were significantly higher. The embargo caused an oil crisis, or shock, with many short and long-term effects on global politics and the global economy. It was later called the first oil shock, followed by the 1979 oil crisis, termed the second oil shock.
Okay, that's step one.
Arab-Israeli conflict. Ever since Israel declared independence in 1948, there was conflict between Arabs and Israelis in the Middle East, including several wars. The Suez Crisis, also known as the Second Arab-Israeli War, was sparked by Israel's southern port of Eilat being blocked by Egypt, which also nationalized the Suez Canal belonging to French and British investors. As a result of the war, the Suez Canal was closed for several months between 1956 and 1957. The Six-Day War of 1967 included an Israeli invasion of the Egyptian Sinai Peninsula, which resulted in Egypt closing the Suez Canal for 8 years. Following the Yom Kippur War, the canal was cleared in 1974 and opened again in 1975. OPEC countries cut production of oil and placed an embargo on oil exports to the United States after Richard Nixon requested $2.20 billion to support Israel's war effort.
It was 2.2 billion. This thing cannot, you don't know how to do numbers. It's 2.2 billion.
Billion to support Israel's war effort. Nevertheless, the embargo lasted only until January 1974, though the price of oil remained high afterwards.
Okay, so let's talk about, so this is all the background into the oil crisis and then the Yom Kippur stuff.
American production decline. By 1969, American domestic output of oil was peaking and could not keep pace with increasing demand from vehicles. The U.S. was importing 350 million barrels per year by the late 1950s, mostly from Venezuela and Canada. Because of transportation costs and tariffs, it never purchased much oil from the Middle East. In 1973, U.S. production had declined to 16% of global output. Eisenhower imposed quotas on foreign oil that would stay in place between 1959 and 1973. Critics called it the Drain America First policy. Some scholars believe the policy contributed to the decline of domestic U.S. oil production.
Again, this is history, so I love it, man. Good to know history a little bit.
Drain America First policy. Some scholars believe the policy contributed to the decline of domestic U.S. oil production in the early 1970s. When Richard Nixon became president in 1969, he assigned George Shultz to head a committee to review the Eisenhower-era quota program. Shultz's committee recommended that the quotas be abolished and replaced with tariffs, but Nixon decided to keep the quotas due to vigorous political opposition. Nixon imposed a price ceiling on oil in 1971 as demand for oil was increasing and production was declining, which increased dependence on foreign oil imports as consumption was bolstered by low prices. In 1973, Nixon announced the end of the quota system. Between 1970 and 1973, U.S. imports of crude oil had nearly doubled, reaching 6.2 million barrels per day in 1973. Until 1973, an abundance of oil supply had kept the market price of oil lower than the posted price. In 1970, American oil production peaked and the United States began to import more and more oil as oil imports rose by 52% between 1969 and 1972. By 1972, 83% of the American oil imports came from the Middle East. Throughout the 1960s, the price for a barrel of oil remained at $1.80, meaning that with the effects of inflation considered, the price of oil in real terms got progressively lower and lower throughout the decade, with Americans paying less for oil in 1969 than they had in 1959. Even after a price for a barrel of oil rose to $2 in 1971, adjusted for inflation, people in the Western nations were paying less for oil in 1971 than they had in 1958. The extremely low price of oil served as the basis for the long summer of prosperity and mass affluence that began in 1945.
Okay, so now I'm going to play you OPEC and then we'll end it there. You need to learn the final part, just that's it. And then it'll be good. Please stop. No, I mean, this is very, I don't mind it. Again, it's way better than me explaining it to you, but this is all very important. All very important.
OPEC, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, was founded by 5 oil-producing countries at a Baghdad conference on September 14, 1960. The 5 founding members of OPEC were Venezuela, Iraq, Saudi Arabia.
Here, I got something for you.
The 5 founding members of OPEC were Venezuela, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Iran, and Kuwait.
Is that what you wanted?
OPEC was organized after the oil companies slashed the posted price of oil. But the posted price of oil remained consistently higher than the market price of oil between 1961 and 1972. In 1963, the Seven Sisters controlled 86% of the oil produced by OPEC countries, but by 1970 the rise of independent oil companies had decreased their share to 77%. The entry of 3 new oil producers, Algeria, Libya, and Nigeria, meant that by 1970, 81 oil companies were doing business in the Middle East. In the early 1960s, Libya, Indonesia, and Qatar joined OPEC. OPEC was generally regarded as ineffective until political turbulence in Libya and Iraq strengthened their position in 1970. Additionally, increasing Soviet influence.
So again, I hope you guys know why that's important. Because same thing can happen again here now too. Or again, if this leads to an issue with Iran oil, OPEC is going to have a lot more strength.
Additionally, increasing Soviet influence provided oil-producing countries with alternative means of transporting oil to markets. Under the Tehran Price Agreement of 1971, signed on February 14th, the posted price of oil was increased and, due to a decline in the value of the US dollar relative to gold, certain anti-inflationary measures were enacted.
This was the 70s.
Because of a severe drain on U.S. gold reserves, leading to higher inflation and lack of confidence in the strength of the dollar, President Nixon issued Executive Order 11615 on August 15, 1971, closing the gold window. This action made the dollar inconvertible to gold directly, except on the open market, and was soon dubbed the Nixon shock, leading eventually to the collapse of the Bretton Woods system in 1976. Because oil was priced in dollars, oil producers' real income decreased when the dollar started to float free of the old link to gold. In September 1971, OPEC issued a joint communique stating that from then on, they would price oil in terms of a fixed amount of gold. After 1971, OPEC was slow to readjust prices to reflect this depreciation. From 1947 to 1967, the dollar price of oil had risen by less than 2% per year. Until the oil shock, the price had also remained fairly stable versus other currencies and commodities. OPEC ministers had not developed institutional mechanisms to update prices in sync with changing market conditions, so their real incomes lagged. The substantial price increases of 1973-1974 largely returned their prices and corresponding incomes to former levels in terms of commodities such as gold.
Okay, there's one more, but it's very. I'm gonna have to play this one too. There's one more thing. Now it's talking about it, but hopefully you have to listen. You gotta. It's a good one. It's a good one.
The oil weapon. Arab oil-producing countries had attempted to use oil as leverage to influence political events on 2 prior occasions. The first was the Suez Crisis in 1956 when the United Kingdom, France, and Israel invaded Egypt. During the conflict, the Syrians sabotaged both the Trans-Arabian Pipeline and the Iraq-Benias Pipeline, which disrupted the supply of oil to Western Europe. The second instance was when war broke out between Egypt and Israel in 1967. But despite continued Egyptian and Syrian enmity against Israel, the embargo lasted only a few months. Most scholars agree that the 1967 embargo was ineffective. Although some members of the Organization of Arab Petroleum Exporting Countries supported the use of oil as a weapon to influence the political outcome of the Arab-Israeli conflict. Saudi Arabia had traditionally been the strongest supporter of separating oil from politics. The Saudis were wary of the tactic due to the availability of oil from non-Arab oil-producing countries, and in the decades leading up to the crisis, the region's conservative monarchies had grown dependent on Western support to ensure their continued survival as Nasserism gained traction. On the other hand, Algeria, Iraq, and Libya had strongly supported the use of oil as a weapon in the conflict. Arab newspapers like the Egyptian...
All right, hold on. Yeah, the UN General Secretary or Security Secretary is making a statement.
While I recognize Israel's legitimate security concerns, I also remind Israel that military operations must be conducted in strict accordance with international humanitarian law. Civilians must be respected and protected at all times.
This is the United
Civilian
Nations.
infrastructure must never be a target. And we already have reports of Israeli missiles striking health facilities inside Gaza, as well as multi-storied residential towers and a mosque. 2 UNRWA schools sheltering displaced families in Gaza were also hit. Some 137,000 people are currently sheltering in UNRWA facilities, with the number increasing as heavy shelling and airstrikes continue. I am deeply distressed by today's announcement that Israel will initiate a complete siege of the Gaza Strip, nothing allowed in, no electricity, food, or fuel. The humanitarian situation in Gaza was extremely dire before these hostilities. Now it will only deteriorate exponentially. Medical equipment, food, fuel, and other humanitarian supplies are desperately needed, along with access for humanitarian personnel. Relief and entry of essential supplies into Gaza must be facilitated, and the UN will continue efforts to provide aid to respond to these needs.
I mean, the UN, and they're kind of
and I urge all
Israel
sides
a
and the
little
relevant
right there.
parties to allow United Nations access to deliver urgent humanitarian assistance to Palestinian civilians trapped and helpless in the Gaza Strip. And I appeal to the international community to mobilize immediate humanitarian support
That
for
was
these efforts.
kind of a clapback against Israel.
The UN Special Coordinator and I are engaging with leaders in the region to express our concern, our outrage, and to advance efforts to avoid any spillover to the wider Middle East.
You see that headline Troy posted?
Even in these worst of times, and perhaps especially in the most trying moments, it is vital to look to the long-term horizon and avoid irreversible action that would embolden extremists and doom any prospects for lasting peace. This most recent violence does not come in a vacuum. The reality is that it grows out of a long-standing conflict with a 56-year-long occupation and no political end in sight. It's time to end this vicious circle of bloodshed, hatred, and polarization. Israel must see its legitimate needs for security materialized, and Palestinians must see a clear perspective for the establishment of their own state realized. Only a negotiated peace that fulfills the legitimate national aspirations of Palestinians and Israelis, together with their security alike, the long-held vision of a two-state solution in line with United Nations resolutions, international law, and previous agreements, can bring long-term stability to the people of this land and the wider Middle East region. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
That's it? Wait, what? And then Chinese. Yo, look, and then a Chinese guy just disappeared too. I gotta finish the other one, but Chinese copper tycoon goes missing. Police believed he's detained by the police. And then Israel just shut down 2 gas fields right now. So literally, Israel. Let me get this.
All right, let me just give you a bit more. First, we'll start with the region, and I'll start with Lebanon. Our peacekeeping colleagues in UNIFIL report they've detected explosions at Al Bustan in southwest Lebanon this afternoon. While they're working to gather more information, the head of the mission and the force commander, General Haroldo Lazzaro Sainz, is in contact with the parties, urging them to exercise maximum restraint and utilize the mission's liaison and coordination mechanisms to prevent further risks of escalation and loss of life. In addition to leadership being in constant contact with the authorities, both in Lebanon and in Israel since the events began, UN peacekeepers in Lebanon have remained present along the Blue Line to maintain stability. They've also adapted and enhanced their presence throughout the area of operations, including counter-rocket launching capabilities. Our humanitarian colleagues, just turning to Gaza, our humanitarian colleagues report over 120,000 people have been internally displaced in Gaza due to concerns over the protection and destruction of homes. You've heard the Secretary General on what we're seeing already in Gaza. 6 healthcare workers have also been killed and 4 others were injured, with 7 healthcare facilities and 9 ambulances damaged. In Gaza, damage to water, sanitation, and hygiene facilities has undermined services to more than 400,000 people. The Gaza power plant is now the only source of electricity and could run out of fuel within days. Also, as of today, the World Food Program has begun distributing food to up to 100,000 internally displaced Gazans who are seeking refuge in UNRWA shelters with fresh bread and canned food. In the next few days, the WFP plans on starting to roll out assistance to up to 800,000 people with food and cash assistance as the situation develops, provided the necessary funding is made available. WFP needs $16.8 million to reach 805,000 people in the next month. For its part, UNRWA says they're sheltering about 137,000 people in 83 of its schools in all areas of the Gaza Strip. An UNRWA school sheltering displaced families in the Gaza Strip was directly hit over the weekend. The school was severely damaged. It was housing about 225 people, though no casualties were recorded among the displaced, but the school sustained significant and structural damage. All UNRWA schools across the Gaza Strip are closed. More than 300,000 students are impacted. Okay, just moving on to Afghanistan. We, along with our humanitarian partners, are now ramping up to the response following the 6.3 magnitude earthquake which struck Herat province in the west of the country on Saturday. Our humanitarian colleagues note that the epicenter of the earthquake was in Zindanjan district, where reports indicate that 100% of the homes have been destroyed. According to community-level assessments, nearly 1,300 people have died and 1,700 were injured in Zindanjan province. In total, an estimated more than 12,000 men, women, and children have been impacted across the 5 districts in Herat province.
Is he talking about
Several
Israel?
hundred households have been also displaced to Herat city. The figure is likely to rise in the coming days as search and rescue efforts and assessments continue. We've deployed assessment teams, and we are providing emergency shelter supplies, blankets, warm clothes, food, hygiene kits, water buckets, chlorine, and dignity kits to those who need it. Our partners have also deployed health teams and are providing trauma and emergency surgery kits. The humanitarian coordinator for Afghanistan, Danielle Andres, has approved an emergency reserve allocation from the Afghan Humanitarian Fund of $5 million to support the immediate relief efforts in the earthquake-impacted areas. This morning, the Security Council heard from Rosemary DiCarlo, the Undersecretary General for Political and Peace-Building Affairs. She noted that in recent weeks, civilians and civilian infrastructure across Ukraine have remained under nearly constant fire. Ms. DiCarlo also said the immediate...
They're already talking about Ukraine. So where was I? All right. This might take a while. I got to continue. This is what I was playing you before. You should be getting updates from the White House pretty soon. I think we're going to have a press secretary and all that. Sirens sounded at Ramat David Air Force Base in the presence of an unidentified plane, Hebrew Channel 7. So literally something else is going on there. It's just getting worse. There's a lot of fires, but literally you got something else happening. Again, sirens at Ramat David Air Force Base. Okay, I'm going to play this for you. Please hold. I need to go to the bathroom. So I will have my friend finish describing the oil weapon to you.
On the other hand, Algeria, Iraq, and Libya had strongly supported the use of oil as a weapon in the conflict. Arab newspapers like the Egyptian Al-Aram, Lebanese An-Nahar, and Iraqi Al-Thora had historically been supportive of the use of oil as a weapon. In 1970, President Nasser of Egypt died and was succeeded by Anwar Sadat, a man who believed in the diplomacy of surprise. In engaging in sudden moves to upset the diplomatic equilibrium, Sadat liked to say that his favorite game was backgammon, a game where skill and persistence was rewarded, but was best won by sudden gambles, making an analogy between how he played backgammon and conducted his diplomacy. Under Nasser, Egypt and Saudi Arabia had engaged what was known as the Arab Cold War, but Sadat got along very well with King Faisal of Saudi Arabia, forming an alliance between the most populous Arab state and the wealthiest Arab state. Unlike the secularist Nasser, Sadat was a pious Muslim and he had a strong personal rapport with King Faisal, who was an equally pious Muslim. The man largely in charge of American foreign policy. The National Security Advisor, Henry Kissinger, later admitted that he was engrossed with the Paris peace talks to end Vietnam War, that he and others in Washington missed the significance of the Egyptian-Saudi alliance. At the same time that Sadat moved closer to Saudi Arabia, he also wanted a rapprochement with the United States and to move Egypt away from its alliance with the Soviet Union. In 1971, the U.S. had information that the Arab states were willing to implement another embargo. In July 1972, Sadat expelled all 16,000 of the Soviet military personnel in Egypt in a signal that he wanted better relations with the United States. Kissinger was taken completely by surprise by Sadat's move, saying, "Why has he done me this favor? Why didn't he demand all sorts of concessions first?" Sadat expected as a reward that the United States would respond by pressuring Israel to return the Sinai to Egypt, but after his anti-Soviet move prompted no response from the United States. By November 1972, Sadat moved again closer to the Soviet Union, buying a massive amount of Soviet arms for a war he planned to launch against Israel in 1973. For Sadat, cost was no object as the money to buy Soviet arms came from Saudi Arabia. At the same time, Faisal promised Sadat that if it should come to war, Saudi Arabia would embargo oil to the West. In April 1973, the Saudi oil minister Ahmed Zaki Yamani visited Washington to meet Kissinger and told him that King Faisal was becoming more and more unhappy with the United States, saying he wanted America to pressure Israel to return all the lands captured in the Six-Day War of 1967. In a later interview, Yamani accused Kissinger of not taking his warning seriously, saying all he did was to ask him not to speak any more of this threat. Angry at Kissinger, Yamani in an interview with the Washington Post on April 19, 1973 warned that King Faisal was considering an oil embargo. At the time, the general feeling in Washington was the Saudis were bluffing and nothing would come of their threat to impose an oil embargo. The fact that Faisal's ineffectual half-brother King Saud had imposed a cripplingly oil embargo on Britain and France during the Suez War of 1956 was not considered an important precedent. The CEOs of 4 of America's oil companies had, after speaking to Faisal, arrived in Washington in May 1973 with the warning that Faisal was considerably tougher, more intelligent and more ruthless than his half-brother Saud, whom he had deposed in 1964. And his threats were serious. Kissinger declined to meet the 4 CEOs. In an assessment done by Kissinger and his staff about the Middle East in the summer of 1973, the repeated statements by Sadat about waging jihad against Israel were dismissed as empty talk, while the warnings from King Faisal were likewise regarded as inconsequential. In September 1973, Nixon fired Rogers as Secretary of State and replaced him with Kissinger. Kissinger was later to state he had not been given enough time to know the Middle East as he settled into the State Department's office at Foggy Bottom as Egypt and Syria attacked Israel on October 6, 1973. On October 6, 1973, Egypt attacked the Bar-Lev line in the Sinai Peninsula and Syria launched an offensive in the Golan Heights, both of which had been occupied by Israel during the 1967 Six-Day War. Kissinger promised the Israeli Prime Minister Golda Meir the United States would replace its losses in equipment after the war, but sought initially to delay arms shipments to Israel as he believed it would improve the odds of making peace along the lines of United Nations Security Council Resolution 242 calling for a land for peace deal if an armistice was signed with Egypt and Syria gaining some territory in the Sinai and the Golan Heights respectively. The Arab concept of the peace of the brave meant there was a possibility that Sadat at least would make peace with Israel provided that the war ended in such a way that Egypt was not perceived to be defeated. Likewise, Kissinger regarded Meir as being rather arrogant and believed that an armistice that ended the war in a manner that was not an unambiguous Israeli victory would make her more humble. As both Syria and Egypt lost much equipment during the fighting, the Soviet Union began to fly new equipment starting on October 12. And the Soviet flights to Syria and Egypt were recorded by the British radar stations in Cyprus, though the Soviets were flying in an average of 60 flights per day. Exaggerated accounts appeared in Western newspapers speaking of 100 flights per day. At this point, both Nixon and Kissinger began to see the October War more in terms of the Cold War rather than Middle Eastern politics, both seeing the Soviet arms lifts to Egypt and Syria as a Soviet power play that required an American answer. On October 12, 1973, U.S. President Richard Nixon authorized Operation Nickel Grass, A strategic airlift to deliver weapons and supplies to Israel in order to replace its material losses after the Soviet Union began sending arms to Syria and Egypt. On October 17, Arab oil producers cut production by 5% and instituted an oil embargo against Israel's allies. The United States, the Netherlands, Rhodesia, South Africa, and Portugal. On October 19, 1973, the Saudi Foreign Minister, Omar Sakaf, visited Washington together with the foreign ministers of Algeria, Kuwait, and Morocco to warn that there was a real possibility of an oil embargo being imposed. During a press conference, an American reporter mocked the threat, contemptuously saying the Saudis could drink their oil, leading Sakaf to reply in anger, "All right. We will." Sakaf met with Nixon in the Oval Office, who promised him that the United States would mediate a settlement to the war that would be peaceful, just and honorable to both sides. Sakaf reported to King Faisal that Nixon told him that he ended the Vietnam War on an honorable basis and now intended to end the October War in the same manner. Israel took heavy losses in men and material during the fighting against Egypt and Syria. And on October 18, 1973, Mayer requested $850 million worth of American arms and equipment to replace its material losses. Nixon decided characteristically to act on an epic scale and instead of the $850 million worth of arms requested, sent a request to Congress for some $2.2 billion worth of arms to Israel, which was promptly approved. Nixon later boasted in his memoirs that the U.S. Air Force flew more sorties to Israel in October 1973 than it had during the Berlin airlift of 1948-49, flying in a gargantuan quantity of arms, though he also admitted that by the time the arms lift had begun, the Israelis had already turned the tide of battle in their favor, making the arms lift irrelevant to the outcome of the war. In an interview with the British historian Robert Lacey in 1981, Kissinger later admitted about the arms lift to Israel, "I made a mistake. In retrospect, it was not the best considered decision we made." The arms lift enraged King Faisal of Saudi Arabia, and he retaliated on October 20, 1973 by placing a total embargo on oil shipments to the United States, to be joined by all of the other oil-producing Arab states except Iraq and Libya. Faisal was angry that Israel had only asked for $850 million worth of American weapons, and instead received an unsolicited $2.2 billion worth of weapons, which he perceived as a sign of the pro-Israeli slant of American foreign policy. Faisal also felt insulted that Nixon had just promised Sakaf a honorable peace the day before he submitted the request to Congress for some $2.2 billion worth of arms for Israel, which he saw as an act of duplicity on Nixon's part. Faisal had been opposed to a total embargo and only agreed to the 5% cut on October 17 under pressure from other Arab states. Faisal felt his efforts on behalf of the United States were not being appreciated in Washington, which increased his fury at Nixon.
All right, hold on. There's more. There's one more, a little bit. There's actually a lot more, but honestly, I like this. I know some of you may not like it, but I hope, in the midst of all of this, I feel like having history, you form your own opinion, do whatever you want, but I feel like hopefully by listening to that, you could understand some of the differences between now and 50 years ago. One of them mainly, if you couldn't tell, back then the Saudis didn't like us. They didn't like what we were doing. This time we have a better relationship with them, more or less. But that's why it's like, again, Egypt was fighting Israel and a lot of other, if you don't understand it, it was like October 5th, 1973. But then that month afterwards, it brought in everybody else. Pretty much the rest of the Middle East got involved in some way. So I'm going to keep going.
Saudi Arabia only consented to the embargo after Nixon's promise of $2.2 billion in military aid to Israel. On the afternoon of October 19, 1973, Faisal was in his office when he learned about the United States sending $2.2 billion worth of weapons to Israel and discussed the issue with two of his closest advisors, Abdullah ibn Abdul Rahman and Rashad Faron.
Ken, send me an email, but don't do anything till you figure out the tax stuff. But I'll get back to you on an email.
Abdullah ibn Abdul Rahman and Rashad Faron. The king called Yamani at about 8 p.m. and told him he was needed at the Riyasa Palace immediately. Yamani told the king, "The TV news goes out at 9. If you make a decision now, we can get it announced at once." The king replied, "Write this down," and announced he was placing a total embargo on the United States.
That's wild.
The embargo was accompanied by gradual monthly production cuts. By December, production had been cut to 25% of September levels. This contributed to a global recession and increased tension between the United States and several of its European allies, who faulted the U.S. for provoking an embargo by providing what many viewed as unconditional assistance to Israel. OPEC demanded a complete Israeli withdrawal from all territories beyond the 1949 Armistice border.
Okay, so now let's talk about the effects. So now I'm going over the history of the Yom Kippur War, and the impact again on both oil and everything. This is history. This is stuff. Believe it or not, I've gone over this in the past in relation to the 70s, but. I think some of you are liking this. You didn't like it at first, and then you were listening, and now I think some of you are like, oh shit, I'm actually learning about what happened. Oh my goodness.
The effects of the embargo were immediate. OPEC forced oil companies to increase payments drastically. The price of oil quadrupled by 1974 from $3 to nearly $12 per 42-gallon barrel, equivalent in 2018 dollars to a price rise from $17 to $61 per barrel. The crisis eased when the embargo was lifted in March 1974 after negotiations at the Washington Oil Summit, but the effects lingered throughout the 1970s. The dollar price of energy increased again the following year amid the weakening competitive position of the dollar in world markets. The Arab oil embargo ended the long period of prosperity in the West that had begun in 1945, throwing the world's economy into the steepest economic contraction since the Great Depression. Lacey wrote about the impact of the Arab oil embargo of 1973-74 that for people in the West, life suddenly becomes slower, darker, and chiller as gasoline was rationed, the lights were turned off in Times Square, the gas guzzler automobiles stopped selling. Speed limits became common and restrictions were placed on weekend driving in a bid to conserve fuel. As the American automobile industry specialized in producing heavy gas guzzler vehicles, there was an immediate shift on the part of consumers to the lighter and more fuel-efficient vehicles produced by the Japanese and West German automobile industries, sending the American automobile industry into decline. The years from 1945 to 1973 had been a period of unprecedented prosperity in the West, a long summer that many believed would never end. And its abrupt end in 1973 as the oil embargo, which increased the price of oil by 400% within a matter of days, threw the world's economy into a sharp recession with unemployment mounting and inflation raging, came as a profound shock. The end of what the French called the Trente Glorieuses, Glorious 30. Led to a mood of widespread pessimism in the West, with the Financial Times running a famous headline in late 1973 saying the future will be subject to delay.
All right, there's a couple more. Well, I'm gonna shift it. I'm gonna literally get him a little bit more on the background of Yom Kippur, but then this is J.P. Morgan just came out with this.
J.P. Morgan on impact of Middle East conflict. Expect short-term spikes in oil prices to continue over medium term while becoming more sustained.
So again, that was looking at the oil shock. So this one is going to go more into the details of the actual conflict.
The Yom Kippur War, also known as the Ramadan War, the October War, the 1973 Arab-Israeli War, or the Fourth Arab-Israeli War, was an armed conflict fought from October 6 to 25, 1973, between Israel and a coalition of Arab states led by Egypt and Syria. The majority of combat between the two sides took place in the Sinai Peninsula and the Golan Heights, both of which were occupied by Israel in 1967, with some fighting in African Egypt and northern Israel. Egypt's initial objective in the war was to seize a foothold on the eastern bank of the Suez Canal and subsequently leverage these gains to negotiate the return of the rest of the Israeli-occupied Sinai Peninsula. The war began on October 6, 1973, when the Arab coalition jointly launched a surprise attack against Israel on the Jewish holy day of Yom Kippur.
Whoa, hold on. Bro, Hamas says they will begin executing an Israeli citizen captive in return of any new Israeli bombings of civilians without pre-warning. So Hamas just made a threat. They're saying they're going to execute civilians. If there's a bomb that's not pre-announced. That's crazy. That's coming out right now. Again, I don't know if the market's responding. I would watch oil and the dollar and all those names to really get an idea. You're just holding 4,300 just stuck.
The war began on October 6, 1973, when the Arab coalition jointly launched a surprise attack against Israel on the Jewish holy day of Yom Kippur, which had occurred during the 10th of the Islamic holy month of Ramadan in that year. Following the outbreak of hostilities, both the United States and the Soviet Union initiated massive resupply efforts to their allies during the war, which led to a confrontation between the two nuclear-armed superpowers. Fighting commenced when Egyptian and Syrian forces crossed their corresponding ceasefire lines with Israel and entered the Sinai Peninsula and the Golan Heights. Egyptian forces crossed the Suez Canal in Operation Badr and advanced into the Sinai Peninsula. The Syrians launched a coordinated attack in the Golan Heights to coincide with the Egyptian offensive and initially made gains into Israeli-held territory. After 3 days of heavy fighting, Israel halted the Egyptian offensive, resulting in a military stalemate on that front, and pushed the Syrians back to the pre-war ceasefire lines. The Israeli military then launched a 4-day-long counteroffensive deep into Syria, and, within a week, Israeli artillery began to shell the outskirts of the Syrian capital of Damascus. Egyptian forces meanwhile pushed for 2 strategic mountain passes deeper within the Sinai Peninsula, but were repulsed. And Israeli forces counterattacked by crossing the Suez Canal into Egypt and advancing towards Suez City. On October 22, an initial ceasefire brokered by the United Nations unraveled, with each side blaming the other for the breach. By October 24, the Israelis had improved their positions considerably and completed their encirclement of the Egyptian Third Army and Suez City, bringing them within 100 kilometers of the Egyptian capital of Cairo. This development led to dangerously heightened tensions between the United States and the Soviet Union, and a second ceasefire was imposed cooperatively on October 25, 1973, to officially end the war. The Yom Kippur War had far-reaching implications. The Arab world had experienced humiliation in the lopsided rout of the Egyptian, Syrian, Jordanian alliance in 1967, but felt psychologically vindicated by early successes in the 1973 conflict. The Israelis recognized that, despite impressive operational and tactical achievements on the battlefield, there was no guarantee that they would always dominate the Arab states militarily. As they had done consistently throughout the First, Second, and Third Arab-Israeli wars, these changes paved the way for the Israeli-Palestinian peace process. The 1978 Camp David Accords that followed the war saw Israel return the entire Sinai Peninsula to Egypt, and the subsequent 1979 Egyptian-Israeli peace treaty, which marked the first instance of an Arab country recognizing Israel as a legitimate state. Following the achievement of peace with Israel, Egypt continued its drift away from the Soviet Union and eventually left the Soviet sphere of influence entirely.
Do you guys want more? There's a lot more. It's good. I think oil will be the play eventually, but as of now, I hope by listening to this, I hope you all realize, this event had it was far-reaching, and it brought in the whole Middle East into a conflict, and it caused a lot of issues. So it's simple. Oil should go up, but at the same time, in reading, I'm just going over the history. It should be as unbiased as possible, but at the same time, it is history, so take that with a grain of salt. But, right now, we don't know what's going to happen next and how big this conflict ends up becoming. So here's another one. This is Israeli preparation.
Prime Minister Golda Meir, Minister of Defense Moshe Dayan, and Chief of General Staff David Elazar met at 8:05 a.m. on the morning of Yom Kippur, 6 hours before the war began. Elazar proposed a mobilization of the entire Air Force and 4 armored divisions, or 100,000 to 120,000 troops, while Dayan favored a mobilization of the Air Force and 2 armored divisions, or around 70,000 troops. Meir chose Elazar's proposal. Elazar argued in favor of a preemptive attack against Syrian airfields at noon, Syrian missiles at 3 p.m., and Syrian ground forces at 5 p.m. When the presentations were done, the Prime Minister hemmed uncertainly for a few moments but then came to a clear decision. There would be no preemptive strike. Israel might be needing American assistance soon, and it was imperative that it would not be blamed for starting the war. If we strike first, we won't get help from anybody, she said. Prior to the war, Kissinger and Nixon consistently warned Mayer that she must not be responsible for initiating a Middle East war, and on October 6, 1973, Kissinger sent a further dispatch discouraging a preemptive strike. Israel was totally dependent on the United States for military resupply and sensitive to anything that might endanger that relationship. At 10:15 a.m., Mayer met with American Ambassador Kenneth Keating to inform him that Israel did not intend to preemptively start a war and asked that American efforts be directed at preventing war. Kissinger urged the Soviets to use their influence to prevent war, contacted Egypt with Israel's message of non-preemption, and sent messages to other Arab governments to enlist their help on the side of moderation. These late efforts were futile. According to Henry Kissinger, had Israel struck first, it would not have received so much as a nail. Response in Israel. Though the war reinforced Israel's military deterrence, it had a stunning effect on the population in Israel. Following their victory in the Six-Day War, the Israeli military had become complacent. The shock and sudden reversals that occurred at the beginning of the war inflicted a terrible psychological blow to the Israelis, who had hitherto experienced no serious military challenges. A protest against the Israeli government started 4 months after the war ended. It was led by Mahdi Ashkenazi, commander of Budapest, the northernmost of the Bar-Lev forts and the only one during the war not to be captured by the Egyptians. Anger against the Israeli government was high. Shimon Agranat, president of the Israeli Supreme Court, was asked to lead an inquiry, the Agranat Commission, into the events leading up to the war and the setbacks of the first few days. The Agranat Commission published its preliminary findings on April 2, 1974. 6 people were held particularly responsible for Israel's failings, though his performance and conduct during the war was lauded. IDF Chief of Staff David Elazar was recommended for dismissal after the commission found he bore personal responsibility for the assessment of the situation and the preparedness of the IDF. Amman Chief, Aluf Eli Zaira, and his deputy, head of research, Brigadier General Aryeh Shalev, were recommended for dismissal. Lieutenant Colonel Bandman, head of the Amman desk for Egypt, and Lieutenant Colonel Gedelia, Chief of Intelligence for the Southern Command, were recommended for transfer away from intelligence duties. Shmuel Gonen, commander of the Southern Front, was recommended by the initial report to be relieved of active duty. He was forced to leave the army after the publication of the Commission's final report on January 30, 1975, which found that he failed to fulfill his duties adequately and bears much of the responsibility for the dangerous situation in which our troops were caught. Rather than quieting public discontent, the report, which had stressed that it was judging the minister's responsibility for security failings, not their parliamentary responsibility, which fell outside its mandate, inflamed it. Although it had absolved Mayer and Dayan of all responsibility, public calls for their resignations intensified. In the December 1973 legislative election, Mayer's alignment party lost 5 Knesset seats. On April 11, 1974, Golda Meir resigned. Her cabinet followed suit, including Dayan, who had previously offered to resign twice and was turned down both times by Mayer. A new government was seated in June, and Yitzhak Rabin, who had spent most of the war as an advisor to Elazar in an unofficial capacity, became prime minister. In 1999, the issue was revisited by the Israeli political leadership to prevent similar shortcomings from being repeated. The Israeli National Security Council was created to improve coordination between the different security and intelligence bodies and the political branch of government. Response in Israel. Though the
Your final one. Honestly, I think this is good though. I hope you guys are learning. I mean, after this, you should pretty much understand how we got here. You know, again, I think that's my job. Is that I'm not here to tell you what to believe, but to give you some context on how we got to this. Again, this is the same, the attack is happening in the same time period as 50 years ago. This is disengagement.
Disengagement talks took place on October 28, 1973, at kilometer 101 between Israeli Major General Aaron Yariv and Egyptian Major General Abdul Ghani el-Ghamzi. Ultimately, Kissinger took the proposal to Sadat, who agreed. United Nations checkpoints were brought in to replace Israeli ones, non-military supplies were allowed to pass, and prisoners of war were to be exchanged. A summit conference in Geneva followed in December 1973. All parties to the war, Israel, Syria, Jordan, and Egypt, were invited to a joint effort by the Soviet Union and the United States to finally usher peace between the Arabs and Israelis. This conference was recognized by UN Security Council Resolution 344 and was based on the Resolution 338, calling for a just and durable peace. Nevertheless, the conference was forced to adjourn on January 9, 1974, as Syria refused attendance. After the failed conference, Henry Kissinger started conducting shuttle diplomacy, meeting with Israel and the Arab states directly. The first concrete result of this was the initial military disengagement agreement, signed by Israel and Egypt on January 18, 1974. The agreement, commonly known as Sinai, had the official name of Sinai Separation of Forces Agreement. Under its terms, Israel agreed to pull back its forces from the areas west of Suez Canal, which it had occupied since the end of hostilities. Moreover, Israeli forces were also pulled back on the length of the whole front to create security zones for Egypt, UN, and Israel, each roughly 10 kilometers wide. Thus Israel gave up its advances reaching beyond the Suez Canal, but it still held nearly all of Sinai. It became the first of many such land for peace agreements where Israel gave up territory in exchange for treaties. On the Syrian front, skirmishes and artillery exchanges continued taking place. Shuttle diplomacy by Henry Kissinger eventually produced a disengagement agreement on May 31, 1974, based on exchange of prisoners of war, Israeli withdrawal to the Purple Line, and the establishment of a UN buffer zone. The agreement ended the skirmishes and exchanges of artillery fire that had occurred frequently along the Israeli-Syrian ceasefire line. The UN Disengagement and Observer Force was established as a peacekeeping force in the Golan. The peace discussion at the end of the war was the first time that Arab and Israeli officials met for direct public discussions since the aftermath of the 1948 war.
Ta-da. So pretty much it took like a year afterwards. The real conflict lasted like maybe a month or two. You got to hear the Arab stuff. Honestly, if you're just coming in, you missed the market effect. That's what we started with. We talked about everything else. But yeah, and welcome Chatadonia. Welcome Nikki B. Oh, bro, Nick B, you were there, bro. I thought I was gonna meet Nikki B, but I didn't. It's okay. I love you, baby. I got really sad. They told me Nikki B was there, and then he left. I said no. Even Ryan too. I was like no. So I missed a couple of the chats, bro. Misconnect. I know I should have posted it on Craigslist. A wedding in Sac. No worry, baby. It's okay. Yeah, the Hamas, they'll begin. That was earlier. Resistance. I honestly think this whole thing, I think the market is waiting and seeing right now. If you didn't if you didn't hear what we just went over, there's a chance that this could blow over in like a year. Meaning that, and then there's also another chance it brings in conflict to the whole Middle East, and then there's another chance that energy and energy security gets even worse. That's why I think right now we're chilling, but definitely a different attitude to what we had on Friday. You know what I'm saying? Like this was it was a lot more time, and there was a lot more things going on with it. I think Egypt has the same agreement with Israel to this day. So you have something else, but that's it. Why am I clapped? It's because we had a cult meetup. I got to meet the Chads on Friday, and my voice was already going out on Friday. And then I met up with them, and then we stayed up all night talking and having a good time. So there. That's exactly why my voice is gone today, baby. So it was good to see some of y'all, man. It was very good to see some of y'all. Did they see my face? What do you mean? That's me, bro. And that's like, I didn't walk around with a hat over my head. I just did that for the picture. But like, yeah, I mean, I'm assuming they saw me. That'd be wild if they didn't. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, maybe it blurred out in real life. They only saw like below the neck. That would have been crazy. That would have been crazy. Prisma and Roger. Where's Roger? Roger, I left you a note, Roger. My voice is clapped, but I left Roger a note, baby. Amen. Did people sign NDAs? No. I mean, bro, it's just we're family, bro. That's all. I'm telling you, I love it. It was a beauty, and it was just like I trust those guys. They've done well for the last 4 years now. You know what I'm saying? Like, honestly, like I have not felt that much at home in a long time. Where, you know, being around people, especially people like I haven't quote unquote met, but it was like, nah, man, it was unreal. I'm telling you, I'm kind of mad I waited that long, but you know, we did it, and you know that everybody, all I felt was love, respect, and like it was very, very humbling. And same thing, bro. To see some of y'all, bro, it was nice, man. It was nice. So nah, just a lot of mutual respect, and it was amazing. You just gave birth to your second child. Congrats, baby. I'd hit the horn, but that's all I could do. It was really good. Well, yeah. Well, we'll see, man. Either way, though, like I've got to meet some of y'all now, and you know that was a nice trial run, so it was good. It was good, bro. It was good. Well, it wasn't like official. They came out for real estate, and then I just showed up. I wasn't supposed to go, and then Friday, I said F it, and I was out there, baby. I was out there. Nah, I'm good. My voice is just gone though, bro. We had a lot of fun. Did I take Swiss Miss? Nah, she was back. She was back in San Diego. She wanted me to go though. She told me. She said, "Run it up, baby. Go have fun. Go see the Chads." It was great. German Air Force intercepts Iranian aircraft. We're doing good. I mean, right now, the market is, you know, you filled the gap, you're holding, but like nothing has happened right now. We look like meerkats popping, dude. It took a while. It took like a minute and a half before anybody realized it was me. Oh wow. Where is it? This headline just came in.
Herzog says not since Holocaust so many Jews killed in single day.
This could lead to the destabilization of the Middle East. If Iran gets involved, then we could talk about World War III. But for now, this is just, it potentially could destabilize the Middle East and energy and a lot of those factors. Do I believe that Israel didn't know the attack was going to happen? I mean, it was a holiday. So maybe I could find you something to go over it, but they call this the Yom Kippur. In 1970s, they call it the Yom Kippur Ramadan War, so on and so forth, because both sides are known to attack on holidays, religious holidays, because they know the other side is worshiping. So it's, again, even pretty much this isn't new from 50 years ago, is what I'm trying to tell you, in regards to both of it. But yeah, both sides, it's very common, as fucked up as that sounds. White House is making comments. Hold on.
White House says Biden directed his team to follow up on coordination with Israel and to continue work with regional partners to warn anyone who might seek to take advantage in the situation.
We haven't had the press briefing yet, though. That's the only thing. I mean, right now there's no China issue, but if we get into like dealing with Ukraine and then a Middle East conflict, that would be awful. I don't think we can handle that. I mean, inflation, right, everything would go crazy. Again, oil, I mean, if this got really bad, oil could go to like $200. I know that sounds crazy, but it's not like if this plays out like 50 years ago, where we'll have a big problem. But the only difference is 50 years ago, you didn't have the Saudis. Like now, the Saudis were the ones who did the embargo back then. I don't think we're going to get that this time around. Unless the Saudis get mad that we're helping out Israel. That would be the only way. That's the weird part. Hopefully, even in the 70s, again, people got mad on how we help Israel. So it's like, depending on how this plays out, that could be factored into it as well. It's still, yeah, it's bad, bro. It's still... This is how it looks right now. So again, it was daytime when we were watching, and now that's not there. This makes sense why Buffett bought Oxy. I mean, he was just already, thinking that oil would be like the 70s, but now this is one more event that makes us exactly like the 1970s. That's the craziest part. I was just telling you that 2 weeks ago. Where's everybody in the chat who's like, it's not the 70s? Well, guess what? Now you have 50 years later, another Yom Kippur war, which is, again, this is another 70s point, which is nuts to think about. If this gets bad, the yen will recover. The dollar's going to go up. Everybody is buying safe havens. That's the problem with all this. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom and get a water. I'll be right back.
7 sessions ago, it was over $95. Why aren't we seeing a bigger rebound?
So I think there's two things, Matt. The first is the crude market has had a bad habit of overreacting to geopolitical events. And the crude market has proven to be extremely resilient to overcoming supply disruptions in response to geopolitical events. Look no further than what has happened with Russian supply in 2022. So I think the market is reticent to jump to a conclusion that supply is going to be disrupted before there is concrete evidence that will happen. Now, if the conflict is contained within Israel and Gaza, there will be very limited supply impacts on crude oil. So that's why we're not seeing that reaction right now. Obviously, if we see an escalation and Israel names and implicates Iran as having knowledge of this attack prior to it happening, that escalation will cause an immediate move higher in crude, I would say to a tune of another 5 to 7% from here.
So right now we're looking at, I'm just looking at OPEC Go on the Bloomberg terminal, and I see the Iranians are pumping out 3 million barrels a day. Is that in jeopardy? The Saudis are pumping out 9 million barrels a day. Is that in jeopardy if things get worse in the Middle East?
Yes. So the Iranian production of 3 million barrels a day would be in jeopardy if things escalate. Israel could launch a direct military attack on Iranian assets, including crude production. Secondarily, though, Iranian exports could be impacted if the U.S., in conjunction with Israel, decides to start enforcing the sanctions, which it has been turning a blind eye to all year. So that is not something that can happen immediately. You can't just start enforcing sanctions overnight. But over the medium term, we have allowed 700,000 barrels of crude to be exported from Iran, additionally to 2022 levels this year. That's the second biggest supply increase globally outside of the US. If we were to start to ratchet that down, there would be another supply implication if this escalates. The third and most severe, if this truly escalates to that level, would be Iran starts to block the Strait of Hormuz, which obviously is a huge conduit for oil exports with 17 million barrels a day.
Operations at Rafah crossing between Gaza and Egypt's Sinai Peninsula disrupted following nearby strict Egyptian security sources, witness.
Is oil, Rebecca, because if I look at, for example, the natural gas market, I see massive dislocations between U.S. and European contracts, right? And I hear all the time that we produce more than enough oil in the U.S. for our own needs. We export oil products. So if we were cut off somehow, if the Straits of Hormuz were stopped and we were cut off from Middle East oil, what would happen to NYMEX crude prices?
Well, to go to your first question, how fungible is crude oil? It's pretty fungible, crude oil itself, but what is not as fungible is crude products, which is what we actually consume. So we're talking about gasoline and diesel, right? We might be able to produce enough crude to sustain ourselves, but that doesn't do much if we can't refine it into a product we use. So that is where we would have this disconnect. The crude would be stuck in the Strait of Hormuz, not able to make it to refineries, not able to make it to its end product. We might have enough crude sitting here, but our refining capacity wouldn't free us from this issue entirely. So it would have broad-reaching, massive implications. Again, that is a very extreme outcome. It's one that's being considered and talked about, but I don't think that...
I can't talk. I barely over anyone. Spies moving up. I could like still kind of whisper now. So we're getting a little bit of improvement here. But Spies going up. Again, Microsoft, everything's leading. Now Spies green. NASDAQ is only down by a quarter.
That outcome of the Strait of Hormuz is clearly something that would be a massive tail event.
Rebecca, thanks for joining us. Rebecca Babin there, senior energy trader over at CIBC Private Wealth Group. Really appreciate your insights. Up next, Eurasia Group President Ian.
My goodness. All right, so Spies still moving again. Bonds are recovering. Bond futures are open, but everything else is down. Yeah, I can't. I could turn up the mic a little bit, but I don't. Do I even sound like quiet now? I don't even know how I sound. It's hard to explain. All I know is it sounds awful. That's the thing I do know. Do you think the U.S. has the capability to help Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan if they get invaded by China altogether? No, but at the end of the day, it's, this is why people are saying a world war. It's just like what you're just like 50 years ago, it draws in all of the people who are picking sides. So then eventually you're going to have the Europeans and the people who support all of the other stuff. And, Russia, they support Ukraine and all of that. And then you're going to have, we'll see if, we don't know if it'll happen, but some people might be like, nah, we're not down with that. I don't think World War III is going to happen. However, this didn't help. There's no other way to put it. This could be potentially very destabilizing. So we're gonna find out. Yeah, there's still a bunch of fires in Gaza right now. There's a couple. And then Spies about to hit a high. Broadcom. What's this? This is a headline.
Ireland requests commission to clarify legal basis for Palestinian aid suspension. Irish Foreign Ministry spokesperson.
Yeah, literally stuff on Ireland right now. I'll play the other one. Ireland, see, again, you're watching, everyone's going to pick sides, and that's why, like, we really don't know how this is going to play out yet. That's the craziest part.
Reland says it believes there is no legal basis for European Commissioner's announcement suspending development aid to Palestinians. Irish Foreign Ministry spokesperson.
How are we pumping? Because oil is, I mean, right now the bonds are recovered a lot. The dollar is still up. If anything, I think we're doing wait and see. Don't forget, on Friday we rallied. Everybody forgot what happened on Friday. We had non-farms. Everybody was excited, even though the non-farms were bad. You had that wild rally. Like, bro, bond, everything was so much different on Friday. This news really got in the way. So right now, I mean, whether we rock it up or we sell off, the next market event will be related to whatever happens with whatever Israel does. A very trippy day. And, I mean, today has a lot of implications of what's going to happen next. That's what I'm trying to say here, where it's like you could wait, you could watch, but the real worry right now is what happens next. So let the market do its thing, but, you know, we're waiting on CPI this week. You got some Fed speakers, but this one's a wild one. There's a lot of unknown lurking around the corner. And then SPY, new high, Jefferson. I'm going to see if I can get him live, but he's talking now.
Fed Vice Chair Jefferson need to move carefully to balance risks of tightening too much or too little. Jefferson will keep in mind tightening impact of higher yields. Jefferson, Fed can proceed carefully amid better risk balance.
Damn, he has a lot of headlines right now. I'm going to paste these all.
Jefferson, rise in long-term yields in the past may have meant investors see stronger economic momentum and need for higher for longer Fed rate path. Jefferson, mindful of lagged effects of past rates as I consider whether we will need further policy tightening. Jefferson, recent inflation data encouraging but inflation still too high. Jefferson, will keep higher bond yields in mind in assessing future rate path.
Yeah, he is a voter.
Jefferson, mindful that changes in real yields can arise from changes in investors' views of risk, uncertainty. Jefferson, labor market remains tight, but labor demand is cooling, supply is improving.
Yeah, he is kind of.
Jefferson, core PCE prices will moderate further as labor market comes into better balance.
These are all headlines. These are all coming out right now.
Jefferson, I am particularly attentive to upside inflation risks from strong economy, labor market, energy prices. Jefferson, expect further gradual easing of labor market conditions. Jefferson, there is a path to restoring price stability without large gain in unemployment. Jefferson, downside risks to economic activity include slowdowns in China, Europe. We are experiencing high call volume. Please remain on the line and the next available representative will write with you.
I'm sorry, I had to, bro. You typed it out for me. Again, you're going up. I think it's off. NASDAQ. The NASDAQ has gone green, or is about to right now. I think the NASDAQ erases losses. S&P at session highs. Yeah, I don't think he's live. Where is he? October 9th. Oh. Oh, yeah, it's already, I mean, we could watch it live, but maybe I should.
I will also facing the economy. Then I will turn to the transmission of monetary policy, including some recent evidence on a source of lagged effects of policy. Finally, I will discuss considerations for monetary policy that follow from efforts to manage risks given the lagged effects of monetary policy.
So all of his statement is
These
written.
considerations include the need to proceed carefully.
So like we could play this and like I don't have a voice, but all of his statements already came out. So everything I already played for you, the market is responding to that. So while we started going up, that was when his speech was released and it's already out there. So keep that in mind.
Recent inflation data have been encouraging.
This isn't
Inflation
Bostic. This is
remains
Jefferson.
Too high.
They sound alike, but they're
over the
different.
12 months ending in August,
He sounds
total
just like
personal
Bostic,
consumption
but that's not
expenditure
Bostic, that's
prices
Jefferson. He's a
rose
voter.
3.5%, the black line in Figure 1. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 3.9%, the red line. To better understand core inflation trends, I find it useful to look at three large categories that together make up the core PCE price index. Because what has been causing inflation in each of these sectors is somewhat different. The first category, core goods inflation, the red line in Figure 2, has slowed strikingly as supply chain related price pressures continue to ease. The second category, housing services price inflation, the black line, has clearly stepped down, as was anticipated given the previous slowing of increases in rents for new tenants. In contrast, price increases for the third category, core non-housing services, the blue line, have yet to show a significant slowdown. Since this segment accounts for more than 50% of overall core PCE index, we will need to see further slowing in this area to meet our inflation objective. Nevertheless, I believe that core PCE prices will moderate further as the labor market comes into better balance. Despite the strong September labor market data we received last week, there is evidence that the imbalance between labor demand and labor supply continues to narrow as labor demand cools while labor supply improves. Even so, the labor market remains tight. Consistent with cooling labor demand, job openings declined by nearly 1 million from
really
the end
dropped.
of January to the
wild.
end of August.
So
Nevertheless,
dollar
as
is at the low
shown
of the
in
day.
Figure 3, job openings remain about 30% above their pre-pandemic level. At the same time, layoffs have remained very low, and the pace of payroll employment gains remains strong, with September non-farm payroll job gains coming in higher than expected. In addition, the unemployment rate is 3.8%, a level that is still near historic lows. The fact that the unemployment rate and layoffs have remained low over the past year amid disinflation suggests that there is a path to restoring price stability without the kind of substantial increase in unemployment that has often accompanied significant tightening cycles. Improvements in labor supply are also contributing to rebalancing the labor market. For instance, since the start of the year, the prime age labor force participation rate, shown in Figure 4, has moved up further. Immigration has also picked up, further contributing to the increase in labor supply. Slowing labor demand and improving labor supply have eased pressure in the labor market. And my expectation is for further gradual easing in labor market conditions as restrictive monetary policy continues to slow labor demand without causing an abrupt increase in layoffs or the unemployment rate. Data we have received so far point to solid economic growth in the third quarter, contrary to expectations earlier this year that the economy would slow. Consumer spending was strong in both July and August. Housing starts, shown in Figure 5, are rebounding after a slowdown that was widely seen as caused by higher interest rates. Despite the signs of resilience in the economy this year, some analysts expected lower economic growth this fall, which leads me to my next topic. What are some near-term risks facing the US economy? So far, the economy has been resilient and inflation has been subsiding. However, I attach a high degree of uncertainty to my outlook and see multiple risks. I am particularly attentive to the upside risk to inflation, such as those associated with the economy and labor market remaining too strong to achieve further disinflation, as well as risk associated with unexpected increases in energy prices.
It's literally the dollar's dying right now. SPY's going up, and again, the market he sounded bullish on his pre-written statements. But other than that, bonds, Fed speaker, and dollar coming down, you're now green on everything.
Inflation above the Federal Open Market Committee's 2% target increases the risk that inflationary expectations become unanchored. Thus, regardless of its source, my objective is to return inflation to the FOMC's 2% target. I just mentioned upside risk to inflation, but there are also important downside risks to economic activity, such as the slowdown in foreign economic growth. China's economy appears to have lost momentum as real estate activity has fallen, and other indicators, including retail sales, also suggest softness in economic activity. In Europe, manufacturing and services purchaser managers indices were both in contractionary territory recently. I am following these developments to the extent that they may have implications for the US economy, especially if conditions deteriorate sharply abroad. As you know, monetary policy is transmitted to the rest of the economy by affecting broad financial conditions,
back to the level. This is
market
crazy.
Interest rates.
So you're approaching a
higher market rates raise the interest rates that households and businesses face and reduce.
So literally, this was the defense level of yesterday. If you guys remember, we were right again, even from a couple days ago. So this is a big deal. I think the market is in its own world. All we cared about was the Israel stuff, markets moving, but now you're kind of continuing that trend you had from Friday. So look out for that one right there. But we'll see again. We haven't had any update yet. Currencies are going nuts. That's why the dollar is down right there.
Higher interest rates, along with higher anticipated path for policy, lead investors to discount cash flows associated with longer-term investments at higher rates. This reduces the value of the stock market, which then reduces consumption through wealth effects and business investment through the cost of capital. In addition, monetary policy affects risk premiums.
That's crazy.
Tighter monetary policy tends to reduce the willingness of investors to bear risk.
You didn't hit that on Friday.
Increasing yield spreads and reducing the price for a range of asset classes and augmenting the direct effects of interest rates and asset prices described earlier. Figure 6 illustrates how long-term interest rates move in anticipation of changes in the federal funds rate. The red line is the average long-term BBB corporate bond rate, a measure of corporate borrowing
even the yen
costs.
looks crazy. This is Jefferson.
The blue line
he sounds
is
like
the average
Bostic, but it's
30-year
Jefferson.
mortgage rate,
He's a
a
voter.
measure of household borrowing costs. Notice that both measures increased in early 2022 in response to Fed communications and in anticipation of increases in the effective federal funds rate, the black line. Recently, these long-term rates have increased further. Moreover, more generally, financial conditions have tightened further, and real long-term Treasury yields have risen significantly. I'll say more on this later. In the speech last spring, I noted
VMW
that we are
on the
still
high,
learning
NVIDIA,
about the full effects of our
Oracle,
policy tightening
O'Reilly.
in this post-pandemic cycle.
Trey,
Thus,
I love you, bro.
I'm also
God
mindful
did for
of
sure.
factors that could attenuate or delay the transmission of monetary policy. One such factor is that the bulk of corporate debt issued by large firms has not yet had to be refinanced since the FOMC started to tighten monetary policy.
I haven't
in
been
March
able to talk since,
2022.
so my voice has been out, but it was worth
Large
it, baby.
businesses
It was worth
rely
it.
on corporate bonds
That's
and
Trey
bank
right there.
loans as
That's Trey,
sources
baby.
of debt
That's
financing.
Trey. They don't know about that life. That's what I'm
Corporate
saying, baby.
bonds
That's
tend
me.
to be fixed
That's me.
rate
I
debt,
want zoom in too
while
close.
bank loans tend to be floating rate debt.
Always worth it, baby.
As most non-financial corporate debt is in the form of corporate bonds that were issued before 2022, the interest rate averaged across all outstanding corporate debt is still low, as shown in Figure 7. This rate will likely increase next year when a large fraction of maturing corporate bonds needs to be refinanced.
We are the
Given this
people
additional
listening to this.
tightening is in train,
This guy got no voice.
it may be too soon to
And
say
then the market's
confidently
ripping, but
that we've
we're
tightened
gonna have to
enough
deal
to
with
return
global
inflation
economics and then
to our
CPI.
2% target. At the same time,
He is really
I will
boring,
be
though.
mindful of the additional tightening and training because of our past rate hikes as I consider whether
I don't even
there
think
is
anybody
a
knows where to
need
find
to
this right
tighten
now.
policy
That's the
further
crazy
in the
part.
future. This leads me to my next topic, considerations for monetary policy that follow from my outlook and risk to it that I've already mentioned. After increasing the target range for the federal funds rate by 525 basis points since early 2022, my view is that the FOMC is in a position to proceed carefully in assessing the extent of any additional policy firming that may be necessary. We are in a sensitive period of risk management where we have to balance the risk of not having tightened enough against the risk of policy being too restrictive. The balancing of these two risks was a good reason for holding the policy rate constant at our most recent FOMC meeting. As I mentioned earlier, real long-term Treasury yields have risen.
So literally, Bloomberg is saying this rise is because of Jefferson. So they are blaming this run-up right now on Fed Vice Chair's yield-related comments.
Is stronger than previously recognized. And as a result, a restrictive stance of
literally, the algos are blaming this on Jefferson and the news. So take it or leave it. It's up to you. But I have a headline: S&P rises on Fed Chair's yield-related comments. And that's just after going green.
Can arise from changes in investors' attitudes towards risk and uncertainty. Looking ahead, I will remain cognizant of the tightening in financial conditions through higher bond yields, and I will keep that in mind as I assess the future path of policy. I will be taking financial market developments into account along with the totality of incoming data in assessing the economic outlook and the risk surrounding the outlook, and in judging the appropriate future course of policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow, thank you. He sounds exactly like Bostic, but it's not Bostic.
That's great. So join me on stage.
He's a voter.
I was just about to ask.
They're literally blaming this on him. They're saying this upside
this is so
because
that I
of
can
him.
read the questions that
And
you
you
all
do have a
submit.
GM
Of course, I walked
update.
away without. I can unlock it. Okay, thank you. Wonderful. I can see the questions have already come in. So thank you for that, Vice Chair Jefferson.
You're welcome.
So let me start with
Dude,
a
the
key
dollar,
debate
bro, the currencies
that
during
we've
that
heard at
were
this conference
insane.
already. And you touched on it a little bit, and that's been how to interpret the changes in term premia when thinking about the rise in long-term yields. Some arguments in the debate suggested that structural developments are a persistent rather than temporary source of higher term premia in financial markets. Do you agree with that premise around persistence? And how would a higher persistence of term premia factor into your outlook for monetary policy?
Well, thank you for that question. It is certainly the case that we are aware, and I am aware of the recent run-up in the real deal, particularly in the long end.
So I don't know if these are
treasuries.
scripted. So see what he says. This could contribute
there could be a
to
variety of sources for that. We think about what the term structure of interest rates is composed of. We have the expected future value of short-term rates as associated maybe with policy, and then the term premium. It could be the case, as I mentioned in my speech, that investors think that real economic growth is going to be stronger than they anticipated, and that's a part of it. It could be that there's greater uncertainty around future interest rates, and so investors are deciding that they would require to be compensated for holding long-term securities. It could be that the equilibrium real interest rate in the economy
this guy, he makes about $300,000 a year.
And so I think right now I have no reason for ruling out any of those different alternatives. What I think about is the real rate that is required to bring aggregate supply back into balance with aggregate demand. I think current policy is restrictive and putting downward pressure on the inflation rate.
Literally,
and
high
that's
ticker,
really what
Amazon,
my
a couple of other
concern
names.
is finding the right
And bonds, big
stance
volume.
of policy to bring inflation down to the FOMC's target of 2%.
Great. So I think, you mentioned that you gave a speech back in the spring, and I had made note of that in preparation for today, that you had talked about the risk of lags reflected in the higher rates and
are
lower
closed,
earnings
the
for
futures
businesses
are
testing
open.
their ability to service the debt. And you went through in your
So
presentation
futures
about
didn't close,
sort of,
but cash bond
large
market
corporates
doesn't
and
exist
rollover
today.
that has to be done next year. Is the worry that because of that lags hit later but harder? Is that something that concerns you, and is there a difference in how you look at various parts of the corporate universe in terms of those large corporates that have to roll over next year? They termed out that fixed rate debt versus sort of the high yield space, middle market or sponsor-backed companies that face more floating rate debt.
Well, the companies that are companies, and I should say households, that are facing the floating rate debt they've already started to feel the impact of policy because they've had to deal with those, the increases that I've talked about in the policy rate since March of 2022. In terms of what's in train is the fact, it has to do with the fact that households and businesses that have had long-term debt that they have been able to hold on to, they
like
have
10
not been
points
impacted
above.
yet by, or to the same extent, I should say. I wouldn't be.
So this feels crazy, but just keep in mind, you're like 5 points above Friday's high.
But we have reason to expect that next year, starting next year, they will. So as a policymaker, I have to be mindful when I'm trying to think about the restrictive stance of policy that the cumulative effect of past interest rate increases has not yet fully been felt. And that's part of the deliberation and calibration that I have to think about when thinking about the future path of policy and what might be done in terms of changes, say in the short run in terms of the policy rate. So I have to be mindful that, there is still in train some restriction associated with what we've already done. And that could influence what I think should happen next.
So this has come up time and again, forward guidance versus data dependence.
Mm-hmm.
When you think about lags of monetary policy, and granted, there are big uncertainty bands around that and the lags and how they impact the economy and when are the largest cumulative impacts, is there still some role for forward guidance in all of this as opposed to solely data dependence?
Well, if we look at history, I showed a graph, I think it was figure 6 in my talk today, where we saw how forward guidance works, right? I don't know if Joe, is it possible to put that figure back up? Maybe not, but what did we see there? We saw that in early 2022, we didn't rehearse this part, so if Joe, if you can't know, what we saw there is the Fed used communication. So this is a very helpful graph in terms of answering this question, because it really shows the role of forward guidance in policymaking. So there were communications in early 2022 about what the Fed's intentions were. And we saw market rates and financial conditions tighten in anticipation of that. And so as long as that is an empirical feature of the policy process, then we do have to be aware of what we say, because that's going to influence what actually happens. And so data dependence is key because we're in an unprecedented period. We're coming out of a pandemic, which could have caused the underlying structure of the economy to be different. And so we have to be nimble because some of the responses that and feedback we get from the economy may be different from what we observed in the past. So for me, in terms of how I think about policy, is and in both.
Yeah. So coming out of the pandemic, significant shock. I recall post GFC, where sometime after
So
the financial
again,
crisis,
Jefferson is
like
responsible for this run up. I don't know if I believe it, but
big rethink,
all of his comments are getting, every one of
what
these
that crisis meant
questions,
for
he's getting
potential
shown up in
growth
red.
in R star. I think I brought down my
There's a
potential
lot
growth
of
forecast
Jefferson
by a full
headlines now.
percentage point
And then
at
you
that
also
time.
got GM
And so
News
when we
too.
think to the pandemic shock and the subsequent fiscal policy shock as well, has that shook us out of the malaise from the GFC, so that sometime, whether it's, a few years from now, we'll look back and say, that shook us out of that post-GFC malaise and potential growth and R star higher. How would you be thinking about that?
Well, R star, I'm a teacher at heart, so I don't want to assume that people know what R star is. I think of R star as sort of the equilibrium real interest rate in the economy. But it's hard to know
if you get
what
above
that interest,
43.37, that could be very good.
Question
again,
as
last
to whether
week
or
we
not
sold
it has
off from here.
shifted up in the post-pandemic
This was the danger
period.
zone.
And the way that I think about that is that I am not going to know for sure until I see an economy in balance. Okay, so perhaps before the pandemic, it was easier to think about what the equilibrium real interest rate was because we were in a non-inflationary environment that was growing.
This one just came out.
Hamas official says open to discussions over truce with Israel.
Yeah, that's coming out right now. So we'll see if that has an effect or not. Yeah, it's coming in breaking as red. It's flashing again. I'll play the headline one more time.
Hamas official says open to discussions over truce with Israel.
That you imagine to be there are in their more stable position. That is not the situation that we are in now. The pandemic was a significant shock to the economy. It disrupted fundamental relationships. We have aggregate supply and aggregate demand out of long-run balance. And so the idea that in a transition period like this, one can infer what the underlying equilibrium value is, to me it strikes me as a very difficult task. So I would be in the camp that we need to wait and continue to do our work to try to bring the economy inflation rate down. It has been the case that the labor market has been robust. And once we're in a point where some of the other fundamental long-run variables that we care about, like 2% inflation is present, full employment is present, then I will be able to think about what the appropriate inference is for R star, the long-run equilibrium interest rate.
So there have been several questions coming in about real rates. There's one in particular that sort of encapsulates a few of the questions in spirit. So real rates, if you're holding policy steady for an extended period of time, real rates presumably are going to be rising. And so when you think forward to the path of policy you envision for 2024,
this part
do
is
you envision
rehearsed.
Cuts in 2024 to
So the
avoid
beginning was
additional
pre-written.
tightening
These are all
in real rates?
I'm watching the headlines come through.
Yeah,
You might
so
even get them.
I hear that question is saying, okay, what's implicit in that question
not coming up on this one.
is that inflation is actual and expected inflation has settled towards the Fed's target.
Again,
of
dollar is
2%.
about to go negative.
That
on
would be
the
a
day.
very good thing. Okay,
And then bonds
so
keep
I'm in favor of that. But we also have the issue of what's actually happening in the economy and the real economy, right? So I cannot answer your question because I would need to have a feel for what's
Hezbollah
happening
just
with
announced they
real
killed someone.
economic activity
Or
in
no,
terms
second member
of
killed.
what its the growth rate
Someone
is
from
of
Hamas,
GDP and what's
Hezbollah
happening
just
in
died.
the labor market, because that's the other side of the picture.
Hezbollah announces
in
second
terms of
member
our
killed in
mandate,
Israeli shelling on
but
Lebanon.
also in terms of our ability to have that outcome with respect to inflation that's implicit in the question about rising rates given any nominal rate.
So economists love scenarios. And so the questions come in about the balance sheet, but it's the balance sheet vis-a-vis where it fits in sort of the order of operations with rates and balance sheet. So in this scenario, let's say that there is a disorderly tightening in financial conditions, sort of that nonlinear tightening in financial conditions. Order of operations, would it be to communicate around the policy rate first? And is there a role for the balance sheet in that? Sort of what would the role, is there a role for the balance sheet if you need to respond to disorderly tightening in financial conditions?
Well, our objective is to have the balance sheet and policy policy decisions working in harmony and not as cross purposes. But I think it would be the case that
there's more info.
I'm speaking for myself as a policymaker, thinking
French have
about
announced
what you're
debts.
saying. It would depend.
French Foreign Ministry. 2 French people have died in attack on Israel, highly concerned about 14 other French nationals about whom authorities have no news.
That's coming out right now.
With regards to what may or may not be happening in the economy as we go forward. So I wouldn't want to prejudge that how we would respond. I know economists like hypotheticals, but as a policymaker, I would want the public to know that we're going to be mindful of whatever is happening, and we will use data in real time to pick an appropriate response.
So there's a question here that I'm going to take a little bit of liberty with this question. And I don't know who poses the question, so that keeps me unbiased with who I choose to, when I choose questions. So employment growth has been strong, and you noted, the unemployment rate. Despite that, the unemployment rate has
announces
been
another
steady,
member killed,
and you've been able to bring inflation down.
Hezbollah announces
that.
3rd member killed by Israeli shelling on South Lebanon.
Underlying dynamics means that we're on the path toward better balance in the labor market. If you continue to see wage growth slowing, if you continue to see a pretty stable unemployment rate, and so it looks like we're continuing to see better balance in the labor market, but you have continued strong job gains on the headline. Does that alone keep you from determining that we're in?
No, this Jefferson speech.
Is it going to be solely
all
down
of this
to
was right when his
job gains
headlines
just
came
continue
out.
to
This
be
is all of Jefferson.
too strong,
or at least
or
that's
really
what people are
robust?
blaming. I think it's the market and wait and
Do
see.
the other factors really matter in terms of what tells you if the labor market is better and better balance?
RCM on the high.
The job gains are, I'm hoping, as I showed in an earlier graph, what we have is labor supply is increasing. Okay. I don't know if Joe can put that graph up there.
Joe has a job.
Exactly. Joe's like, wait, I thought I was going to eat that. Okay, so what the graph shows is that labor supply
so much like
is
Bostic. It's
increasing
crazy.
in terms of if we
He
go by
sounds
labor force
exactly like me.
participation
He
rates.
acts like him, but it's a whole different
labor
person.
Demand is strong. Why is labor demand strong?
But he is like a Bostic clone.
The demand for labor is a
sounds the
derived
same,
demand from the
and it's like
demand for
mannerisms.
goods and services. So then we have to go back to, consumers are still out there buying, and those are good things. So employment growth in and of itself is a good thing. And so I don't ever want to be on the record as saying that that's a good thing, okay? And so we just want the growth to be consistent with what we think is a path for the rate of inflation to be consistent with our target. So if more people are coming off the sidelines and into the labor force and prosperity is being spread, we are for that. And we just want this process in the labor market to be orderly and consistent with the kind of economy that is growing over time in real terms and is non-inflationary.
Right. You talked about the importance of foreign growth in an outlook. When you think about the outperformance of the U.S. this year, and I know that The FOMC made significant upward revisions to growth in the September Summary of Economic Projections. Our own NABE Outlook survey that we presented yesterday, those growth expectations were revised up from 0.4% to 2.1% on a Q4 over Q4 basis for this year. So when you think about both outright and relative to sort of the EU growth, for instance, what do you think has been the biggest driver or mechanism of that outperformance in the US?
Well, coming out of
you broke through the high. That's crazy.
Pandemic.
Yeah, and he is a voter. The only difference between him and Bostic is that he is an actual voter, but you're at the 433 or 43.37. This is actually wild. Again, everything is green, 0.5% now on the NASDAQ, 0.67 on the Dow and SPY.
Consumers are out there spending in the way that they have. That's going to really be a positive impulse to the economy. The fact that the labor market is still so strong means that even as those balance sheets are running down, I think people can look at the labor market and say, well, okay, the possibilities of getting employment are pretty good, and that can lead to an increase in confidence about their own situation, even though surveys may indicate that they're not super confident overall. But if you're watching what people do as opposed to what they say, what we see is that retail sales are going pretty strong. And so the strength of consumption and my view is that the optimism that households, American households have about their the possibility of future income growth and strength is undergirding stronger consumption behavior than maybe I would have anticipated.
Do you think there's, or let me ask you this. So there's been a couple of questions coming in about productivity, and productivity, another difficult concept to measure. But what do you say to communities that you speak to or others when they talk about the advancements in tech, AI, and the labor market, right? Productivity gains, but worry over jobs. How do you spin that narrative?
Well, it's it can be the case that the experiences of different people, even in the labor market as robust as this one, is different. You know, there's going to be a distribution. And so from the perspective of myself as a policymaker at the Fed, what I have to focus on is macroeconomic conditions, okay? And trying to create the type of macroeconomic environment where individuals can choose their paths to prosperity. And what does that economy look like? That economy looks like one in which there is long-term growth with low inflation, okay? So I understand that there will be distributional differences below the macroeconomic level. But in my role as a policymaker at the Fed, what I have to focus on and keep my eye on is the dual mandate and what is consistent with that. The safety and soundness of banks, maximum employment or low unemployment, and non-inflationary growth. And if you look at the history of the United States, when we have that kind of economy over an extended period of time, we have shared prosperity. You see all kinds of people coming into the labor market and coming into the economy, widespread participation and robust long-term growth. So that's what I try to keep my focus on, while I understand
everything he's saying.
That,
the market is listening, unfortunately,
experience
because it's a weird day.
Particular households and communities.
This all started right when this started.
In different ways.
Great. So I'm going to ask a little bit of a selfish question because we awarded the Nobel Prize for Economics today. And it went to Claudia Golden, a woman, for her work in longer run. Yes, thank you, Julia. So she was awarded for her work uncovering the causes of wage and labor market inequality between men and women. And it goes back to work that she had done around 1990. In 1990, she became the first tenured woman at Harvard's economics department. She's the third woman to win the Nobel Prize in economics and the first to win it by herself. And I recall speaking at the St. Louis Fed, their inaugural Women in Economics Symposium with President Mary Daly. Well, she wasn't the president of the San Francisco Fed yet, and Claudia Sahm. And talking about the difficulties in women being recognized in academia, and especially when they co-author papers and things like that. So it was nice to see her win by herself, not only because she gets all the money herself, but she actually gets all the recognition herself. And so the response that she gave when asked why, or what was the gist of her work, right, was that it looked at the long-term evolution of women's economic growth, where there's been enormous change and yet still large differences remain. And so I bring this up because you've done so much work on inequality issues, including poverty and education's role in that. Can you speak to, sort of from a monetary policy standpoint, is there a role for monetary policy in dealing with inequality?
Well, first, I want to congratulate Claudia for this tremendous accomplishment. It's a well-deserved, and certainly her work has been impactful on everyone in the profession and far beyond. So that's the most important thing about this day is that award, and I'm delighted by it. In terms of whether or not monetary policy can directly impact the kind of issues that her work is focused on, I can only say that by creating conditions of general prosperity, can we, in some indirect way, influence that, in the sense that if it's the case that the economy is growing and expanding, and opportunity, broadly defined, is expanding, I would like to believe that that opportunity is one that's spread across genders and races and socioeconomic status and all these and all of the other things that we care so much about. But as a policymaker, monetary policy is not designed to address specifically the issues that she has worked so much on. That's better treated in the other realms of public policy. So what can we do in terms of monetary policy? What we can do is adhere to the mandates that the Congress has given us and create the kind of economy where opportunity is available to everyone, and very importantly, access is available to everyone. And that's where this piece around the banking system comes in. We want a financial system that works for everyone, just like we want an economy that's growing, so that participation and shared and prosperity is being shared by everyone.
Thank you. Well, I think that's a great note to end on. It's a great day to be a woman in economics,
Yes.
But thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you so much for having me.
What's up? Hey, I can talk like this. That's fine. I can do this voice all day now. Good, guys. I'm glad we're here, huh? What? Like the video? No worries. Yeah, clap it up for the guys. Yeah, my voice got a little better on that one. I see. I'm gonna let it rest. You know, no, it's not fixed completely, but we're working on it. You know, we gotta make progress. Yeah, good. Palantir. Good. Yeah, no, and then dollar, dude. That was all Phil Jefferson. That's crazy. So I would read you all of the headlines. We've gone over it, but he was very bullish. The thing he was talking about that I think the markets liked is he was saying inflation coming down without unemployment moving. A lot of Fed people have been saying that lately. Yeah, man, we're getting slight improvements. We've already made it throughout the day. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people are shocked that we're going up. That was the same story on Friday. Today was just a war. So we'll see how that plays out. But we're going to have one more hour, and I don't know if we will have a watch list again. I feel weird without the watch list, but that might be the only, because I can't even sit here and record something that'll actually go through. Venezuela and U.S. progress in talks that could lead to additional oil sanction relief. Yeah, I'm happy to tell you guys again, but I didn't get sick. I just lost my voice, and it's because we had a baby meetup on Friday, and I got to meet up with the Chads. I'm sure you could guess which one is me. You know what I'm saying? Amen. Amen, baby. Amen. So that's why we were partying on Friday, bro. We were partying Friday night with the Chads. Finger to the sky, baby. Yeah, his dedication to the Chad. Amen. Amen. Yeah, it's an honor. Like, honestly, I'm glad I lost my voice. I did it for the right reason, and I'm honored. I'm honored. You have no idea. Yeah, Patrick, bro, I love you, Patrick. You got to see me a while ago. So that was everybody all at once, man. It was great. I wish you were there. It's okay if you missed it. I'm going to see y'all soon. Don't you worry. Finger to the sky, baby. Tell him. Been trying to tell him. So, yeah, I mean, even then, don't forget about this week. You still have the CPI. So right now, we're not, we're not doing, right now, we're reacting. We're kind of doing the Friday dance. Remember, the bond market, even though it's trading, futures are trading, but everything shot up. Where was LT? He was there earlier. LT wasn't in Vegas when I got there. So again, I showed up Friday night, and then even then I got a flight and then it got delayed and then I showed up pretty late and then we just kicked it. But no, it wasn't awkward. I said it earlier. I'm telling you, I've never felt like that. I've never felt that at home in a while. It was awesome, bro. I'm telling you. I'm mad we didn't do it earlier, and this opens up a lot of doors, but above all else, bro, those are great people. Great people. Thank you for the gift. Did you put it up, bro? Yeah, it's wild. Let's see, bro. Hey. You got the coin, baby. God bless you. Your bro gave it to you. Good. Good, bro. Let's go. Say what's that? Yeah, they don't know. Bro, it was very, the only awkward thing, there was only one awkward thing, and it was when I had to sign autographs. They asked me to sign their t-shirts, and I was like, bro, I don't know how to autograph anything, so they got to share my first autograph with me. I was like, y'all are crazy, bro. I said, y'all crazy. Y'all crazy. I was even handed a Bible to autograph. I said, I'm not signing a Bible. No Bibles. That's it. Just besides the Bibles, you know. But I was like, I had to make up a signature. I told them. I was honest. I said, I've never done this before. So I said, this This might not, this autograph, it may not look the same, you know? The lending tip, I haven't even seen LT yet. So, like, I got home and I haven't even, like, I've been out. I didn't even see LT, but he told me I got some silver. He told me the surprise because he told me that he said that you were there, and I was like, what the fuck? Nikki B was there. I was like, no, that's crazy. That's crazy. "4 years. I love what you do. I love you too, man, for real. And like, I don't know, when I say I love you, I mean it a lot more now because after meeting everybody, bro, like who is there, I'm telling you, bro, that's real love, bro. I'm so, like, you have no idea. That was such a great moment, and I'm so proud of like just what we stand for and like the results. You know, when I see people like that are like, dude, it was beautiful. Again, the world is a crazy place, but you know, I saw a lot of beauty on Friday night. You know, and I was like, "Bam, that was crazy." So, amen. Yeah, me and LT are different. Now that you've met us both, I hope you guys know the difference now. How big of an Airbnb? It was huge. It was like, I don't know, it was probably like 4,000 or 5,000 square feet. That thing was massive. That was a massive ass house. Maybe like 3,800. It was huge. Yeah, shout out to Airbnb. And then we're still holding up. Tesla's on the high, bonds, even Palant. HLF. Bro, and then oil is still going nuts. I didn't do anything today. I'm still holding whatever else we got. Well, we're not hitting all-time highs. And right now, remember, this issue started 3 days ago. So about 3 days ago, you had the first attack in Israel. So right now, it's it's been a couple of days so far, but now we're waiting to know what Israel is gonna do. If Israel doesn't do anything, then we'll find out. But that is the next step. And then European, wow. So EU. Here's the reason.
European Commission says no aid payments for Palestinians suspended as there were no payments foreseen.
Is Egypt going to help? They still have a treaty with Israel, so I don't know. They're going to attack Iran. That'd be crazy. That would be World War III. Or at least that would be the start of, more issues again. Or at least Middle Eastern destabilization. Erdogan is commenting. So, president of Turkey, big explosion. Oh, whoa. Whoa. Yeah, that's crazy. Again, Erdogan just made a comment. So, president of Turkey.
Erdogan says peace can't be restored in the region unless a free, sovereign Palestinian state is established.
So again, you're not going to watch the market react. He said, what's it called? He said he pretty much supports Palestine. Is kind of what it sounds like. Another one, bro. Another one. And then oil names are on the high. Yeah, that's indirect support. That's a good way to put it. Bro, again, another one. Bro, what the hell? Do you guys see this? Yo, that's wild. Yeah, now it's a lot. It was like 6 a.m. when we were watching the first one, but it's almost midnight. The bonds, I mean, the war is bringing down the bonds, and the bond futures are closed. So, or excuse me, bond market, bond futures are open. So you're kind of just getting a nice little bid there. But I also think, you know, global demand for safe havens is all over the place. God bless you, Patrick. Have a great day. I love you. Yeah, they activated. We were watching it earlier, but there's people in America are going to serve in Israel already. So there's like hedge fund managers and people in private equity that are Jewish, and they have already volunteered to go over to Israel to fight as part of the reserves. So yeah, this is only day number 3. We went over a lot of history today. Lots of people, yeah, I'm sorry to hear. It's great, dude. It's crazy. Again, I'm surprised that it's still like surreal that this is actually happening like 50 years later, and it's just like this. It's all crazy. Next, I'll be watching bank earnings, but even then, you have Pepsi tomorrow, I believe. So we have a couple of earnings tomorrow. I will be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you.
That it could also be Jordan and Russia. So if supply comes off the market, we could see a big rally. We don't know if that's the case, and I would actually say technicals may suggest the opposite. Gasoline also rallying, up 2% at the highs, up closer to 4% at that point, the best day since March of this year. And then finally, European natural gas up 15%. You all were just talking with Alex about Chevron being ordered by Israel to shut down one of their key gas fields. Well, that is puts a crimp on the supply for liquefied natural gas. So here we have European natural gas in particular soaring up 15%, the best day since August for me.
Of course, we'll be tracking this all day. Our thanks there to Abigail Doolittle. We do want to pivot from the commodities space and take a broader look at the global economy. The latest report from the Bloomberg Trade Tracker, it actually shows global trade is poised to turn a corner, and the worst of the downturn may actually finally be in that rearview mirror. For a closer look at the trade industry, we're joined by somebody who knows a lot about it. Gene Soroka joining us right now. He is the executive director of the Port of Los Angeles. Just a minor port here in our economic system. Great to have you here on set, Gene.
Good to see you.
Let's talk a little bit about kind of the pulse of what's going on in terms of the flow of ships. And are we seeing, I guess, a normalization of activity or something, I guess, different?
Yeah, cargo flow operationally is more normal compared to the way we used to see it. All the vital statistics I look at based on velocity of ships, cargo movement, seem to be in really good shape. But there's still a lot of inventory remain here throughout the United States. In fact, the Fred data says that we've still got an inventory sales ratio of 1.40, meaning that we've got 40% more inventory behind every retail sale we make. That's got to continue to come down and be worked through the system.
This may be a dumb question, but I mean, looking ahead to the holiday season, is this something, what you just told us, does that impact, I guess, what we're going to see in terms of flows, or have all those holiday goods already made it to our shore?
You'll still see holiday cargo coming through during the month of October, leading just about up to Thanksgiving with the last-minute products that are speeding through market. And so far, all indications are the cargo's getting to market, to distribution and regional distribution centers smoothly, unlike what we recently saw in years past.
Well, when it comes to those elevated inventory levels, is it safe to assume then that we're going to see
see some hefty discounts to try to clear it out?
If you're like me, you're getting emails almost every day from your favorite retailer. And by Friday, when they say that sale is closing out, it comes around the next Monday again. Realistically speaking, the hotter items, those that are geared towards the kids and the holiday products, will be coming through. But still, working down that older product is important. Imports to the U.S. this year are down about 18% overall. LA is very similar right now. And what we can see is the biggest lever to that is furniture. During COVID, a lot of folks bought a new desk, couch, dining room table, large, bulky items that take up a lot of...
If you want to find the feed, this one's like DD Cyprus link, but if you just go search Reuters, you'll find it. They're all on YouTube. I mean, they're everywhere right now. You could even look at like CCTV footage if you're familiar with how to get that. So it's everywhere, but just for the update.
The retailers, other importers start pushing their cargo back to LA in a little bit larger volume. We'll now, with the September figures, have 2 consecutive months of year-on-year growth, the first time that's happened in 13 months.
Was there any sort of longer-term, I guess, fallout from the disruptions that we saw during the pandemic, where we know that a lot of folks were looking for alternative ports to go into? Some found smaller ports, and whether it's on the Gulf or on the East Coast here. Did any of that stick longer term?
Yes, and it will. History has shown over the last 20 years, Romaine, that when we had certain episodes or shock to the supply chain on the West Coast, in LA, Long Beach specifically, cargo has found its other way. 4 corner strategies, port diversification concepts, and some of it sticks. A lot will come back, but not all of it. And that's why we're out there campaigning for every pound of freight possible.
I do want to get your thoughts here on just weather conditions. As you know, there have been a lot of areas of trade routes around the world that have been affected by drought, not necessarily in that Los Angeles area specifically here, but we know with the Panama Canal, and of course there's been a lot of discussions about some of the river routes that I know you don't necessarily have to traffic in here, but how severe is that right now, not only in the here and now, but in terms of planning for the future?
It's enough to put yet another important variable in the equation for all these supply chain folks making decisions. We've seen some cargo booked out of Asia that's now coming to LA, typically would go through the Panama Canal, but concerns about that third lock's draft level and the ability to really fill those ships has folks changing their minds just a little bit. This too will be cyclical, but it's just one more piece to this overall equation that becomes so complex.
Well, talk to us a little bit more about that, because extreme weather, we've seen a lot of it over the past year. There's predictions that we're going to continue to see a lot of it. Has that changed?
Yeah, Netanyahu is going to be speaking shortly. And then Palestinian president making a headline right now. But I'll have it when he comes live. Netanyahu is going to go live soon.
Palestinian president calls on UN to immediately intervene to stop ongoing Israeli aggression, especially in Gaza, official news agency Wafa.
Market's kind of coming down. Let's see. I'm gonna turn. That's again. Chad was telling me there was a lot of just in the last like 10 minutes. There was like 3 or 4 big explosions there in Gaza. The dollar was down though. I mean, if anything, the real key is what's gonna happen to oil. And then what's going to happen to literally, the bonds when we open up tomorrow morning. So again, bond futures are trading, but the bond market is actually closed. So we are going to find out. We will see. Well, yeah, I mean, you're already getting a lot of back and forth. Again, Palestine is saying stop it now, or you've heard a lot of stuff here in the morning. Remember, this is day number 3. That's one thing to keep in mind. It's starting, the Netanyahu speech or what? I'm waiting for that. Yeah, tomorrow. I think tomorrow bond market will be huge. We need to see it, but then again, like you're waking up to fear, even though the market's not feeling it, and in their own world. I mean, a war in the Middle East. I mean, if that could change the Fed possibly, or at least that'll get people. Let's see if everything's been a global drainage, so we'll find out if when it's like real cash money, are people trying to buy. Bonds are creepy. Well, I mean, right now it's just people get the fear bid, but remember, last month has been all about how bonds don't protect you and how we have to. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody, the rates have been blown out. So if we run into a fear problem, do people actually respond? That will be the key. So tomorrow we'll I'll get a cash open and see what's up with it. TLT, it could. If so, that's what we're going to look for, is that we want to see when the cash market opens up, do people buy the bonds like they do today? I would think they would rip. Yeah, exactly. But who knows? Again, there's a lot of pressure on yields. And then remember, we're worried about the CPI. The CPI is... that's the thing on Thursday that we were waiting for. That was going to determine the rest of the month for us up until earnings. This type of escalation, you would think it would cause yields to get cut, yes, unless there was a problem with oil and then it led to oil running up and then we had more inflation problems to deal with. That's why it gets a little tricky. But in the 70s, in the first Yom Kippur, the third Yom Kippur war, there was, eventually Powell, or not Powell, excuse me, who was it? It was either Burns or Volcker. You had reactions then. I think it was Arthur Burns. Biden considering a huge 100 million Ukraine package. Wait, 100 billion for Ukraine? Wow, I thought he was going to give that to Israel. I guess he has two. Tesla's on the high. Coinbase running up to. Yeah, ISRGs, they're slightly red. OM is dying, down 4.7. OM. Israel orders Chevron to close Tamar gas field. Bro, 100 billion to Ukraine. That's not even Israel. That said Ukraine. Why is everything running? I think because bonds are up and the dollar is down, but I also think we're waiting. I mean, remember, by the invasion. That's what we've talked about it's always awkward, but like bad things happen and the market goes up. But for the most part, I think we're waiting. And remember, we were ripping on Friday from a short squeeze. Friday was the bad data, then we all went up, and then it's leading into the CPI. So keep in mind, there's a lot of opportunities to run, and you also have earnings kicking off this week. Erdogan, let me get these. I'll play the headline.
Erdogan says Turkey is ready for mediator role in Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
That's good news, but it seems like he indirectly supports Palestine. So we'll see how that plays out. But wherever Turkey go, Turkey is a big part of this because they're NATO as well. So you want to see how they support or not. Oh shit, he's live.
לטהר את היישובים ולהדוף כל כניסה של אויב לשטחנו. הקרבות האלה עדיין מתנהלים, ולהדוף כל כניסה של מחבלים שפלים עדיין נמצאים בתוכנו, וכוחותינו עובדים מסביב לשעון כדי לחסלם. פעולה שנייה שמתבצעת ברגעים אלה, לעבור להתקפה מסיבית נגד חמאס בעוצמה שלא הייתה. פעולה שלישית, לבצר את יתר בגבול הצפון מול חיזבאללה, ביהודה ושומרון ובתוך מדינת ישראל. אני מחבק את הלוחמים והלוחמות, את כל אנשי הביטחון וההצלה, שפועלים באומץ לב בלתי רגיל, גם ברגעים אלה, בכל החזיתות הללו, ומחרפים את נפשם כדי לשמור על מדינת ישראל. פעולה רביעית, המשך העצמת התמיכה הבינלאומית, שאותה התחלתי לגייס עם פרוץ המערכה בשבת, כדי לשמר את מרחב הפעולה שלנו נגד אויבינו.
And they are sacrificing their lives in order to protect Israel. The fourth point is to continue to have international support. I started mobilizing the international community so that we can have a margin where we can work and continue our operations. And the next point that is very important also is to unify the people. There is no split within Israelis. Now we are all unified. The leadership also should be unified. I'm calling for unity, and I'm calling the opposition to have a national front, as we did during the Six-Day War. I confirm that we have started attacking Hamas. The photos and pictures that you see from Hamas is just the beginning. We have killed many of those fighters, and I said that every place where Hamas is active and working will be completely destroyed, and we will continue to intensify the operations. I'm always talking, I'm still talking with President Biden, and I would like to thank the United States for their support and for supporting Israel. We have the biggest planes that are coming from the United States to our land. I would like also to thank many international leaders who have shown and expressed their support for Israel. There is a lot of defamation that wants to exercise and exert a pressure on us. And there is a lot of misinformation about the operations and the situation in Israel. We should not fall for those lies and propaganda. We have to also and always just stick to the official forces. I know that this will take time, but I promise you, dear citizens, that this battle will not end until we end and eliminate our enemy. There are a lot of battles that are going on, and we have a lot of heroes that are in the battlefield. And our forces are trying to eliminate the vandalizers, and this is our spirit. We will be together and work together, hand in hand. We have seen a soldier yesterday Yesterday, I have appointed General Dan Hills as the first focal point for the captives, and we will work and we do all what we can in order to have those captives back. We also voice our solidarity with all the families. We have also mobilized all the police forces and everyone to work on this issue. This is what is happening is reality. And this is what links us to each other. Together we will win. And only together we will win. And as the Prime Minister, I have to tell you that we have hard days coming. We are very sad for all those who died, but we are committed to win, and we will win so that our country can thrive again and have a prosperous life for our nation. Israel is a model, and all those who support Israel will be. We have to commit to this. We have to stick to this commitment. We have to meet our objectives.
No, this one's a translator. Yeah, this is a translator. There's no other way to get it. That's it.
All right, that was the Israeli Prime.
So it sounds like escalation, or at least where Israel stands. So they're literally, that was from a foreign news source. That was the only one I could find with translation, but for the most part, though, it does say, at least I think we got the escalation part, though. It sounds like he's he kind of sounded like Zelensky, to be honest with you. Again, they're committing to fight, and they're saying it's for whatever reason they believe, and that's it. Yeah, more war to come, essentially. Mm-hmm. Interesting. So I'm sure by the time we wake up tomorrow, we're gonna have something else. He said war won't end until the threat is eliminated. He said everywhere. He didn't. He said even outside of Israel and Palestine. That's the crazy part. That's what they were talking about in the morning. But yeah. Well, Egypt is part of this because again, back the last Yom Kippur War, the number 3. If you're not familiar, Egypt was fighting against Israel until they made a treaty. So I'm sorry, guys. That's my people. For some of y'all, like what you say, Josh. Man, everybody. It's just like, I think the funniest part about this is that like today we spent a long time going over the history of what happened. I'm not here to choose sides, but it's wild how everybody asks me what side, and I'm like, dude, are we really going to do this again? Like, everybody has been, I show bomb pictures. You're watching literally what is happening right now, the reality. And people are like, oh my God, this is so bad. And I've told you how many times when every time people would bring up Ukraine, I would bring up the Middle East. I would always do it every single time. So unfortunately, and like I'm saying, like I advocate for everybody to understand history, know what's on here. But like, everybody needs to you need to make up your own mind and learn what's going on, because this game of like something happens and then pick sides and then support war, that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like it's wild. So I'm not here to pick sides or pick teams. Like, yeah, I am pro-human. I've said it from day one, whether I've gotten canceled for it or not. Like, I don't like violence, and that's it, regardless of what I believe, whatever you think it may be. But like anybody, there is violence, it's killing, and that's all. Like, and you had people, support. Again, this is just like Ukraine. People die in Ukraine. People die in Russia. And you have people cheering. So, and literally, that's why I'm like, come on. This is the sad reality of the world, but it's not about picking sides. Do you support violence or not? Yes or no? That's it. That's what they fought over in the 70s as well, too, when the people got sick of it. Because people were saying, it's like, do you support violence or not? That's it. I know there's reasons to fight and you have reasons to stand up, and and that's why I say shout out to the veterans every single day, because they are going to be the ones who are going to get thrown into the middle of this, sadly. And it's just like, do you support violence or not? That's it. Like that's all I see. You see Hamas, you see Israel, I see Russia, I see Ukraine, I see every single time we've done this. And I don't know why a world of caring social justice people has turned to giving guns and supporting violence all day and night. So again, once again, my heart breaks for my Middle Eastern people, whether it's Egypt, Palestine, Israel. That's my part of the world. And guess what? They've been killing each other for a very long time, and ain't nobody gave a shit. So I'm glad people care now, but the whole point is you can't support one violence and condemn another. It doesn't work like that. Welcome to real life. That's it. It's just you condemn violence or not. Which side are you on? So yeah, I'm glad I had enough voice for that. Sadly, I'm not talking about Israel and Palestine. You see it right now, and it's just like, why don't you see Ukraine and Russia? That's all. If you don't like watching this, for the last 2.5 years, we've said support, kill Russians, kill Ukrainians. It doesn't matter. Whatever side you picked, we've supported it. So what's the difference? Nothing. It's the same thing. It's sad. Again, because every time I say, what about the Middle East? Nobody cares. Sadly, that's it. And so that's like, you either support violence or you don't. All right, you're hitting another high, though. Israel responds to launches from Lebanon with artillery fire. There will never be peace in the Middle East, especially if the world condones wars elsewhere. That's another part. Oh shit, bonds are running up with it. Again, it is about to be power hour in 5 minutes. AMC's even moving. XOM, again, watch the oil plays. Even the defensives is the dollar. Dollar's still low, but it's not making another move. What happened? I love answering this question, but I lost my voice because we had a baby Chad meetup on Friday, and I met with Colt Real Estate, and my voice was already gone, and then we spent hours talking. We talked the night away, and then I couldn't. My voice hasn't recovered since. Yeah, funds did not settle today. Because everything's still cool. Even the bond, it's only bond futures. They got to see my face. Yeah, bro. We were like talking, yelling. There was a lot. Yeah, bro, that's me. That's me right there, bro. That's all the Chads. Eric even he's wearing my chain, bro. He's wearing my chain. I was wearing it, and he was like, can I touch it? And I was like, what do you mean, can you touch it? I was like, put it on. What are you saying right now? I was like, you're not going to run off with it. It's everybody in here's Chads. Everyone's legit. Yeah, I was like, well, come on. I was like, if you want to steal it, go ahead. But like, I said, what do you mean? Put that shit on, bro. I love you, bro. I'm telling you, like, bro. Everybody there was so dope, bro. I'm telling you, like, You know, bro, you know me. I wouldn't hesitate to call anybody a weirdo. If it was like bad vibes, bro, I would tell you. But like, dude, it was so beautiful, bro. You know what I'm saying? It was so beautiful. So, as you know, even though today's not good for the world and the weekend sucked, but you know that was definitely another highlight. Top 5 up there for sure. Did you have that mask on? No, I did it for the picture. That was just a hat. I'm glad, yeah, man. I'm glad. That's why I don't even care that I lost my voice. I'd do it again. I'd do it 100 times over. It's crazy that this is like a big day in the market, you know, and like this week, I pray that my voice comes back, but no, it was worth it, hands down, hands down. And then on this day in history in 2006, Google agreed to acquire YouTube for $1.6 billion. From the man with no face to the man with no voice. Is Josh shorthand for Joshua? No, it's short for Joshua Washalaka Bing Bong Bing. That's how you say my full name in Egyptian. So I just go by Josh for short. Yeah, it's a long story. Clearly you guys don't care about understanding the Middle East, so I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there. Yeah, man, it's short for Josh. Josh is short for Joshua. I think. I hope. Yeah, the Biden voice is good. Don't worry. Yeah, bro, I showed them everything. I told them I was short. They picked me up. If they were bigger than me, they hugged me and picked me up. I showed them, bro. I showed them my hairline. I showed them in real life what my hairline looked like. I took off the hat. I showed them all the spots that were fading. I was like, look it, bro. I wasn't lying. Yeah, I was real. Like, y'all thought I was even joking. I was like, nah, man. Like, for real. Like, y'all could check it out. I'm cool with it. Power hour. I know they didn't believe me. They doubted me at first. Did Uncle perform? Nah, Uncle was there though. They got to meet Uncle too. That's the crazy. I forgot Uncle came with me. They met Uncle. That's the other part. They met Uncle. It's really awkward. I hate to break it to you guys, but yeah. Mm-hmm. You're getting tired of this. Do me a favor then. Don't look at the market till Thursday. Okay? That's it. Just don't go to just don't go to the market until Thursday. If you're getting sick of the back and forth, if what you had on Friday and everything else, you know what I'm saying? Like if it gets crazy, just all you have to do is ignore everything till Thursday. That's or CPI is Thursday or Wednesday. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's Thursday. Let me double check. Yeah, Thursday. CPI on Thursday. You would have driven. Nah, man, don't worry about. I wanted it. I just wanted to go to celebrate the cult real estate guys. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't. It was all like I didn't want it to be something where it was like advertised and like I just wanted to show them how proud of them I was, and like all of them. I was even more proud after I met them, just to like see it in real life and what they've done, and you know who they are as individuals. It was amazing. So it's like, you know, one day we'll have another one. And that was really encouraging to do another meetup. But, you know, that was just I'm paying homage and, you know, saluting those guys who, you know, they applied themselves and they made things real life. And, you know, they also with a lot of love, man, with a lot of love. Wait till Thursday, yeah. Honestly, like I'm telling you, try to calm down till then. The market will go crazy, and then you'll be good. Couldn't have done it without Tyler and Trey. I know, man. I wanted to tell them thank you and hug them again too, bro. For real. Everybody, bro. Everybody on that team is amazing. I love it. Just great humans, bro. Great humans. And then dollars going down, and then bonds are catching another bid. SPY hasn't moved. You're literally at 4337. That's crazy. Yeah, we do need the actual bond market. I agree. That will do a lot. Pixelated. That blew my mind. Pixelated. You know that Pixelated. You blew my mind with what you told me, bro. It's crazy. I do need another. I need to go pee again, bro. I'm peeing like I was at the meetup, bro. I've drank so much water today. I've taken like 10 bathroom breaks. You guys haven't noticed yet, though. So I'll be right back.
Gauge, you know, how much is longer? What does it mean? And I think when we're in a situation like this, we are trying to gauge how long that this war goes on. Does it escalate? Does it start to involve other nations? And that is when you start to think about, okay, there's a much longer and broader impact. And then we have to start assessing what that means for different asset prices, if you will, longer term.
And let's not forget that Israel's a major tech hub in the Middle East, the Ramat Gan region right outside of Tel Aviv, a major hub for years for tech companies. Huge tech companies have come from Israel, including Mobileye, including Waze and more. Interesting moves in the chip market today, in the chip sector, I should say today, given the concerns over Israel's investment in Israel as well.
And not just tech. I mean, we forget Teva Pharmaceuticals. I mean, they have a huge biotech presence and a lot even in manufacturing and some other areas. Huge. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so there's a lot of potential ramifications that are masked here by what you're seeing in the equity market. Of course, the S&P 500 seems more to be responding to what we're seeing out of Fed speak today, which makes sense. Of course, you think about how macro-driven the U.S. equity market is at this juncture. Then you take a look at other asset classes that we've been walking through. It's a different story.
On that, I'm going to leave with what Fed Vice Chair Philip Jefferson had to say, that officials are in a position to proceed carefully after the recent rise in Treasury yields. So a lot to take into an account when the market's starting to do some of your job. You know, the Fed has to think about what that means for future Fed policy. All right, heavy day, a lot more. We're going to unpack the close for everybody. We're going to be back in less than an hour's time on TV, radio, on YouTube, and of course, Bloomberg Originals. Join us for our simulcast Beyond the Bell at 4 p.m. Wall Street time.
And we continue to count you down to the close here on Bloomberg Television. About 50 minutes until we get to those bells. Let's get some insights out of our next guest. Ben Kirby joining us, co-head of investments and portfolio manager at Thornburg Investment Management. And Ben, we were just speaking with our radio colleagues, and I thought Carol said it best. She brought up some interesting comments by Fed Vice Chair Philip Jefferson, basically saying that, look, he's watching Treasury yields, just I guess like all of us. But more importantly, he kind of says that there's the potential here for further restraint on the economy, even though though the rate of inflation remains too high. What do you make of that?
Yeah, thanks for having me on the show. So look, I don't think the Fed needs to hike again. Inflation is coming down. It's still too high, but it's coming down. And with the long bond having moved as far as it has, as you said previously, the market is doing a lot of the Fed's work for them. So at this point, I think it really would be prudent to focus on the 500 basis points of hiking that we've already had, and the Fed balance sheet is also down $1 trillion from the peak. So focus on the tightening that's already in the system, let that work its way through, and let's take a pause and see where we are in a few months.
I know the bond market is closed today, but of course everybody sort of is looking at the yields that you get, whether it's in the Treasury space or even in the corporate fixed income space here. There is potentially, and I use the word potentially, Ben, a lot of money to be made there if you're willing to take that risk. Are you willing to go out and take some of that duration risk right now?
We've been extending duration in many of our fixed income portfolios. So this is maybe sort of zooming back. This is the most attractive market for fixed income that we've had in 15 years at least. And whether it's treasuries with interesting real yields, so yields that are substantially above the level of inflation, or TIPS also sort of providing that real yield, or even corporate credit providing total yields that are competitive with equities, long-term historical returns. So yeah, we think the fixed income looks attractive. We think adding a bit of duration.
All right, I just want to try this real quick.
How much wood can a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
That if you take a look at 20-year treasuries, for example, just picking somewhere out the curve, if yields rose by 50 basis points, you'd lose about 1%. But if yields dropped by 50 basis points, you'd make about 11%. How unusual is it to see that sort of asymmetry when it comes to the risks?
Certainly in the last 15 years, it's really unusual. Treasuries have had a significantly negative skew for the past 15 years, and now it's a positive skew. So look.
And it is power hour, by the way. You have 50 minutes left. Okay, that was too fast.
How much wood can a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
Points, depending how far out the curve you go, you can really have a hedge for your portfolio to possibly offset likely equity weakness in that case.
And talk to us a little bit about the short end, some of that short-dated paper, because on a total return basis, you take a look at 2-year yields right now, and the yields are so high that you think about sort of the duration risk.
Egypt President, Saudi Crown Prince discuss Gaza developments, say voice of reason should prevail Egyptian presidency.
So Egypt made a comment. They met with the Saudis, but they said, boy, they haven't picked a side yet. They're saying voice of reason. Voice of reason should prevail.
So over a long term, cash is a terrible investment. Cash is the worst thing you can put your money in over a very long term. That said, this might be a bit of a different moment. But look, let's talk about a 2-year yielding 5%. Our Thornburg Strategic Income portfolio has a yield to worst in the mid to high 7%. So by having a bit of duration and a little bit of credit, you can get an extra 2.5% or even 3% carry over that time period. Mm-hmm. And again, if we do end up going to a recession, then you're going to get the benefit of that duration helping you on the defensive side. So really to us, cash looks okay, 2 years look okay. Our portfolio, we think, is positioned to actually outperform in a variety of those scenarios.
Ben, I do want to get your thoughts here on the equity space and specifically some of the names and sectors that you might find attractive. And I want to start off here, just given just sort of all the concerns right now about geopolitics. Is there anything out there in terms of equity investments that might provide investors some modicum of safety, some potential hedge against some of these geopolitical issues?
Absolutely. So I think our first thoughts are certainly with the victims and certainly a tragedy. That said, from a financial market standpoint, the initial transmission mechanism really is into the energy markets. So having exposure to some integrated oil companies, some companies that have both production and refining, they have LNG, they have some renewables. We think that's a pretty interesting hedge today. And what's interesting is you don't pay a lot for that hedge. Actually, they were pretty attractively valued stocks even before this. So Total Energies is a big holding in many of our portfolios. It's a French integrated oil company, and it has a 5% dividend yield. It's trading at a single-digit PE, and they're also doing a lot to move forward the energy transition. So attractively valued stock, we think an interesting portfolio position, especially right now.
Does that logic extend to the actual commodities market itself, or would you rather play this through equities?
So the equities over time will be correlated with the price of the commodity, but with the equities you get the benefit of that dividend yield. So even if the price of oil is flat, companies that are paying a 5% dividend yield and they're also potentially buying back some shares, you're going to be able to make money even if the oil price doesn't go up. And if the oil price does go up, then you're going to make even better profit. So we like owning the actual equities more than the underlying commodity.
Ben, gotta leave it there. Really appreciate your time today. Our thanks to Ben Kirby of Thornburg Investment Management. Now, coming up on the close, we'll speak with a former United States ambassador to Israel.
All righty. Again, you've heard it a lot. I know you heard it. They were talking about someone else. I thought they were going to bring on the guy from the morning. But yes, welcome, my friends. Again, you have like 50 minutes left. The market went up, kind of continuing off yesterday. Mavis, you were talking about the bonds and you were saying it's crazy, it's up, and that's why tomorrow we need to see what happens. Because if the bond market is open and it moves like this, then it gets even crazier. So that will be the real tell, because now with the bond market closed and then a little war, it's like maybe that's explaining why it's doing that, but we want to see what happens from here. If the market opens up tomorrow and it's there, then we have a problem. I got you, bro.
Josh has answered this before, so I got this. You can track bonds through SHI, IEF, and TLT. SHI is short term, IEF is 10-year pretty much, and TLT is 20 plus years, aka the long end.
I could do it again if you need it. I got you. You're working on training an AI model with my voice. Shouldn't it be long before Josh 2.0? Well, send it to me. You got competition. So somebody has already been training Josh voice for AI like a couple months ago. But show me what you got, baby. Show me what you got. I am the Godfather. You know what's going on, guys. We gotta talk a little bit. It's okay. That's fine. Maybe if I talk like this, it's like Tony Montana mixed with the Godfather. Okay. What about Bill?
BIL is a cash equivalent. BIL is 1 to 3 month bonds.
I got you. All right, you're getting some. What's the volume on the day? Let's see. Damn, that chart looks crazy. The 2-day from Friday, that's nuts. 56 million, kind of low volume.
Up 0.5% here, but remember, this is a complicated week, complicated by the geopolitical situation, of course, that unfolded over the weekend, complicated by the inflation picture that we're going to get an update on when we get the CPI data, and of course, complicated by the earnings situation as earnings season officially starts this week as well. United Airlines, in fact, most of the airlines really down hard here on the day. We're going to get airlines earnings this week. We're also going to get some bank earnings as well. Meanwhile, it's oil stocks, oil services companies like Halliburton, as well as defense companies like RTX, as well as General Dynamics and Lockheed that are leading things to the upside. Let's bring Abigail Doolittle into this conversation, as we do every day at this time, for our Options Insight segment. And Abigail, you've been taking a look at a lot of the moves we've seen across a lot of different asset classes, and you've honed in on one, and that's gold.
Gold, indeed. We'll be taking a look at that in just a moment. Romaine, up on the day. Lots of perhaps surprising moves to folks today. One of them is not happening, though, and that, of course, is for U.S. Treasuries. We don't have a tell from that haven asset class because the Treasury market is closed for the holiday. But TLT, the longer-dated Treasury ETF, it's up more than 1.5%. Its best days in August, suggesting that there is a haven bid there, similar to some of the global bonds out there. To talk more about some of these asset classes and what it could mean for gold, let's talk to Carly Garner of DeCarly Trading. Great to have you with us, Carly. And so what are your thoughts here? I know that you don't really think about TLT per se, and knowing that the bond market is closed, but I know that you really have your eye on rates.
Right. Interest rate futures markets are open, and we're seeing a nice bid on the 30-year and the 10-year note future, and we're seeing the same type of price action in the options. The reality is, unfortunately, due to the events that occurred over the weekend, the world is just a completely different place today than it was just a few days ago on Friday. And I think it changes the investor mindset. I think it also changes the mindset of some of the Treasury shorts that had been piling onto their positions. Suddenly, there's recognition of some upside risk in Treasuries, and I would have to venture to say that personal investors or individual investors are probably looking at that yield and that safety in the 10-year note and 30-year bond as something a little more attractive today than it was Friday. We're seeing the same thing in gold. Nobody wanted to own gold last week. It was in free fall for most of the week. It stabilized on Friday. But again, today is a much different day than that we were facing just a couple of days ago. The mindset's different. Risk off is a little more in the forefront. And gold did manage to hold support levels last week. Around 1830 in gold was the number that we had drawn in on our charts that shows an uptrend that dates back a year and a half or so. And we managed to hold that, and today we're bouncing very nicely towards the upper end of the range.
Well, it's interesting, Carly, because in some ways at this point, it's almost an everything rally. We have stocks higher, we have gold higher, we have oil higher, we have natural gas, especially European natural gas, absolutely soaring. One thing that's not higher, though, is the Bloomberg Dollar Index, down modestly, down about 0.1%. How do you tie in the dollar to what we're seeing, and what are you looking for the dollar, knowing that it's a key driver for some of these other asset classes we're talking about?
The dollar index closed higher 11 weeks in a row. That in itself is arguably unhealthy. And so we knew something was wrong. Our best explanation is the capitulation that we saw in treasuries was forcing the dollar higher. If interest rates stabilize, like I think that they are in the process of doing, the dollar should roll over and we should get some relief there. A lower dollar is going to help everything out. Treasuries, stocks, commodities. And yes, I do believe treasuries and stocks can rally together.
So in terms of gold, it sounds as though this is an area that you think is an interesting one to play to the upside. And I think seasonally this is a good time for gold. I could be wrong. You can correct me. But how do you trade gold here?
You're absolutely right. See, the last 5 years, we've seen really big flushes in early October, followed by several weeks of gains. So I like using options, the February options. You can buy a bull call spread using the 1925 call, selling the 2000 call, and then selling a 1775 to put to pay for it. You should be able to get in for less than $500. The margin's about $5,000, and you have unlimited risk below the short put. But it's a nice way to give yourself some room for error and still participate in the upside.
Wide-ranging perspective on a number of asset classes. Carly Garner of DeCarly Trading, thanks so much for joining us for Options Insight today. And from New York, this is Bloomberg.
All righty. Not bad, Chad. Not bad. Does she mean yields? Maybe. I wasn't listening to her as much, but in general, I mean, it sucks, but because I keep having to tell you this every day, but you got to wait a little bit. You got to wait till nothing means anything. Even last week, it's right now we're juggling. Last week we were already waiting for CPI, but now we're even more like, we don't really understand yet because we got to juggle now with the war issue. So either oil, bonds, all of that, like we were just saying, we need the bond market to open up. If the bond market doesn't open up and tomorrow it does, and let's say you don't watch what happened today happen, then this is all going to get even crazier. Bonds ripping while closed. It is, but that's kind of what happens on the holidays. So let's see if it holds up. Again, everybody bought in today out of fear. Again, even gold is up and a lot of others. So that will be key to watch. Yeah, nah, this is what Biden sounds like. Come on. You really think, Josh? Come on, nah, this is different. Nah, seriously. Come on, I mean it. It's not hyperbole. Yeah, good. I'm still out here. Scray and slammer. Oh, you think so I don't know if it's real, but I have tinfoil on how to win the lotto. I don't know if you want it. I don't know if you want it. You tell me. There's tinfoil on how to win the lottery. Oh, you want me to keep it? All right, I'll keep it. Then I'll keep it, man. I'll keep it. Oh, no, the chat, they said they don't want it. He said Parks told me I'm gonna keep it. All right, I said I was just throwing it out there. They said nah, they don't want it. Then I said okay then. Okay, I have to yours to keep. No, it's cool. There's the only way you could communicate otherwise is to like the video. Man, I look at y'all got mad likes on the video. Y'all just felt bad for me, huh? Yeah, look at that. Y'all like the video way more when I sound like I'm dying. You know that? Already 1,500 likes. Man, that's crazy. That's crazy. Y'all were like, all right, I'll donate a like today. LMT pop. Yeah, it's up here, top right. No shortcuts for me, but I appreciate you looking out. Mute the YouTube, tell the Twitch. Okay, I will go to the YouTube or go to the Twitch. I'll tell the Twitch. Okay, go to the Twitch if you want it. Then I got you. That's it. They said no. They said no to me. They said no. No, I can't. I can't even then. I can't leave you guys out. It was from a TikTok. There was a guy on TikTok saying that you take, I don't know where you get the starting number, but he says you take the first numbers and you get the first number from the last one, from the last drawing, and then you turn it into 5 numbers. So you divide the first number by itself, that creates a number, then you add it and then multiply it, and that'll give you the first 5 numbers. But then low key, if you run it back, it's kind of like he's kind of onto something, but it's kind of mad. It's still the lottery. Yeah, I don't know. It's something interesting. Has he won? He got banned. So the guy got banned for he used to be one of the owners of 7-Elevens who used to sell the tickets, and he's banned from selling them. But again, this is all off of TikTok, so I have no idea. If someone had a spare 600 million, they could buy all the combinations. There's 292 million really? That candle, I think it's fake. Yeah. Kirby don't have intel pointing direct participation of Iran. Oh, damn. So that's good. That means the situation won't be as bad if we don't condemn Iran right off the bat. Oh yeah, taxes, and then the cash option, and then you're not the only winner. You're right. You could lose 600 million easy. Oh my gosh. Excuse me. Yeah, I have more. What is this? So I have two headlines. I'll play these on the thing right off the bat. Hold on. How would you print them? You would have to manually enter every number. Oh, I have hiccups now. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Potential third wave of inflation is on the horizon as oil prices experience a significant surge, according to The Telegraph.
So that's
Potential third wave of inflation.
Okay, thank you. That's the first one, and then White House Kirby.
White House's Kirby says Iran is complicit, but there is no direct evidence tying it to attacks.
There you go. Yeah, right. Dude, that's crazy. As I said, somebody, real fried rice, you just said it, is like, even if you had 600 million, why not? Like, why don't you just even buy bonds? Like, low key, even the bonds offer a better return than the lotto. Like, because lotto, you could still lose even if you had all the money. But, like, dude, 600 million at 5%, how much is that? You could be getting paid heavy off of that. You get $3 million a month. Not bad. $36 million a year. It's decent. Off of 600 mil. Not bad. Not bad. But yeah, the bonds, bro. The bonds compete with everything. Well, we'll find out if you want to buy the bonds today. I mean, today is global fears, but let's see what happens tomorrow when it opens up. That will be the next key. Is again tomorrow we'll get a real bond opening. I mean, even gold. This is crazy. Y'all got to realize that today even brought up gold. You know what I'm saying? Like, this legitimately, this is highlighting how, we went from sell off gold, worried about rates, all of that stuff over the last month, and now you got gold going up, the bonds catching a bid. So let's just see if this lasts more than one day, but especially with the bonds. But for now, every safe haven, even the yen, even the Swiss franc, they went up. That's how you know we're market nerds. Yeah, we're comparing the lotto to bonds. We are pretty nerdy. Tesla, yeah, gold is going crazy. I'm shocked. Gold, that's how you know, like, today had a little, even though I would ignore the market. That was even the story of Friday, but like, it's dude, gold going up is pretty wild considering it was dead, more dead than everything, even more dead than the bonds. Is it tinfoil to suggest the war was planned? It is, but I mean, depending on your history, I mean, there's obviously some involvement, that you could reasonably expect, but eventually you'll probably get banned for ever mentioning that. Not here, but in the world, in society. But yeah, it's borderline tinfoil. NEM, yeah. I mean, a lot of those material plays, they might be able to come back up. We'll see. If someone did dump 600 million into bonds, what would that do? It might go up like a couple of ticks, and then that's it. But the bond market is much bigger than stocks. So in a weird way, 600 million isn't there. Actually, can I tell you one more thing? Man, I wish I had more of a voice, bro. Because I would be getting mad excited on all this stuff. I am excited. My voice is limiting me. But do you guys know that Evergrande backed out of a deal? So the Chinese Evergrande, they backed out of their bond restructuring. This was like last week, but then the news hit again here this morning. Was that literally like at the last hour, China Evergrande backed out of restructuring their bonds. There, I'll get you some. I got it for you. Don't worry. Can I play you something? Oh wait, GM headline.
GM laying off nearly 200 additional workers due to impacts of UAW strike.
Oh wait, the Saudis, they're saying something now too. Strike.
Saudi Crown Prince tells Palestinian President the kingdom will continue its support of Palestinians.
Oh, interesting. So Saudi supports the Palestinians now. In this sense, because remember they were working. This is now looking more like the 70s though. So if they pick a side, then maybe our oil does get threatened. That's crazy. Yeah, again, that's what we went over this morning. So I'm glad you guys got the history, because like I was telling you in the morning, the difference was back then the Saudis went after us because we allied with Israel. So now what happens with us, if they were more kind of chill, but that comment doesn't look good. They all support. Well, again, but do you guys remember not too long ago, Saudi was about to make a deal with Israel? That's all reason. This is all new. That's why there's so many things happening. But yeah, it makes sense. But it didn't seem like the Saudis were kind of chilling out ahead of this. But if that's their stance, we'll find out. Here, I'm gonna give you the Evergrande thing.
China Evergrande's 11th hour cancellation of a restructuring affecting more than $19 billion of its international bonds could lead to a messy collapse and have a catastrophic effect on other troubled companies in the sector, its bond investors said Monday. The Chinese property giant abandoned a bond restructuring deal late last month after spending almost 2 years in discussions with its investors. Evergrande said regulators had barred it from issuing new securities, a key feature of the restructuring, because its main onshore real estate subsidiary was being investigated. But in a statement, a group of investors holding some of Evergrande's bonds raised doubts about how hard the company had tried to win the support of regulators and questioned why it had repeatedly assured them that the deal had been approved. The investors said that unless Evergrande convinces regulators to allow the deal to go ahead, it is on course to be wound up at a hearing on October 30th. This will likely lead to the uncontrolled collapse of the group, wrote the investors, who hold more than $6 billion of Evergrande's bonds in notional terms. Evergrande didn't respond to a request for comment. A messy collapse of Evergrande would have ramifications for more than just bondholders. When the company defaulted in late 2021, it was China's most indebted property developer. It owes money to thousands of suppliers and is on the hook to deliver hundreds of thousands of unfinished homes. Evergrande had the equivalent of more than $332 billion in liabilities by June, which included money owed to suppliers, unfinished projects, and its bond and loan obligations. The abandoned restructuring plan covered around $35 billion that it owes creditors, including accrued interest, according to a person familiar with the matter. The company's struggles have put more pressure on China's economy, which has faltered this year amid a widespread property slump, a decline in exports, and a disappointing recovery in consumer spending after COVID-19. The investor group added that the company's failure to move ahead with a deal would spill over to other Chinese property companies that are now in the middle of their own debt negotiations. If regulators don't ultimately approve the deal, it would render any offshore restructuring of Chinese real estate companies a mission impossible, the investor said. Chinese property companies defaulted on a principal amount of around $30 billion last year, according to S&P Global Ratings, and most of those companies are still negotiating with investors.
Yeah, I think there's more to it, but I could cut it off there. So, but that's wild. Again, that's like all part of today, is you have Evergrande news kind of slipping in between there. Isn't that wild? And then restructuring, it means like pretty much agreeing to like not default on, they're going to pay back the other bonds by issuing another debt. So it's like refinancing, and then they're like agreeing to get more credit to guarantee the people who made debt would get their money back and that they don't get mad. So they're like, okay, we can't pay you back, but if we get this loan, we can. So let's do this, and then don't get mad at us. And then they just backed out. And now they're saying, yeah, we can't restructure it because China won't let us issue more securities. So China is the government of China is saying, nah, you could do it, but you can't do it by issuing more securities. Where are we at? CPI is going to be on Thursday. Bro, there's only like 20 minutes left. That's it. The day is almost over, bro. The day is almost over. I mean, whether we have a squeeze, I can't believe we're up here, but then granted, I mean, this day looks wild on the daily, but we're just like barely above where we were at on Friday. It's weird. Today was weird, bro. This was not, it's one thing of like what we expected to happen this week with like CPI and all of that, but like this is nuts. We had, because it's either, again, you're watching the market react. It's, you know, it's not going to blow over soon, but this is going to be something you're going to have to respond to now. And then on top of what we were dealing with rates and everything else, this was a wild way to shift the focus of this week. So we'll see where it goes from there. Yeah, the volume isn't that crazy. I think maybe we're at like 60 million. Yeah, 61 million right now. World War III. We'll see, man. We're going to find out. If, the last thing we need is a destabilized Middle East right now. Oh, it's your birthday, baby. Oh, my gosh. Amir, God bless you, bro. Here, I got you, dog. I got you.
Happy birthday, Amir. I know I don't sound like Josh, but I love you. Get a long term. Amen.
I got you. Mm-hmm. This is 9/11, not the 70s. So just, we spent a lot of time today going over the history. And unfortunately, the last time there was anything called a Yom Kippur War, it was in the 70s, 1973. So unfortunately, that's why people are making that connection. But 9/11 was a terrorist attack that led to the invasion of Iraq. Whereas this is a war with history that goes back to the 1950s, if not earlier, way before that. So even in like modern times, though, this is why, and it goes well beyond that. This is something that we have watched in the past, and unfortunately, what happened last time led to, it wasn't just one day, 1 week, or anything. It goes. And it creates a lot of offshoots from here of what it could lead into. Literally 50 years to the date. So literally October of 1970, like around this time, was the last Yom, again, and that was the third Yom Kippur War. It wasn't the first one, it was the third. This would technically be the fourth Yom Kippur War that has happened at this time between those two nations. Rome, Ottoman Empire, Balfour, 6-Day War, Yom Kippur. There's a lot of history behind it. That's why I'm glad we spent the time today going over that stuff, because I really hope it helps for understanding. And, again, just be careful of the whole picking teams debate, where I think understanding history will leave you better off, and understand how we got here, what happened, and then make your own judgment. NASDAQ, if we end up break even, that's one thing, but I don't think it matters as much as where we end, as far as where do bonds open in the morning. Does that make sense? So even if I don't care where the market is, the real question we've had from the morning, where are the bonds going to go? So once the bond market's actually open tomorrow, let's see what that actually does. Yeah, we'll see if gold, again, every safe haven, yen, Swiss franc, gold, bonds, they all caught a bid today. First ever comment. Wow, God bless you.
I appreciate your first comment. I hope me responding as well as Josh makes it that much better. I love you.
There you go. I got you, bro. I got you. It could be good for the yield curve, but we have to see. We need to watch if people buy bonds tomorrow like they're buying them today. That right there will decide a lot of it. So if they don't buy bond, what happens if we have a conflict tomorrow, more issues, and then the bonds sell off? That means people aren't even rushing to safety. Things would get even much more fascinating from here.
I'm getting used to the AI, I won't lie. I can see myself using this for some other things in the future while we stream. I love you. This is not automated, I am real. However, if you don't like the video, you are a baby back B word. I still love you. Welcome to Costco. I love you.
I got you, bro. What does it say these days? It's emotional. It's emotional. What is this? We got another one.
Senior U.S. defense official, U.S. military can offer support to both Israel and Ukraine and ensure U.S. military readiness.
Okay, we'll see.
I can cuss, but only to respond to the baby back bitches. Sorry.
Okay, I'm done. That's the first time I used it to say that. That's it. Yeah, I'm done. That's because I've been using this to help me today. You know what I'm saying? I've been using this to help me. So I haven't used it for anything too. That was Stacy's idea. That was Stacy. Stacy was like, make it more authentic. So I was like, all right, I got to hold on.
Attention Kmart shoppers, you just missed the 10-minute rigged. Pay attention. I love you.
that didn't flow as well, but I thought she was going to say it as one, like, you know. But yeah, you just got 10-minute rigged right there. So hopefully you didn't miss it too much. Yeah, 433.07. What? 10 points off of the high? That's pretty crazy. $1.8 billion to the sell side. Damn. Well, we'll see. Again, dollar is red, break even. Bonds are up a ton. So let's just see if tomorrow will bring about the calmness. I did not make any plays today, no. Bro, today we were chilling. I mean, we have plays. I still have like Apple from Friday. But I mean, today was a weird one. We didn't even have, I'm telling you, like it went from the news on like everything in the news. We were like getting ready, but like, dude, everybody ignored everything. everybody ignored what was going on last week, and we were all responding to what happened with Israel the last 3 days, pretty much. Yeah, time flew. We went. Y'all were telling me to go to bed. Y'all said go home. You know what I'm saying? The day's over. We got 10 more minutes, son. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. Mm-hmm.
Anton, tell your sister happy birthday. We love everyone in the Chad and all the people that support us being a Chad. I love you.
I love it. I'm too ready for that MO drip. Amen. Happy birthday to your sister. Happy birthday. Alrighty. Final 5 in 30 seconds.
Attention Kmart shoppers, final 5 is approaching. I love you.
Yeah, I'm ready to land the plane. I could do it. So, yeah, I don't know how you guys want to do this. So, like, mute your speakers. So, everybody, you got to watch out now because, like, the audio has been weird all day. But we got to land it. I got another new guy coming in to land the plane. So, like, you know what I'm saying? You know, just do your thing, bro. Okay? Just do your thing. But, like, mute the speakers, okay? Because it will get loud in here. And I don't want any of you to have a bad time. You got like 1 minute. I'll let you know when I say earmuffs, though. You're gonna want to mute. Oh wow, Bond's catching a bid in the close. That's crazy. So even maybe tomorrow is good. Like you gotta, you have to get Bonds need to get up here. Cause look where the market's at. Market is back to last, so Bonds should be up to here. Otherwise, they're still behind the market. You need to hear it, bro. Yeah, bro, I'm telling you, man. And I love you, bro. After meeting Chads, it means so much more, man. I'm telling you. And just like I seen your messages, so like just take it easy. I know the market is wild right now, and there's all these things, but like don't let it fuck with you. And it's just like it's simple. It's gonna be a shitty market until we get all of that data. You know, that's all we need. That's all we need. So yalla, baby, yalla. All right, Chad. Earmuffs. 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 Everybody, earmuffs. Please, earmuffs. Earmuffs. That was an error.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are making our final approach. As we make our final approach, if you are holding on to any bags. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are making our final approach. As we make our final approach, if you are holding on to any bags, please stow them away in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. We'll be coming through.
It's too slow. It's too slow.
Please stow them away in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you would like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we are going to be landing into sunny San Diego. It's about 73 degrees and sunny, looking like a good day unless you thought war would bring stocks down. But other than that, the good news is that we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no mask is required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, thank you for flying with the cult.
And have a wonderful day. Thank you.
That was kinda weird, but I still love you.
Mm-hmm. There you go. All right, Chad.
One minute tea.
I tried to get into it. Let's go, bro. We tried, bro. 30 seconds left, man. You gotta bring it home. You gotta wrap it up, bro. That's it, man. Come on. I can clap great. Let's go, baby. Now you got less than 10 seconds. Bring it home. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So quiet. Ding 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 ding. Oh, nah. Let's go, baby. Oh yeah, we made it. Chattadonia. We did it. We made it. What now? 7 hours in the books. They thought we were sick. They thought the voice could bring us down, but it couldn't, baby. Good game. I need that GG. Let's go. It don't matter if they made money or lost money. I know you did something. You were in the game, baby. Everyone that showed love. Everyone that made it. Shout out to Real Estate. Let's go. Good game, baby. GG. Members, non-members. It don't matter, baby. I love you. God bless you. We made it. Everybody. Everybody.
Accomplished it, they're not complaining. They scheming, they plotting, but that did not faze me. Look like I'm homeless, ain't got me no job, but my car cost a home. Teach your ass not to judge. There's a lot I don't know, but I know, show some love. I'm so smart, I play dumb. Rather have me the money than have me some fun. Bitch, I'm back, I ain't done really rapping about funds, talking yields in the buns of the curve to the front. Sit your ass in the day, what you learn in the mud. Eating one meal a day, fuck your breaking your lunch. Go for layups,
Even
not
baby
dunks. I'ma
back
say what I
bitches
want.
need to
I
say
get paid for
GG.
my thoughts. Some would pay, so I stop. Influential as fuck, boy, my mental been tough. Wear my heart on my cuff. It ain't hard, I don't want, cause then everyone got like opinions and thoughts. Why they don't mean a lot. Man, my money on stats, I can show you the top. Every bottom I pop, both the key and the lock. Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot.
I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday to Friday, you need me, let's talk. That's it, Chad. That's the day, bro. That's the day. That's it. I'm out, bro. I can't. Listen, I don't know if you're going to get a watch list. I've never had 2 days of watch list out in a row. Usually it's 1 day, never 2 days. I've not had 2 days of no watch list in a long time, but like legitimately, I don't think I could give you a video that you would want to listen to. Okay, so I'm gonna try to save it up for tomorrow. I might play 2K. You know what I'm saying? I might be on 2K, but I won't talk. I can't talk. I can play video games, but I can't talk. Other than that, I can't work because all my other working requires me on the phone. So I'm done. I'm done for the day. Yeah, that's it, Chad. So I love you and thank you for being here. Honestly, no, hold on. Let me. I can have her say it, but thank you for showing love today. Y'all were amazing. Honestly, some of y'all rode with me. I know it may have been tough for you to listen, but y'all rode it out, baby, and we made it 7 hours. So I don't care what happens in the world. I'm gonna be here, baby. That's my commitment that I've made. Amen. Amen, baby. I mean, if I'll go live if you want me to go live for 2K, but like I'm legitimately not gonna talk. Like I can't talk, bro. I'm telling you, it's so weird. It's like I can talk, but like it don't come out how I think it's gonna come out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
If you think my voice sounds sexy, I will report you for sexual harassment. Don't be a weirdo. I love you.
Just calm down, guys. Calm down. I helped out a lot today. I was able to help.
I can be programmed to verbally assault in 2K. Yes, it just takes time. So Yalla, I love you. Any other baby back bitches got anything to say? I thought so. Peace and love, and now time for F350. We did it, we made it.
Angel on the track.
This song is a banger.
Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank
Josh
still
Answers
on
is super lit
empty,
vibes.
but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Told her, why they driving in the slow lane? If they ain't going slow, man.
GG Chad super lit. OMG, it's giving stock market can't crash vibes.
Now with Kia tryna pass me. Think a Nissan almost crashed me. I'm just tryna make a lane change. Now I'm late and I got road rage. Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV.
The stock market hates you,
Gas tank
but
still
Josh
on
loves you.
empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Wherever said carpool is faster, hasn't seen the 405. It took me 30 minutes
Fuck with your
just to
boy,
go a
we
mile.
really out here, Chad.
I came to California for the women in the vibe, but all I saw was Teslas and girls who look like guys. Now I let everybody, I'm just saying I'm surprised. I'm just saying I'm surprised. I'm just saying I'm surprised. People, but none of them can drive. Rolling in my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. They said they wait an hour to charge. I know.
I got you.
To all the ladies listening, this is an AI cause Josh has no voice and got super clapped GG. So don't worry, I am not real. Your husband is a good guy. But Josh sounds like a B word.
What? Hey. I don't know how that last part got there. But yeah, it's fake, so thank you.
Thank you for dealing with me today. Josh is super grateful. GG. I love you.
On that note, Chad. So that's it, man. That's it. That's all I have for you today. I gotta go. So thank you for being here. I know it was tough, but look at the chat. Look at the chat, bro. And honestly, like, I want to give you a PHILO, bro. And it really is, like, bro. I would be here. I want to be here every damn day for the people who are really about this life. And what I mean, bro, is like, after seeing the chat, bro, that was crazy. You know, like, for real, bro, I love all of y'all. Like, even if you don't like me, that's fine. But, like, for real, like, I know there's a really strong bond between those who have actually gone through something and got something out of it. And, like, bro, the love is real, bro, and it's amazing. So it's like, dude, you got a great community. And just, you know, do everything in love. I believe me, wait till I get my voice back. You know what I'm saying? Wait till they don't feel me, bro. So, nah, man, it truly is my pleasure. I'm telling you, it's like, no, if, you know, I was already down to show up every day, no matter what, you know what I'm saying? But, like, after getting to meet some of you, it's like, oh, hell yeah. You know, I don't care. I'll tell you, until I die, until they kill me, I will be right here. I love you, Chad. So for real, like, make the most of it, and God bless you, bro. And I'm running for president as an independent, so vote for me. Okay? All right, bye. That's a joke. That's a joke if you get it. But yeah, that's it. Okay. Yeah, wait till I get my voice right. Wait till I get my voice right. That's it, man. That's it. That's it, bro. That's it, bro. So, Chad, I love you. I'm going to leave right now. God bless you. Have a wonderful day. And don't forget why we're here. And why we keep going. And why that faith, hope, love ain't ever going out of style, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Amen. Praise God, bro. Amen. So I love you. God bless you. And that's it. I'll see you later. Tomorrow, tonight. We'll see what happens. God bless you. Peace out, Chad. I'm out. Oh, you want Oval? I'll give you Oval. You want Oval Office? Where's Oval? I got you.
Shout out to Percy, that's me. You could just call me JB. I do not answer no questions. You could leave that to Shaki. Kamala riding with me. She'll lock you up for some weed. Say bad things about that vaccine. I'ma make sure you don't speak. Got a laptop you won't see. Hunter, I love her, but that shit was weird with his feet. I love my Congressman Trey. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them must say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros and they old. None of they borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us straight together, strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold. They ain't my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we going practical. Hunter, my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' follow about shit, especially not 10%. We ain't gon' follow about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student loan froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze. But mention and cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who ID. Questions from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passing bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They like you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just get Evie a test spray. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just ain't changed my name to Stalin. Right off the screen and I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. How about fresher than a red shirt? How I got it, how to sex, yeah. How I gotta make it one car. Station on your block, took off. Mixing up my words, I'm live. So I think they mad, my fault. Talking about inflation, I caused. Dumping our oil turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon. And fresh, I'm tired.
You get one more now. You get one more because of Rob. You get one more because of Rob. You get one more because of Rob, bro. It's they don't feel me, bro.
Man, you ain't never seen anything like this. It's a power pull called Howard Schultz. I think I need some coffee quick. You don't like me, hop off my dick. I know it's sounding ominous. The market's drop apocalypse, but I'm just using common sense. The same thing happened once before. I'm talking 1936 or 32 through 38. Markets and employment rates. The Marxists say the system breaks. The rights I said is because trade. The left side blames the words that said. The Russians in a election. Historical recession trade. Come to see Republican. The opposite of pro is con. So Congress, what is going on? They won't tell us what's going on. So I'ma show you through a sign. We fucked if budgets take too long. We put some sanctions on Iran, but that don't mean the problem's gone. But wait, who said it's a problem? Yeah. Think about that for a sec. Are we gonna pay the debt? Keep the AAA credit. Get the people all fed. Get the people all messed. Till the people all dead. Do we really need the Fed? Trade the freedom in for cash. Freedom for a double tap. Trade the freedom for a Mac. I'ma leave it at that. It's a power pull called W. Bush. We need to start a war real quick. Our top export is armaments. The land of free that sells the debt. The blood and money in a sec. But that won't make you not invest. Cause Bowen hit record profits and I'ma get that. We need to start a war real quick. Our top export is armaments. The land of free that sells the debt. Start a war real quick. Our top export is armaments. The land of free that sells the debt. The blood and money in a sec. War real quick. Our top export is armaments. The land of free that sells the debt. The blood and money in a sec. But that won't make you not invest. Cause Bowen hit record profits and I'ma get that DV check. Yeah.
Just let it ride, bro. Pray for everybody. Pray for peace everywhere. And that's it. I mean, support peace. Whether, no matter what, baby. No matter what. I love you, Chad. God bless you. We already have finger to the sky, bro, and that's what I'm saying, man. Where is it? One more. If you don't know why I lost my voice, bro, I got to meet some beautiful people, bro, and it was finger to the sky, baby. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about? That's what I'm saying, bro. Look at that. Look at that. That's all finger to the sky, baby. Oh yeah, what's up? What's up? I'm out, bro. I'm out. I love you. I will try to see you guys tonight, if not tomorrow. And that's it, man. God bless you all. Peace out. Hey, no, that's not Josh. That's me. Come on. Stop it. It's not hyperbole. I'm fine. There you go. Enjoy your day. All right, anyway, I'm going to exit out. Goodbye. Have a good evening, morning. Yeah. Peace out.